Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik. An absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th annual BW SCM Leadership Summit and Awards. This summit, it serves as a platform to discuss, to celebrate, and also to illuminate the remarkable journeys of organizations and pioneers who have been championing the SCM strategies. The theme for BW SCM Leadership Summit this year is Innovate Faster, Collaborate Stronger. The panelists that will be gracing this stage, they will discuss on diverse themes like scaling tech for supply chain advantage, profit for planet, SCM talent, connected risk management, and also much more. And following the series of such discussions, we will venture into the realm of recognition with the BW SCM Leadership Awards as well. What do we have in the day for you? For that, we have an event AV. Can we please play the event AV? BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 25 niche business sectors and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 25 niche B2B sectors that organize conferences and also forums to start interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to the Business World Group magazines. There are exciting offers for all the attendees today. The latest issue, it features India's fittest leaders above the age of 40 on how personal resilience and disciplined living are shaping India's new leadership mindset, along with the BW Top 100 marketeer who are redefining business influence in 2025. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.businessworld.in. You can follow their LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The handle is @BW Business World. Any picture, any view, any opinion that you share online today, please also use the hashtag BW Supply Chain. A big thank you to our partners as well for today. Our warehouse partner, CWS. Our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Phantom, and Beanley Coffee. Before we begin, my humble request, if you all can please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. उसी के साथ ही फिर all the speakers will be coming up on the stage, panelists, standalones. We've got timer here for you. Please also follow that, क्योंकि अगर आप उसको follow नहीं करते हैं, इससे मुझे यहाँ पे खड़ा कर देंगे to look at you and stare at you with annoying buzzers that they'll keep playing. That's the only request to you I have. With that, may I please request Hoshi Kaswala, the CEO of BW Engage, BW Business World, to please join us on the stage and deliver the opening address. So, let's welcome him. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everyone. I don't know why I'll clap for me because I have very little to say. As media, we are supposed to speak about everything, but we at Business World consider ourselves a platform, which is available to all of you all in different communities. Without wanting to make a sales pitch, I think, I've at least lost count. We had 24 or 27 communities. The best content comes from practitioners of the industry. And honestly, media cannot employ them. You would get bored if you were to be working for a media house. So we regard ourselves as a platform, and we invite all of you to contribute, to comment, to come to our events, to speak at the events, all of it. And our job is to enable the ecosystem, and we will only do it with experts. Assume we hire a few people from the industry, their knowledge is going to get dated because they're not in the industry. After a while, they're media people, so their knowledge is going to get jaded. So very clearly, we consider ourselves a platform. On SCM, whilst one can keep talking, we media people speak a lot about everything possible in the world. And some media houses believe that they can solve the crisis of the entire world. We don't think like that. The good thing about SEM and SEM professionals, and the good news is that over the past few years, the supply chain, which would have been seen as a back-end function, has become more of a live frontline function. So, let me give you an example. In a company like ours, supply chain not very critical. Our distribution happens, print happens, all of it. But the two stars in our company are people who generate revenue, which is true of every company, and people who generate content. Everything else is seen as back-end. Now, likewise, SCM, supply chain, I don't think this term really existed in a big way except amongst you professionals until about 5 years ago, and I think COVID accelerated it. So the good thing is that it's being recognized, people see the importance, several changes across the world, be it geopolitical, be it technology, and transformation, that's kind of making the changes. But, fortunately, you all play a lead role in the company now, in your organizations. If you all weren't really doing it, there would be several issues like I think we saw in 2021, 2022, some of them continue to kind of happen. So that's the good thing. It's good to see more people come out, talk, more people contribute to content. Otherwise, like I said, the two stars, the two functions of any company, whether it was production, production/research, innovation, or sales is what would get all the credit, and people thought those were the pillars. Having said that, we put this event together as a platform today. I'm not going to pull 15 minutes. Aditya, are you in the room? I'm not going to pull 15 minutes really because what I'm going to be telling them is going to be nursery as compared to what they're going to be telling us. So I'm going to hand over. Looking forward to good day of discussions and deliberations. This is Delhi. The room is empty. I kind of came in. Empty means it's about 40-50% full. I came in earlier because I'm paranoid about traffic. We'll see it fill up in the next 20-30 minutes. But wish all of you a good, successful day filled with learning. Thank you for coming. We'll be here all day in case you all need anything. But As a platform, we are going to hand over to you all now. Thank you.
Thank you. Short, sweet, and honest. I think many of us who make it before 9 o'clock, we actually save ourselves the traffic time. क्या कोई ये सोचे घर से निकलता है मेरे और रोशी के अलावा? Anybody who's come from Noida here? You have, sir. I see the happiness just vanish from your face. Gurgaon? Who stays the nearest? You. That's why you're the happiest today, sir. But glad all of you made it on time. Thank you. Chaliye. We will start with the first keynote address for today, which is on the CEO's lens, supply chain as strategic growth engines. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Chief Operating Officer of Motherson Group, Pankaj Agarwal. अब आप ताली बजाते हैं और वो आते हैं ऐसे बढ़िया. Thank you.
Okay, very good morning, everyone. So I think this is the first time I'm seeing there's like half of the trucks are empty right now. So this is your center button. So okay. No, it will be a nice day to start with. So I think this is a very, very relevant topic about supply chain as a strategic imperative. And we'll talk about why it is so, because we talk a lot about supply chain and I meet a lot of people around the world. So perspective of supply chain is totally different in people's mind. I was talking to IOCL, and it's like when you say, okay, we are looking at logistic in pipeline, it looks like, okay, a little bit of logistics, but it's like hell of a thing, okay? So supply chain is very, very different. So what we're going to talk about is like supply chain as a strategic imperative. How do we look at supply chain going forward? Okay, and I come from Motherson, and I used to be a group purchasing head 10 days before. Now I'm also heading a business called Unibuild inside Motherson, which I will talk about how it is relevant for the supply chain. Now just two slides, just want to tell you what is Motherson. Some of you may be knowing, some of may not be knowing. So Motherson is like $21 billion company, reported numbers, but right now it should be around 28, depending on what all acquisition we have done in last 1 year. And we were $10 billion 3 years back, now we are 28. And we're targeting to be $108 billion by 2030. So that's like a massive growth we are trying to accomplish. And you can very well imagine what kind of supply chain you need to have to ramp up 3 times, 4 times, and with that level, you know, like not from 100 crore to 200 crore, but from 24 billion to $108 billion. So it's like, you're not talking about plants, you're talking about how many more countries you're adding into the supply chain. So we are into multiple type of businesses like wiring business, elastomer, lighting, you name it, it's all there. And we also do tooling, capex, auxiliary equipment, robots, etc., etc. And one context I like to put, we are also put aerospace here. 7 years back, we were zero in aerospace. Now we are the largest aerospace company in India in 7 years. We are supplying parts to almost every plane you fly. At least you will find one Motherson part inside a plane. Some of you may be knowing Motherson as an automotive company, but now we are there as well. So how do you ramp up these kind of thing? This can't be ramped up by putting a supply chain better. These need a very different perspective altogether, okay? So we're going to talk about that as well. Now we are supplying to almost every OEM in the world, you name it, either in automotive or in aerospace. Automotive is supplying right from Maruti to Porsche to Maybach to Mercedes to Audi, and you name any car you in this room you're driving, I think it should be there. And also in the aerospace industry, we're supplying to almost everybody. Okay, so that's like a customer base which tells you again a kind of confidence these people must have on Motherson and is the people of Motherson. Okay. Now, talking about this topic today about this strategic imperative about supply chain, I think just few years back, even today, when I go to conference or meet people, people talk about these things. How to make a better Kanban, what kind of RFID you can have, what kind of, I would say, blockchain. Do you still talk about blockchain? I didn't hear for blockchain for a long time. It's like, it's gone, came and gone. So I think people still talk about these things. And my question is like, are you still worried about these aspects? This is very transactional. Maybe it's important. For sure it's important. You can't do business also without it. but is it relevant? How much is relevant? Because I remember many years back, the full conference will be on RFID. And people will tell you, like, if you put RFID, your life is solved, okay? It's like you go to some Babaji's and then you say everything is solved in your life. It's like that. RFID or Kanban. Some conference will be only talking about Kanban, and you hear about 20 type of Kanban, you go to, don't get anything out of it. It's good, as I said, don't take me wrong, it's very, very good. These are all things you have to do it. But in today's context, how relevant they are as a CEO, as a head of the organization. How many CEO talked about in the morning, how many RFID tag have we put in the supply chain? How many Kanbans do you have? What is the language of CEO? What is the language of operations head? Do they talk about it? What is a businessman worried in the morning? So you need to look at what wakes you up. I'm sure none of these wakes you up. Neither the Nokia phone. Right? Why I put this Nokia phone picture is, they said our biggest fault was there was no fault. You know, that's a statement you get from the CEO, our fault, we had no fault. And still they disappeared, more or less. Okay, so you need to think about what wakes you up in the morning or what wakes you up at night. So is it these topics or something else? Now, what you see now, you know, people used to talk VUCA world and all these kind of things, that disruption can happen, a little bit here and there. Now that's become a normal, that's become a norm. In the past, disruptions used to be some exceptions. Now disruption is the way of life. It's like somebody traveling, moved from tier 3 city to maybe Gurgaon. So in a tier 3 city, you will face some traffic in a particular crossing, okay? 5 minutes traffic jam. Now when you go to Gurgaon, you have 2 hours of traffic jam, 3 hours of traffic jam, right? In the first 2 days, you feel like you get a suicidal feelings, you know, when you go to Gurgaon. What's happening? 3 hours, 2 hours. After some time, that's a way of life. And that's what's happening into a supply chain as well. Tariffs. How many companies have gone bankrupt because of tariffs? I hear a lot of my suppliers sometimes, a lot of companies, they couldn't survive tariffs. They have to wind up their business. Some people exporting out of China or India to US, suddenly tariff goes up, the business is gone. Where RFID tag will help you? Tell me. Except you can know that, okay, this RFID tag tell me my container is lying in some sea, which I can't sell. And if I sell, I lose 30%. If I bring it back, I lose 40%. Now you need to take a decision. That is what is happening right now. The discussion in the boardrooms, in the offices are very, very different. War. Suddenly you in the morning, you hear on the TV there is a war. What you do? Oil prices goes up and down. In the past, oil prices used to be decided by an association. At least you can speculate a little bit. These people know they have a little bit of appetite, they can do $1 up and down. But now, it's not even in their hand. If the war goes up in some particular country and then everything goes for a toss. Supply chain disruption. Can you imagine a canal is blocked by a ship? It happened 2 years back. 2 years back or 3 years back. Now, those things you never predicted. So what you do with that? Now you suddenly look at how do you reroute your thing from Africa and goes to somewhere. Or take your truck through Iran or something from Saudi Arabia and move your material. Suddenly the decision making goes beyond the supply chain professional like me. It goes to a very different level because the impact of the business and customer is very different. Commodity fluctuations. Now what is the dollar now? It's 9.1, I think. Today I was seeing some WhatsApp messages. Now what, India, like $1 is equal to 9.1, it's like India code, you know. I remember when I sent to my kids to US for study, I planned dollar at 45 rupees. As they keep graduating, the dollar keep increasing. Now it's 91. Now what happened? Now suddenly commodity price is shooting up. LME goes up, right? London Metal Exchange, which is you are using 70-60% of your material. So London Metal Exchange goes up, then your prices goes up. commodity have soared in last 2 weeks, 5%. What you going to do? Material cost goes up dramatically. Currency, as I said already, and global trade imbalances. Now these things can have a very, very big impact. Tremendous impact which you can't control. Like people, I remember people used to talk about one-piece flow. How many people know one-piece flow? Kind of a thing in their organization. One-piece flow, two-piece flow, Toyota taught us. Now you're trying to control that inventory of one-piece flow between one machine to the other machine. Now 3 containers are lying on the port. What are you going to do with them? Right? People, we will show in the Kaizen, okay, we saved 30% inventory on the line. Okay, we reduced 2 pieces on the line. Good. As I said, it's very well. But your containers are lying on the port and you're paying demurrage charges. So all this working capital is blocked. So economy can be a roller coaster all the time. And now it's becoming very, very relevant. So how do you respond to such changes? Now these changes can be set by a purchasing head or supply chain head, or it needs a complete intervention of the top management team. What kind of supplier base you need to have? What kind of customer you're selecting? You need to think about it. You can't just say, I will pick up any customer anywhere. You supply one shipment to US and shipment is rejected, you can't bring the material back. So there are certain challenges which you cannot decide at a very working level. So that is why I think the topic is very, very relevant, and that's what maybe keynote speaker, I need to make sure that we set a tone clearly. This is different. It's a different ball game altogether. So it's like bullwhip effect of total economic turbulence, actually. One turbulence, if you look at any of these items which I put on the bottom, if anything goes wrong, they have a ripple effect. One leads to the other. And that is what we need to think about. Who has to take care of this? At what stage? Because these things you cannot overcome overnight. You need to plan maybe 5 years before, 10 years before. Maybe what you plan now, your supply chain, or let's say strategic supply chain. What kind of customer, what kind of supplier base it will take 5 years. You want to change a material in automotive, takes 3 years. So you can't just overnight do things. So we need to start planning. You can't create too much redundancy. It's not an aircraft, you have to have 4 engines, but you need to have that redundancy in your supply chain. Now you go to new country. Do you know the law? Insurances, tax, labor law, do you know that? It's not how many India export in typical manufacturing is very minuscule, very minuscule. Not many companies, either there are few companies who do export, but most companies don't do export. And for a simple reason. These are some of the reasons. It's not shipping a material from Noida to Haryana or Manesar. It's not that simple. You put in a truck and it goes there. Maximum you can handle is a GST inspector on the road, that's it. Or e-way bill, that's the most complexity you can have. You can have automated e-way bill. The moment you send the material from here to Europe, to US and somewhere else, there are so many things comes in picture. Do you have a legal entity? Do you know the taxes? Do you know the insurance? Do you have the last mile? If you hire a person in Germany, it will cost you 200,000 euros. That means 2.5 crore लगेंगे आपको साल के. वो काम करे या नहीं करे. 100 crore की कंपनी का 2.5% टका प्रॉफिट गया, is gone. So small companies sometimes hesitate. One lot is rejected, all your profit gone for the year. And customer also want to see a face there. He will not get a material from somewhere in maybe Ghaziabad and supplying to some company in US. No, no chance. Other bigger problem is now startups. Startups are like the global uncertainty on a startup, like you have a weak immune system and you are faced with corona. They don't have any backup actually. They are like surviving on ICU, typically, lot of startups. And one economic something happens, economic thing happens, macroeconomic level, they're gone. And most startups face problem. They don't have industrialization. They may be brilliant idea, very good idea, tech idea, everything. But at the end of the day, you need the manufacturing. You need parts. I met a lot of startups. The problem is they make the design based on what part is available in the market and they put them together versus what they want to have it. And maybe supplier don't want to supply to them because they're startups. There are no volumes. Now, the question to all of you is very, very simple. Does your ecosystem has the agility, not your company? We always talk about company should be agile, your supply chain should be agile. That's an internal focus agility. But does your ecosystem has a agility? Can you change your ecosystem? And that is what you need to look at in your organization. There's no one answer right. But you need to look at agility of an ecosystem. If something goes wrong, something changes, can your ecosystem respond? Okay. Now, and looking at this, we also looked at in Motherson, maybe we pivoted into a purchasing and manufacturing as a service to the rest of the world. Because we have done so many acquisitions over the years and we realize the people are facing these problems what I just narrated to you. Not only in India, everywhere in the world. How can we support? Like we have plants in 46 countries, we have 450 plants around the world. So we can respond to those supply chain challenges. If I'm not able to get a material from one country, I can immediately get from other country because I'm catering to in 46 countries. How can we provide this kind of a solution to any company in automotive, non-automotive? So you can buy any material, whatsoever you want, in any part of the world from Motherson, Unibuild. The name of this company is Unibuild.ai, is the brand name, but company name is Motherson. But this is where you can get it. So what Unibuild provides basically? First is time to market. Every businessman wants to have shorter time to market. Because if you put your capital, you put your money, you want a return faster. Lot of time people come to invest in India, they take 5 years for first product to roll out, right? That 5 years, there's no ROI. And by the time you have no appetite to have more losses, right? Lot of companies comes in and goes away because the time to market is long. It's become very, very difficult. And even if you are doing your own business, it's become very difficult. Time to market is one key parameter. I'm not talking about you make your supply chain better, but I think the key as a businessman is time to market. Maybe your supplier development took long time, but at the end of the day, it's time to market. You invested 100 crore, there's no return of investment for 3 years, 4 years. De-risk and readiness of supply chain. Is your supply chain ready? Who will do it ready? Penetration in export market. If you want to export out of India, do you have a knowledge about every country where you want to export? Faster localization. How long can you import material? Sometimes tariffs can come in, China tariff can come in, but you need to localize it. Do you have the ability and capability or the right set of people in the organization to localize the material? And at the end of the day, ROS realization, return on capital employed. That's what counts at the end of the day. At a board level, nobody talks about what is your supply chain. People look at it board level, what is your ROS? 100 रुपए डाला कितना वापस आया? When you put in your stock, you look at dividend, ना? Dividend is stock का इतना आया, ये दिखता है. Do you look at supply? कितने supplier है? If you have invested, I think most people would have invested into some stock. Do you know how many suppliers those companies have? Nobody knows it. All you know is ये company dividend देती है. That's how because that's what you look at it. Okay. So we can take up complete turnkey project. If you want to set up a plant, we can build a complete plant. Scout for new vendors, new technology. Okay. Because your supply chain professional may know some technology, not everything, and not in every country. Cross-border logistics, again a pain. Outsourcing capacity built up. Like if you want to ramp up your capacity, do you need to invest money yourself? आपको अपना पैसा क्यों लगाना है? उसके लिए plant लेना पड़ेगा, time लगेगा, your bandwidth will goes away. So how can you ramp up your capacity faster? And we have developed a tech portal where you can do complete supply chain without ERP. It's one of its kind, I would say, in the world, where you can do complete supply chain, ordering, RFQ, quotation, tracking material, logistic gateway, quality gateway, finance gateway, all of this what you need in a supply chain in one portal at free of cost. You log in and you can use it. And you can have complete management of supply chain. No ERP. And it's totally visual. So that's like what we developed, so that people are, because small organization, they burn a lot of money in putting ERP, and then ERP only provide you a little bit of that, and if you want other little bit of that, you need a bigger little bit of that, and that cycle goes on. Okay? And other thing is, when you connect with Unibuild, you get 40,000 supplier at your disposal, 40,000 in 70 countries, which is very, very difficult. Proven, approved kind of supplier. So what we can provide you, not limited to these category, any category you want to buy, we can provide you. If you want to buy a car, we can buy you car. If you want to buy capital equipment, machine, MHE, material handling equipment, compressor, you name any equipment, you can buy from Unibuild. And we can, as I said, we can do a complete turnkey project, right from land purchase, architect design, etc., etc., etc. Because when you build a plant, it needs a lot of suppliers, a lot of contractors. Somebody will do water treatment, somebody will do HVAC, somebody will do something. So how do you do that? So you can come to Unibuild, one stop, you can get everything. And obviously you will pay the price what is relevant for you. And then this tech, it can do supplier registration, customer registration, RFQ, quote, order, finance, all these things in the same portal. And your live dashboard on your mobile, you can manage your complete supply chain, totally. So that's the last slide. So you have heard about cloud computing. Who knows? So cloud computing is like, you don't want a hardware in your plant, right? In the past, you would have your own server in your plant, okay? In your company or in your house. Now people went to cloud computing because you don't want that hardware. You don't want somebody to come and maintain that hardware. Or if that hardware is broken, your data is gone. So now you went to cloud computing. So somebody is taking care of it. So Unibuild is nothing but like cloud supply chain. Somebody takes care of supply chain. This part you want, we'll get you that part, end to end. And we can free up your capital and resources and time. That's very, very important. A lot of time people spend too much capital to run their business. I meet a lot of electronics companies. They will do plastic molding as well themselves. Why? Because they want to do it everything in-house. It's not so relevant. Because you block their capital, put your capital where it is must. You cannot do without it. But don't block your capital on everything. It comes at a very high cost, okay? So that's how you can make supply chain as a strategic imperative. You need to ask the right question to yourself. And I think the relevant question is your ecosystem agile enough to meet, to face the disturbances happening in the ecosystem? That's it. If you ask that question, you will easily make out whether your supply chain is ready for it or what you need to do. And you can note down these email addresses of me and my colleague. If you want to understand anything, you can do that. You can go to unibuild.ai to understand how can we help you to make your supply chain more robust. And one important thing is totally free of cost. We only make, some people will ask me maybe in the tea break, how do you make money? We only make money by the productivity we'll get by buying your material. If you're buying the material at 100 rupees, I may buy at 98 for you. I may sell at 98 for you. You make 2 rupees. I may buy at 97, I'll make 1 rupee. That's it. But at the end of the day, your total cost will go down. So one very clear thing from Unibuild is your total cost of the material what you're buying will go down definitely at no cost. Okay. So that's about it. And thank you so much for your time. And you can ask any question. I think they said 4 or 5 questions somebody want to ask, you can ask. Yes. Can you use the mic, please? So, can you introduce also yourself?
I'm Sumit Tandon. I'm a supply chain professional. My question is, thank you first of all for the nice presentation that you gave. You asked a lot of relevant and important questions. And there is a solution that you have offered as Unibuild. But for a company who is still trying to do it by itself, what solution that you, as an advice that you can give to a startup? As you said, it's very difficult for a startup to export. Any suggestion or advice that you can give to a startup who wants to export and still not is embracing your software or the portal that you have built for now?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think the point is not about whether they should use it or they should not use. Do they have a choice? Because at the end of the day, most startups survive on the funding of the venture, private equities. So if you run your supply chain, your MOQ will be very, very high, right? Supplier will charge you very differently. Inventory will be high. In the beginning, startups get the funding for tech, okay? But afterward, they get the funding for working capital or pricing what they pay extra in the market. So I think what is the question we need to ask is, why you want to dilute your equity just because you want to do of your own? Is it worth doing it? Is it an IP? If you have IP, please do it. But if you don't have IP of something you can get from the market, please do it. And most of the successful startups, if you talk to their founders, they say, don't put capex. Don't create too much of money inside the business. So I would say it's more of a what survival. Why you want to borrow the money to please yourself that I did myself? Nobody is going to ask you after 5 years if you become a unicorn, you did yourself or you took help. Take help. Don't burn money. It's not worth it. Trust me. Yeah.
Thank you, Pankaj. I see that you are saying as a .ai. I'm assuming you have some AI capability.
No.
No AI. So what does that AI stands then actually?
AI, we got that portal domain. That's it.
Okay, I got confused that you have some AI capability.
No, it's not AI, because one thing I can tell you as a supply chain professional, AI can be helpful, but it can't do just like manage your supply chain, get you the material. Because when you're negotiating, it's a human connection. When you're setting up a supply chain, AI can provide you a lot of information, but at the end of the day, it's a brick and mortar.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else?
Hi, Mr. Pankaj. Harsharan Kohli this side. We are supply chain management consultants. So you spoke about a lot of macroeconomic factors, I would say. I mean, that is a daily work for people of, senior people, and they are doing it. And what would you say about the latest technologies, digital technologies? What sort of technologies would be more relevant for, say, senior management or the middle level management? So what sort of, you spoke something about blockchain, but then what do you think would be the relevant technology for the SCM professionals as of date?
Okay. I would say, look, there could be multiple technologies what is available. What is more relevant is, do they provide them the right information? That's what I would look at it. Because you can have a lot of names. I can use AI, I can use a lot of information. But like companies, like big companies, sometimes companies have 20 plants, 40 plants. Each plant has their own system, ERP system. So it's not about technology, it's more of, do they have information available at the right place, at the right time? Because today if you ask somebody, I need information, he said, give me 1 week, okay? I'll put Excel file and give it to you. And then you ask him, can you do a little bit of this tweak? Then he needs another 1 week. So I think I would not be really worried about technology. Technology cannot be a solution. What you need to ask is what you want at the end of the day. And then maybe even Excel file can serve the purpose. But does your Excel file available when you need it? So you spend, a lot of time people spend a lot of money in tech and everything. We also spend. But is it relevant for your situation? Like for example, I have 450 plants. All my purchasing information is available on my mobile phone. Everything. And we might have 40, 50 ERP easily. Some people may not have ERP in some of the plants because we acquired so many companies. Now, I still have everything. So it's not about the technology, it's about what you want real time, which I have. Yeah. In the ecosystem. Otherwise, if you can put any ERP in the world, to get a data of 450 plants in one place is impossible. Yeah, please.
Yeah, this Unibuild, I am Ranganathan Nair from JBM. I am from technology side.
Yeah.
This Unibuild will work only for auto related, or it is
No, no, it's a
industry?
anything, any.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's industry agnostic. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pankaj ji. अगर और किसी का सवाल हो, you can take them offline. We have to continue the sessions forward. Of course, sir is here for answering any of your queries. आगे बढ़ते हैं next keynote session. It's on supply chain excellence, Indian Oil's blueprint for a high growth India. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Executive Director of Indian Oil, Shailesh Tiwari. You can be louder, it's only in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Friends, good morning. Yeah, that's better. I'm going to talk about energy. So let's see some energy in the room. As one of the energy majors, Indian Oil doesn't need a formal introduction, but all of you being supply chain professionals must also have been the customers of Indian Oil. So be it in our retail outlets, which in local parlance, we call it petrol pumps or gas stations, or be it in your kitchens with LPG, cooking for you. So the point I'm trying to make is, friends, energy is known as the universal currency of progress. And as Hoshi said in the introduction, supply chain is no longer treated as a support system in an organization, also as the backbone of the business in today's times. And so is the logistics part of energy when we talk about energy per se. So let's take you to a short journey, of Indian Oil, where we have built integrated network of refineries, pipelines, terminals, retail outlets, and resilient supply chain to top it all. I was talking to Mr. Pankaj in the morning, and he made a wonderful presentation just a while back. He said, yours would be all about scale. I mean, that was his point. So let us look at the journey, the supply chain journey of Indian Oil. Before that, let me set the context. Friends, we house close to 18% of the world population today. And if I talk about energy, we consume close to 6% of the world's share of energy in India. So 18% of the population consuming 6% of the energy. What does that mean? It's an indication of both opportunities as well as the challenges ahead in meeting the rising energy demand of the country. Basically, when we talk about this Vikasit Bharat, it's not only a slogan, it talks about maybe a 8% growth in GDP, for which the key driver is going to be the energy in whatever form it is. So that is the context which I am, going to talk about. So Indian Oil per se is how they are accelerating the efforts to meet this demand is the concept today. Also, I am going to share about our supply chain journey, which I'll present to you in a few, slides. My colleague Anvesh sitting here, he has helped me in preparing them. In fact, when we say energy, we start with crude oil. And from the food on our tables, as I said, or fuels in our car, crude oil underpins almost every aspect of modern life. It has been both a vital energy source and a critical raw material that powers the industrial growth and shapes global energy chain. So, have we ever thought about how the, petrol or diesel reaches our car? Have we ever thought? Let us see this. In fact, let me show you a few pictures to make that point. The global supply chain of crude oil, you must be reading in newspapers, is very vast and very complex. As supply chain professionals, you can see your role, how this crude oil supply is met when we talk about the growth, when we talk about the energy requirement of the country. Let me walk you through the journey of crude oil. In fact, Adventure is a crude oil carrier. It started its journey from the shore of Port Kuaibo terminal in Nigeria. Just to give you the context, more than 85% of the crude oil which we use today is imported. So around 15–16% is what comes from within our sources. So how to meet the supply chain is the topic of the day. The crude oil traveled more than 17,000 kilometers to become petrol or diesel to reach your car. Just connect it with the supply chain part. In fact, it traveled 15,000 kilometers in the ocean route, took nearly a month to reach where it was supposed to reach, in the Gulf of Kutch. It is, unloaded there. Again, the role of supply chain professionals. It's stored, again, storage is part of the supply chain for us. Travels through cross-country pipelines, travels 2,600 kilometers to reach a refinery, gets processed there to petrol or diesel, and again traverses through multi-product pipelines to reach a retail outlet or a petrol pump, as we call it, and therein it gets into your car. This is the journey of crude oil. Let me show you a short video, how it is received. What you just saw is one of the most critical and sensitive operations of, getting the oil delivered in the country. It is a real video from one of our locations. And once we unload this crude oil, it flows seamlessly to our storage tanks, which are onshore. And from there, we have cross-country pipelines, over 20,000 kilometers of pipeline across pan-India, which actually runs like an underground highways, where these products actually move. What you see, the tankers you see on the roads, are just one tip of the iceberg. The real iceberg are the cross-country pipelines which flows. So we operate 10 of the refineries. We process 80 million tons of crude oil every year, 80 million tons. We are planning expansion to 98 million tons within next 2 to 3 years. We operate 4 modes of transport. As I said, pipelines contribute to 20,000 kilometers cross-country. Last year, we transported over 100 million tons of crude oil and products through these pipelines. And we have an operable inventory of 2.5 million metric tons of crude oil. This is the scale actually we wanted to talk about. As far as the fuel retailing is concerned, once the product reaches to the customer, one of you. We have 63,000 customer touch points, of which 40,000 retail outlets span India. We are fueling over 15 crores LPG. Indian is our brand, which reaches your homes. And as far as aviation is concerned, we are also fueling the aircrafts. We have 55% market share in aviation, fueling 2,800 flights every day at 130 airports in the country. That for you is the supply chain part, you know. Well, if you take a look at the center part, all this happens through our integrated planning model. You know, which crude to buy from which country, what is the type of crude oil which can be processed in which refinery, what is the demand of which product in which location, and this integrated planning model is pan-Indian oil. It's not localized at different regions, different places. This is our supply chain model for you. It has close to 80,000 variables and 30,000 constraints. When the linear programming model runs, it runs on the least cost model. And for the supply chain professionals, we can talk offline as well. This is, even for your academic study, it is one of the very exciting integrated models. What would be the type of variables we are talking about? What is the type of constraints we are talking about? So I would leave this one for that. I'll not go much into the details part, keeping track of the time as well. So as we also say, we are moving towards a gas-based economy. Our share of energy in the energy basket of gas is 6%. Globally, it's close to 20 to 25%. I'm talking about natural gas, not the LPG. So the vision per se is to increase this share from 6% to 15%. So natural gas also works on a similar supply chain. It is built also on the infrastructure. So when we talk about energy supply chain, friends, infrastructure is the name of the game. And, you know, it's a business where there is no easy entry and no easy exit, because once you create infrastructure, you work on that. But what would be the challenges like? This Agrawal-ji Pankaj-ji very easily, nicely mentioned. These are some of the key elements of the supply chain. We talk about source, supply security when we talk about energy. Have you ever found any petrol station running dry when you take your car there? So that is the supply chain for you. Transportation and logistics, storage and buffering, processing and conversion is the processing part, production part, distribution and last mile delivery. And we talk about digitalization. All of this mammoth scale supply chain cannot be managed manually. So I am here to tell you that Indian Oil, being the PSU, one of the largest company in the Fortune 500 global ranking, is very tech savvy. So our entire business runs on technology platforms. And these are the tools which tell us that which pipeline should send, what batch length, what should be the size of the petrol, diesel batches. Because when I talk about pipelines, as head of the pipelines division of Indian Oil, I can say we have multi-product pipelines. So all of these petroleum products flow one after the other in a single pipeline. So which batch to move when? Like any other FMCG batch sequencing, it also talks about, the scale. So basically, all of you must be thinking, and I'll just take 2 more minutes. I've talked about oil, I've talked about gas. What about the energy transition which is happening? So when we say from fossil fuel to renewables, from carbon intensive fuel to lesser carbon, energy, what is the transition like? Friends, we are moving from, I can say, molecules to electrons, the fossil fuel to renewables. That transition surely is happening. India's story, we would need all types of energy to coexist with each other, because as I said, we are slated to double our energy requirements. And so we are looking at all forms of energy. But the bottom line is, as energy form changes, the supply chain also changes shape. So when we talk about renewables, what would be the transmission for electricity? You can produce electricity anywhere. How it will be transmitted? When I talk about hydrogen, hydrogen as a fuel, how to transport hydrogen through pipelines? When I talk about biofuels, this ethanol or the kind, how do we take ethanol from one point to another? So the entire supply chain will change shape as we transition from one form of energy to another. And as closing thoughts, energy transition is reshaping the supply chain. As Indian Oil, we call ourselves as Energy of India, and we are the energy of India. We have, good stake in all forms of energy. We are working on hydrogen as the fuel of the future. We are working on electricity ecosystem. For any supply chain, ecosystem has to be there. We are working on natural gas ecosystem, from sourcing LNG to delivering piped natural gas to your homes. We are working on biofuel, because biofuel is one of the, country's vision towards Atmanirbharta, because every biofuel we produce is produced within the country. So my import dependence would come down. And we are working on renewables, because when we talk about AI, there is a lot of energy requirement for running the AI. And we seldom think about this. So while I talk about AI for energy sector, we also have to talk about energy for the AI sector, where that energy would come from. So we are there to supply that energy for AI also. Mostly renewables would form the energy form for AI, and the role of all of you, or all of us as solution provider, will be very, very relevant when we talk about supply chain. So as we are building new forms of supply chain, the point, closing thoughts from this podium is, it's the supply chain which runs the business today. It's not the business which runs the supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shailesh, sir, for your address, also for showing us that video of the entire process, then how does it exactly reach us? Because for us, it's just a machine. कि भैया 1000 रुपये का तेल डाल देना, वो कहाँ से आता है, कैसे आता है, that's the process. So thank you for that, sir. Thank you so much. Chaliye, with that, it is time to move ahead with the first panel discussion for today, which is on digital to disruptive, scaling tech for supply chain advantage. While this set the stage up, I will introduce our speakers. फिर साथ में उनका स्वागत करते हैं. Our speakers for this one, Sanjeev Garg, Group Chief Supply Chain Officer, Altruist Technologies Private Limited. Joining Sanjeev ji is Rajni Gupta, Country Head, Agristo India. Joining them is Manuj Malhotra, Vice President, Supply Chain, Omega CK Mobility. Joining them is Abhishek Luthra, Director, Supply Chain Transformation, The Coca-Cola Company. Also joining them is Yogesh Mahajan, Chief Procurement Officer, CPO of SAEL. And the chair for this one, the moderator, will be Brishbhan Vaidya, Head of APAC Strategic Sourcing and Global Buying Center, Uber India Systems Private. Let's please welcome them to the stage with your collective applause, everybody. That's what we'll check on. You can start from that. We'll check on that.
It seems a couple of folks are missing, which is okay. Supply chain people are kind of, quite, I would say, expert on managing such situations, right? We always kind of deal with situations when resources are not there. So we'll continue with, the folks we have here. So we heard some great, experts, and it's the time of the practitioners to talk about, share our experience. It's an interesting topic when we talk about, disruption or digital. Again, what comes first is similar to, chicken and egg story, whether disruption comes first or digital come first. It depends upon the maturity of the organization, as well as the technology, as well as the process, right? So we'll be talking about it. So introductions have been done, so I will not talk about it. We have around 37, 38 minutes with us. We'll spend around 30 plus minutes talking about, the topic, and we'll open it up for all of you to ask questions. So coming on to the topic, so when we talk about digital, so digital is all about automation, as we all know, right? The whole purpose of automation is to find efficiencies, bring technology, do things better, faster. That's what happens, right? And the output of it is generally, the visibility and the control that we create in any kind of process. That's where, the digital stuff comes. When we talk about, the technologies that we use, it could be a ERP, it could be a, source to pay or source to contract tool, it could be a IoT device, it could be blockchain. All these are the technologies which are related to digital. The moment we touch upon disruption is all about, changing the way you work. It could be, bringing in a new technology which changes everything, or it could be defining altogether a new process or the way of work. So there is a difference, right? And as I said, it's very hard to say what comes first, digital or disruption, because if you're changing a process without even bringing a technology, disruption is already there. Look at, D2C brands, how they kind of do, direct delivery to consumers from the factory. There is limited technology there, so they don't call it fully a digital, framework, but it works, right? That's a process. So with that, we'll start with the panel question. So my first question will be to you, Mr. Sanjeev. When we talk about, moving from digital to disruption, or maybe the other way around, would like to hear how is this taken up in your industry? What are your personal views on this? And maybe a couple of examples.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank Business World for organizing this forum for discussing the latest which is happening in supply chain. Now, coming on to digital to disruption, you see, digital, how I see and how my organization see, is something which is already existing. We've already crossed that stage of ERPs, of automation, of or dashboards. So that is something which we have already arrived at. And disruption is something which the new emerging technologies can bring to the supply chain and create a new supply chain model or a new business model. So in our case, I come from altruist technologies who have diversified interests, diversified businesses in India and abroad. So let me just share the kind of businesses we are into. We are into IT, we are into telecom, we are into BPO, we are into hospitality, we are into e-commerce, logistics, we are into coal mining, we are into digital marketing and digital media services. So it's a quite diversified field. And when I look at implementation of these new emerging technologies like AI, ML, IoT, cloud computing, or blockchain, so we have initiated in every business some part of this technology to create a disruption, not only within the organization, but in the market as well. So in the prior discussion, it came out that we are already, and every supply chain professional knows it very well, we are experiencing a lot of disruptions, whether it is geopolitical, whether it is tariff wars, whether it is actual wars, whether it is climatic. And technology is something which is also coming as a disruption in supply chain. So let me take an example of BPO. The implementation of AI, what we have done there is in terms of workforce management. We have implemented AI in workforce management for having a better productivity. Then there is a implementation experience of customer sentimental analysis. Yeah, and in terms of how the customers talk, the natural languages, ML, which comes over here. When I talk about e-commerce logistics, it is the real-time traceability of the shipments. And when we talk about in terms of the customer experience and the route planning, that's where these technologies, new technologies, are implemented in our case. Let me take an example of hospitality. In hospitality, we are using AI for the dynamic pricing. We are using AI for even online bookings, the portals where the inventories are available and they can see the inventories. In terms of the smart rooms, how can the rooms be keyless? How can the lighting in the rooms can be smart? So all these are examples which we have implemented these emerging technologies.
Great, thanks Mr. Sanjeev. Great to hear the examples. Manoj has joined us just now, and I'll put you on spot, Manoj.
Yeah,
Same
thank you,
question,
thank you.
right?
That is,
Maybe-
sorry for being late, and
No,
I
that's
think
okay,
I go with that.
No, I understand. So the question was, when we talk about digital to disruption, right? If you can talk about what's your kind of, industry view on this, or how do you see this as an, practitioner?
Okay. So first of all, thanks to BW for inviting me here and among us this wonderful audience and the brilliant mind sitting here. I'm sorry I reached just now, as usual, stuck up in traffic. I think, Brish, this is something absolutely I would say a very critical and something most desired thing as of now, which we used to think sometimes ago as a buzzword, as we talking about that disruptions taking place either in the shape of the tariffs, the trade wars, price escalations, and every day morning we wake up, we find ourselves sitting in one country or another country is in a war, and recent example being the Mexico, right? So I think now we have started living with this kind of disruption. So this is very aptly defined, Brish. First of all, thanks for disruption to digital theme. So I think we need to understand that now this is becoming a part of day in, day out to each and every organization, irrespective of any sector, be it FMCG, be it automotive, be it IT, any kind of industry. This is going to be a kind of daily scenario. So it is no more a kind of optional, first of all. It's no more a optional, it is a mandate for us, because we have seen, I would take just a quickly recap of the pandemic scenario. So hardly 5 years back, when we all understood that we wake up in the morning and find some big monster in front of us and the whole world was shutting down. We were starting from the scratch for any industry, be it any industry globally. So we never thought that this world would be the similar again where we left hardly few days back. But just imagine, I take pride in declaring that I was with one of the organization who has been the largest, the two-wheeler manufacturer at that point of time. So I'm sorry, I could not touch my introduction. So I carry a mixed blend of ICE as well as the EV space. So I think organizations have done quite wonders even at that point of time, considering the requirement of business continuity process. As long as we understand it as a requirement, not as a optional. By the year gone by, we are now finding in the midst of crisis every day, I would say this. I am choosing the word very carefully. The reason being, this is something we find that our supply chain is almost on the condition, and there is no option or margin given to us by our internal stakeholders within the organizations. And by the way, thanks to all these things, which has put us from the back-end function to the fore-end function of supply chain. And SCM, I would say the guy is now occupying the boardroom very frequently. So that's something, sometimes blessings in disguise. So I would say that, first of all, this has to be taken, this shift is a very careful shift, which has to be dealt with utmost sort of, the criticality and very religious way. When I say religious way, so organization need to work in collaboration of their supply chain partners and their internal stakeholders. See, gone are the days when we were talking about that something, if it is done, then it's okay. If it is not done, then this was the, the supplier's kind of fault, or he has not given this. What can I do? No, I think we can't live with that kind of supply chain anymore. We have to have a very, very greater and larger hand holding with our suppliers. And this should not be limited only to the T1 level, tier 1. We need to stretch our arms. We need to extend our arms with the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. That means the perfect collaboration and the synchronization of our supply chain linkages in the value stream mapping has to be with our internal stakeholders. So that is the first part. And second, I would say that if this has to be taken in the real sanctity by any organization, because all of us may find our relevance in one way or another way in our industry. So we have to, first of all, deal with this subject in collaboration with the digital transformation, because we have experienced the huge benefits. We did that some 10 years back. We never thought that at that point of time, it used to be a normal scenario, and coupled with some sort of, the crisis, which is a day in, day out part of supply chain. But we reap the advantages when we realize that we are hardly hit by this particular pandemic. So my views is strictly, I think that we need to take this on a real sanctity and on a war footing medium, if not done, so that we carry the advantages. So it's an opportunity with us, and this will give you a larger benefits in the coming course also. Yeah.
Sure, thanks Manoj. So in fact, very quickly, if I talk about my organization, so we are basically known as the disruptor in the e-commerce space way back in 2008. After that, everything has been app-based as we see. At that point, we called ourselves as disruptor, but then, used digital modes to kind of do that. If you look at the disruptions that are happening every single day, be it a 5 or 7 minute delivery, that's a disruption in the industry. While we are ride-hailing, the pricing model today is a SaaS-based. So it's not a marketplace, it's a software for which, the drivers are actually paying today. So all these are disruptions that we see. I'll move to my next question, and that is based on one of, the recent report that came out from McKinsey, which said everyone tried AI. 95% could not move it from pilot to implementation, right? So whether they call it failure or they call it, delayed implementation, that's a debatable topic. I would like to hear from you, Abhishek. So what is it that is required to make a pilot using disruptive technology or disruptive digitization to a very, very successful business?
Thank you, Brish. Hi, everyone. Good morning once again. I think, just going to Brish's question, the report he referred, the word is called pilot purgatory, right? Where each one of us starts some proof of concept, a pilot implementation at one of the plants in one of the functions, but it never scales up, right? And, as I go into the reasons, of course, what we, at Coca-Cola, what we are doing, because while we from outside look like a global large company, we are also an aggregation of our bottling partners, which are a family-run enterprise, which are not the digital native companies, right? So whenever we are working with a large set of stakeholders, which can be as vast as, from a family-owned business to a listed companies, and then of course functional stakeholders, which I believe the first thing which kind of, helps us in doing any pilot to find a scale is start with why, right? We are not doing it because AI, ML, or everything is in fashion, right? As long as it serves the business need and it is kind of, fit for purpose, there are businesses, there are stakeholders which will get invested in you. So starting with why is something that is kind of, giving us the right directions of discussions that we have. Of course, when you are looking at it, it also has to be a top-down, bottom-up thing, right? If you are doing something which doesn't find a leadership acceptance or a sponsorship from the top, and it doesn't kind of, enable the change management, my read is you may do it because, some of the vendors had a relationship, or you are giving a proof of concept as free or at lower cost, but it will never find a scale because the leadership did not believe in it, right? So why and sponsorship actually, or enablement becomes an important part. Third thing which kind of gets into is the co-creation with the users, right? If you are doing something which remains as the central office or head office, but it's not talking to the grassroots or people who are going to use it, consume it, there are high chances that you will not see adoption, right? And despite being a beautiful product and a beautiful solution, you may still not find scale. And hence, that's what we call as a grassroots transformation, right? Because the users need to kind of, feel this, absorb and have that experience. And, the biggest challenge when we are doing this, while these are all fundamental in terms of how do we bring a change, and for digital or AI in, place is, the starting point is, we say data is the new oil, right? So the starting point is data and systems. If we do not have those, it may take us longer time. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it may take us longer time to actually reach the stage where a business case, a technology finds, a sponsorship for itself and starts proving that it. So I'll say, I think these 3 or 4 key elements, which you start, and then you can always have a, as I say, a platform solution or a plug and point solution. I think all of this can start kind of churning those out.
Thanks, Abhishek. You touched upon, the adoption, which definitely is one of the key thing, and we'll come back to that. You touched upon data also. And, this is a question that we always keep asking. We've been discussing a lot of forums. A lot of people are not starting digitization just because they don't have data, right? And trust me, guys, you will never have 100% data, right? So it's all about, starting now. And based on that, my next question is to you, Rajni. Again, the same thing. We talk about data. As I said, it will never be available. So when should one start? Is it like an overhyped thing that you need to have data, then only you start? Or you think you can start at any point in time?
I think a very relevant question. I'll just continue to be what my fellow colleagues have spoke about. I think data, it's currently what has been treated as more like a dashboard. So data only helps when it is helping in making some decision making. So there is no particular time when you can enter. I think you can enter any point of time, provided data is not seen just for a dashboard which gives us a red, green, yellow alert, but it should help to the senior management, it should help to the people who are using it in finally taking a decision. I'll talk from my experience into the entire FMCG, earlier with Jubilant and now with the Agristo. It's better to use the control towers and to the data into the particular segments rather than start seeing end to end. Because many a time we start feeling we need a dashboard start from the end-to-end process, then it remains like a data rather than giving just a decision. We may be feeling that it's giving an alert, but what we are going to do finally with that alert, that makes a difference. So that's a really useful, like apply the control towers, apply the digital into a critical segments. You can put it on a critical SKU if you have a number of SKU operating. We can do that on an inbound logistics, we can do on a network optimization, but that should really help. That is my experience in the FMCG sector. And when you say like how this has been maybe considered overdue, because most of the people feel that we can get everything out of the control tower, we can everything out of the data. We can get it, but whether that is helping us in taking a real decision, that's absolutely has to be seen. It can help us if we know that it's not giving an alert, it is helping, what is at risk today? What can we see as a mitigation plan? Then I think that is really helpful, and there's no particular timeline or the stage where the organization can enter into. I think that can enter into. And many of us feel maybe data and the control tower, digital dashboard can replace people. I think that's still not true. Yes, that helps people in taking a right decision making, right time, and right fit for the business. That's what I'll say.
Great, thanks. I know FMCG is a very complex sector which sits on a lot of data. If you just wait for it, I doubt you'll ever start, right? The same issue comes in the automobile sector also. Manoj, I'll come to you. Automobile also sits on, I would say, I don't know what's the right number, maybe 1 million SKUs or different, part numbers that you source, right? What has been your journey? Did you wait for data or did you just start?
Thanks, Brish. I was about to raise my hand because I could not resist when Rajni was deliberating. So I quickly went back 10 years back where I ended my first, the deliberations. So thanks again, Brish. This is something very close to my heart. So I would like to jump in more on this. See, I remember you rightly said that what is the right time? Without taking the name where I worked for the previous organization, world largest manufacturers, and they are maintaining that position 25 years consecutively in a row. We had some 8.5 millions of annual, you rightly said, and I have personally transacted close to 7,000 of the part codes and holding inventory value of close to 125 CR band with the APV annual purchase value of 6,000, which is roughly translating to $650 million. So when we put up this proposal to the the top leadership that we would like to go for the largest enterprise level digitization, okay? So the first question came is, what's the need for that? See, any organization who has been doing quite well, like you also very rightly mentioned that, so once you are doing it fantastically, is it a kind of ritual or something for the sake of only fashion? Let's not take it as a fashion. So even I faced kind of resistance in terms of that. Things are going quite well. Everything is going down. Top line is maintained. Supply chain is being perfectly, But the point is whether you want to go with the structured or the systematic of the supply chain, which will take care of your disruptions in the coming time, apart from your day-to-day business. So, Brish, this has been a fantastic journey. This was close to 2.5 years. And I think it was successfully coordinated with the synchronization and integration of the responsible departments, be it supply chain, be it warehousing, logistics, and along with our supply chain partners who were the very integral part. And of course, we took the help of one of the big four for carrying out because that was a requirement of integrating in the backend side with the SAP MM module and the PP module. So I would say that, of course, when we started this journey, so there was a kind of resistance in the mind. I would say that once you decide to take for that, the minds, the fresh pair of eyes, what I call usually, so that you have to have that fresh pair of eyes to look in a different way from 30,000 square feet or something from 30,000 feet height. The only point is that once we realized that, so the next point was that there was a lot of resistance in the minds of people who actually were doing the things for 20 years, 20 odd years, 30 years. So how to transform their thought to that particular one. And like also you said that there is a huge data. So I totally echo with your thought that the right time is whenever you decide, you go with that. It may be 30%, it may be 35%, 40%, but sometimes for the sake of achieving some brilliant magic numbers, we run out of that race. So even if it is 1% a day, that's very famous quote to me, at the end of 365 days, it adds to some compounding effects. So I totally go with this thought that this has to have a kind of, a right now, today is the right day, or yesterday was the right day to carry out that task. It's never too late. Yeah.
Thanks for that. So that, take me to my first job. That was sometime in 2001. I started my job with a company called Commerce One, which was the first company globally to do e-procurement solutions, which is SAP. My SAP is the solution which was originally built, so it was acquired. So I was thinking, about the Indian Oil story also. While we say that PSUs generally take time to kind of, deploy digitization, I still remember 2003. I ended up doing the first reverse auction for Indian Oil, and after that it just became a trend. I and my team, we were only traveling to, various refineries doing reverse auction, right? Absolutely. Was there data available? No. They said, just invite tenders, run the, auctions, and that way we might be, start capturing, the data in your system, right? So that was the journey I remember. So we discussed about what is disruption and digitization. We looked at the data. Now let's look at certain impact that we expect in the area of supply chain, which would come in. For that, I'll come to you, Mr. Sanjeev. What do you think are the areas where the digitization and disruption in next 12 to 18 months will have the maximum impact in supply chain domain?
Well, looking at 12 to 18 months, I believe the low-hanging fruits can be in terms of digital, forecasting, predictive forecasting. And it could be inventory optimization by use of AI. And added to this could be the supplier recalibration. Yeah. And when looking at a longer period of 3 to 5 years, I look at that AI and ML is going to be the baseline. Yeah, we can build upon AI and ML in the next 3 to 5 years, but the other technologies like blockchain, I have a difference of opinion what Mr. Agarwal said about blockchain. You see, today the blockchain is becoming imperative for food and pharma industry, being a compliance requirement, yeah? Where the end customers, the buyers, they want to know from where it has been sourced and how it has been tracked. And that is the reason that blockchain will still be used in coming 3 to 5 years' time. And cloud computing is another where you have, that's another point, when you have operations spread across the country or maybe in the world. Cloud computing is something which is going to help in decision making, in data availability. Yeah. The niche technologies which I see is yet to be, which are still in the pilot stage and yet to be experimented, is something like 3D printing or quantum computing, for which the use cases are there, but it's not, the volume is not there. Though it will come, but may not be in the coming 3 to 5 years' time.
Got it. So you seem to be a great fan of blockchain, so definitely what I'm aware that this is something which works in telecom, works in banks very well, so additional industries definitely would watch out for it. Even automobile, yeah, I totally agree, right? It works everywhere, yeah. Right. So, one of the points that Abhishek touched upon earlier was all about adoption. So, one can buy technology easily. You can deploy. Deploying a technology is so easy today. That's where, you see everything is on cloud. You can deploy maybe in a couple of days, or you can deploy in, a couple of months, right? Any kind of technology. The real challenge comes on adopting that technology. So I would like to hear from, Abhishek, first you, and then from you, Rajni. What do you think is required to make technology adoption easier in the organization?
Now, if I say from the acceptance perspective, it's not a system which create an bottleneck. Actually, that's a change management. And how that is the adoption going to help that individual. So generally, what works it, rather than we try to bring a new technology, we should try to bring the technology into the existing workflow to start with. And to see that how can it help in making their work redundancy slow. Rather than if people feel that that is adding more work to them, that's become really challenging. Another thing I feel, which again is talked about, is leadership commitment. How leadership is driving that the overall change management, whether they believe it or whether they just wanted to implement it for the sake of implementing. Because many times it happens because technology, everyone knows that that's going to help. What is the right stage? What is the right tool? We just wanted to do it because it's a large setup and we wanted to invest now. So it should be how that is helping the business. So it's a trust of the, first the leadership, then trust of that particular function, And then trust of that individual as well, like how they believe that that is going to help us in bringing, I think that's more important to bring any technology change into real life.
Great, really helpful. Abhishek, would like to hear from you.
No, thank you, Rish, and thank you, Rajni, for touching upon the points of change and leadership. I'll just take, maybe add on to those. So whenever, all of us go through this, right? We are trying to make an app or use an app or trying to change the ways of working using a digital solution. Sometimes it's a process change, sometimes it's a technology change, right? While the earlier half of my conversation talked about why and leadership commitment and, making it co-creation, the important part is what is in it for me, right? If you have addressed that question for people who are going to adopt it, it becomes, you have won half the battle, right? What is in it for me? How does it help me? Makes me productive? Or even addressing the fear of will it make me redundant, right? Or, there are anxieties. So these are, when you are talking, Brish, about the adoption, this is one big block that we need to win for this. And whenever we are going through these things, right? Whenever we are going for implementing, today when we are implementing, let's say, AI, ML in demand forecasting, using weather, promotions, a lot of other things, there is conventional wisdom which lies, and then you have to kind of challenge that with data and statistics. No technology or no solution will find success in day one, month one, or year one, right? And there are people who vouch out that, okay, we will try it out, we will be the early adopters. But again, what is in it for me? And then when we are going through that change or that journey, I think it's important to also celebrate small wins. Sometimes we actually kind of, forget recognition of somebody who took the first step or kind of, gone through the entire change to even make something better, even if it was not perfect or usable at the, stage. So that's second thing for, when we look at, when we are doing any program which doesn't become a pilot purgatory, is like celebrating small wins in all the forums and kind of giving that motivation. And third thing is, we all need to reskill ourselves, right? Acknowledging that I don't know is the first step to start. Saying that, okay, maybe I didn't know how the AI/ML works or how to use this, BI tools better, and then kind of, training ourselves to make sure that we possess those skill sets to make these, transitions successful and sustainable. And, we need to invest in leadership training and development along with the other softer aspects we touched upon. So I think the three factors in addition to change and leadership which can happen.
No, that really is helpful. While we say it's a top-driven approach, but it depends upon how you as an individual are also picking it up. Very, very important. One of the very recent, thing that I heard in one of the conferences, someone said, a survey says that the handsets or the phones that we only use 4% features of it, right? Which is interesting to know. We could afford technology, but are we really using it? Let's take a simple example, right? Payments. How many of us actually end up using WhatsApp as a payment mode, though it exists, right? It's all about branding also. Maybe Google did a better branding or Paytm did a better branding. Or maybe the UI was so great that, that option was easy. So change management, leadership push, branding, usage, all these are, the right set of factors, I would say. I just want to add how we are driving AI in our organization. While it's a top-down approach, this has actually become a KPI for us. So every single person in our organization has access to Gemini, right from, I would say, day one when it was launched. OpenAI, again, it was given almost 3 years back when it came into existence. And we started tracking who's actually using and who's not. Those who were not using, they were told, guys, I don't think so you guys are right fit for the organization, because sitting in a tech company, if you are not using the tech, sorry, may not be the right place for you, right? So this became a KPI, and we ran a lot of competitions. As Abhishek was saying, we have been rewarding people. Last week only we awarded $3,000 to one of the group within finance, who now has been allowed to build something, in our domain, because they met a lot of parameters, right? So, adoption is important. Along with that is, the talent also. We often miss talent, right? As I said, technology can come, but if you don't have the right talent, it will be a challenge. So my next question is almost to everyone, right? How do you see talent coming in the supply chain domain from the digital side? Do you think people are really adopting it, not adopting? What are the skill sets missing? What are the behaviors missing? And how do we kind of solve for that? Maybe one minute each from everyone. Maybe we'll start with you, Manoj.
I think, Brish, little bit allow me to build quick story on that, which is of previous connect, because I'm finding very interactive and very insightful. And see, I truly agree that, first of all, while you very rightly hit the bullet, you said that let us not do it for the sake of doing it only. I remember in one of the organizations, when I was building up a story on my, the large scale digital transformation in supply chain. See, the first and foremost is that our IT guy came to me and said, Manoj, okay, fine. There is something which you people have pushed hard to me, and you were after my blood for allocating the SAPs, the license to so and so hundreds of users. So he said, I have a very interesting dashboard to you. I will take you just a couple of minutes. So Brish, you won't believe that out of 100 guys, so there is a report which all of us are very aware for, as long as 20 years we have started using SAP. So there were close to 80% of the staff who never logged into their SAPs. So story doesn't end here. Out of 20% band, hardly I could find 2.5% the band who were actively using the T codes of the SAPs. Like you said, that we have at our disposal the technological intervention, but are we really seriously doing that? One is that the financial implications, because it's a very costly affair for allocating the license of SAP, if I know that. So we have to make sure that there is a right adoption for that. And then quickly coming to AI, before I will wrap up for this, the kind of skill set which is, whether it is a requirement of going into this or not. See, I largely advocate on the AI sides is saying that it is not sure whether AI will impact all of us or not, but if somebody doesn't know AI, it is definitely going to impact that, whether it's an industry, enterprise, or any organization. Now I would wrap up on saying that skill set, I would say that the kind of skill sets which is of required, that's a very brilliant question. So the kind of transformation which we have witnessed in the last 5 years, and still we in the mid of crisis every day, like I said, the disruption taking place. So I largely advocate in terms of whenever I participate for sharing my thoughts. So I say that one is business continuity process. It is not for the name of only showing a business continuity. I think we must try that we inculcate that things to the staff whosoever is joining the organization, particularly in the SCM field, and then the leveraging technologies. How technological intervention, like we talked about AI ML. I remember, I won't touch that part, that how we implemented ML at one of our suppliers and who was supplying one of the very casting parts. So that is how so business continuity, leveraging technology, and how innovative you are. Innovative doesn't mean that you are looking at some very shining sort of project. You do very small thing, like I think he rightly said. Do small things and you will find it. So these are the skill set which I feel. Yeah.
Rajni, over to you in just 1 minute max.
Yes, no. I'll just further add on to him because when he said like when the IT team and the other functions comes up with the big list like what they wanted to implement and how that can help into the business. And when you ask them to prioritize and how that is really giving ROI and that is really how it's going to help, then the list becomes shorter. And even a very simple tool when we talk about like is people are using it. So when you reach to extracting the data, that's really become difficult, like how to make people to use it. So I think from the skill set perspective, from the these days, skill is not an issue. It's more like how to implement it and what phase to implement it and how that is going to helpful for them. So until unless the people realize it, what's in for them, I think there's no issue of skill set, there is no issue of investment by the companies. It's more like they have to find it out what's for them. That is really important.
Thank you.
I'll just build up on that. You see, in terms of when we talk about the skill set, it would definitely require new skills in the supply chain. And that could be in terms of the as a digital analyst in a supply chain team, or maybe a cybersecurity exposure. You see, cybersecurity is something which is coming with these new technologies, which is a cause of concern as well. So you got to safeguard your data. So that kind of skill set would be required in the supply chain teams. Yeah. Second is, you got to build a culture for adoption. Yeah. So when we say what's in it for me, it means when you embed these technologies into the workflows, and how does it make their life easier, right? Whether it is internal or it is external. Internal within the teams or external with your partners, suppliers also. Right? So we have to create a culture where everybody would like to see how it's making my life easier.
Right. Thank you. Abhishek.
Less than a minute, but just building on the thoughts the panelists shared. I think when we are looking at talents and skill, first it starts with yourself. It is no longer an IT or a information department job to actually use technology. It's up to you to kind of start practicing it in terms of whether it's using Gemini, OpenAI, or for that matter Coke GPT that we use. So it starts with yourself. Even if you are bringing in, second point is if you are bringing in some talent, but you are not kind of knowing how to use it, I don't think you can do justice to that talent. And if you have not enabled that ecosystem where your organization is actually talking about data driven or using technology, I think you both of you will not find a match, and somewhere shortly you will get separated, right? And that's what is happening with Gen Z. When you have smartphones in hand and you ask them to work on ledgers, I'm sorry, they are not going to work. They will ask for an app, or they will build something the moment they enter. So that's how the Gen Z and the new skills and the great place to work will have to adapt themselves in terms of using solution. And third, as I said, it's always a time for co-pilots, companions. Here today, Microsoft co-pilots or Google Geminis. I think all of these are for real, right? So if you are not using it, you will get impacted. How do you use it will decide, what's your path. So I think we should, and there was a McKinsey report which said that 25% of the workforce by 2030 will be co-pilots. So you will not be surprised that if robotics was for industrial area, co-pilots are for the information area, and you will have a, colleague as a co-pilot. So that's.
Great, thanks. If I just have to add on my views on this, what we need as a talent is more of a soft skill, right? First, you need to have the curiosity that, yes, I really want to do this and how this works. Second is, the creativity. While we say, the AIs are killing the creativity, but there is a creativity element in defining the prompt, how you write, right? So those are the couple of things. I'll kind of, end it with one of the things that I kind of was discussing in one of the forums, and someone came with an interesting thing. They said, if you really want AI to work for you, or, GPT to work, act like as if you have a broken heart, you have failed in, sort of an affair. Hindi mein jaise bolte hain ki apna dukhda suna do with all the emotions. The system will understand your emotion. It will understand, what you are asking for, and the result will be much better. And I have been testing this. I've been using AI for 3+ years. I put all my persona onto the tool. What kind of person I am, what qualities I have, what is it that I basically look at the outcome, what is it that my manager expects me to do. I have linked my Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, everything on it. The results that I today get is very, very different just because it has understood the persona, right? Where it came from, honestly, it came to me from the fear of job loss, right? What if a computer or a technology replaces me? So that fear always kind of, keep me curious and keep me competing with, everyone around. So with that, I would say it was a great discussion. I know we are above time now, but in case anyone has a couple of questions, yeah, please.
Visibility versus the predictive capability.
Got it, great. Anyone would like to take that up? What is the investment required to have, the visibility versus the predictability? Maybe Abhishek, yeah?
So thank you for the question, and definitely it's not an easy one, right? So I'll tell you where we are in the story of that Coke when we are looking at it. See, depending upon the maturity, today if we have decisions which are need to be taken because we didn't have visibility. Today, let's say quick commerce is selling some campaigns and all, but I as a Coke supply chain, I don't know, and if some of the products will go stock out during an year-end sale or something like that, I'll prefer visibility over predictability, right? Because what is happening will help me decide here and now, right? What is the decisions that I need to take to make sure that I am not having an immediate business loss or a service loss. And that's where, you know, and if I say that, okay, some of my bottling partners, some of my franchise partners already have achieved that stage, then actually comes the stage of predicting, okay, that now you have the visibility of operations, you're able to take those optimal decisions on cost, service, campaigns, promotions, investments. How do you kind of, you know, start predicting it better, right? Whether it is linked to any event, of course, some of them are unpredictable, but some of them are, like weather. And some of the, you know, what we talk about as a, you know, our trade promotion schemes and analysis that, okay, if we are doing these new products, if we are doing these schemes, how will it start impacting me? So things, when you have actually kind of achieved the visibility layer is somewhere we start looking into predictability, but no right answer. I think it depends upon which stage you are in and what impacts you most, right?
I'll just add to it, you know, traditionally the research was always done on a sample which was being pulled from the population. In today's world, it's the other way around. If you have some data, you can actually populate it to understand what the whole scenario would be. Data science is all around that. Even if you have 10% data, put it on the system. System will help you to predict, you know, balance 90%, maybe with 80% accuracy. So things have definitely changed. That's where, you know, sooner the better, I would say. Yes, sir. I think you had a question, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Abhishek, you already touched upon this thing. Maybe I can ask you to give a bit elaborate more on what sort of tools are you actually using when you speak about visibility? And the second part is we spoke about disruptions in the supply chain. So what tools will be more applicable when we talk about the digital technologies? Because we spoke about the macroeconomic disruptions, which Mr. Pankaj spoke about today. So what sort of tools would be more relevant? Because when we talk about disruptions, we should also talk about how to really address them also with the tools which are at our disposal. So two parts.
Anyone would like to take that up? Yeah.
See, I think quite relevant what he tried to touch upon the digital to disruption, if I'm not wrong. Sir, the only point is what I carry with me as a part of in my kitty, which I use in one of the organization. So I think we what we did is we started, like I said, that we had that I mean that pride of carrying that digital transformation. So we did that by taking the historical data of what the organization has done for last 20, 30 years, which was available in different pieces. I don't hesitate in saying that. It was not systematic in structure. That is what was the leadership vision of bringing it systematic structure, point number one. So then I think the way to start is that we need to little bit organize it in the way of, you know, putting it into some sort of usable tools. We took a help of course, in the shape of SAPs. We did that. But the only point was the trigger. I mean, the takeoff point from the runway was we started working largely onto the SCM strategy and SCM network design. When I say SCM strategy is what? It is only that once the product or the services which are offered by the organization, they are coupled with the information. So we put that the information taste into the product and services. And then point number 3, so network design is one of the more thing which we did it, and we were largely, I would say, close to 85% of success. And that too after 2.5 years. It took 2.5 years. After the synchronization, integration using SAP, using Big Four, one of the Big Four, for the sanctity I won't quote the name of that. So we because your SCM network design says that you are building a supply chain to de-risk the factor which are out of your controls. So that was the, you know, the kind of pattern which we adopted, and then we transferred successfully to the SCM control tower. I think for the sanctity we could not deliberate more on that. We feel sorry for that. But the network SCM control tower is something which is putting all your, you know, the data which are into your supply chain, be it your schedule adherence, be it your window time adherence, be it your capacity planning, supplier managements, QC PDM parameters, which you are putting in one particular shape, and then you are assessing your supply chain, whether you are getting impacted of your supply chain partners kitty on the pan-India or the global wide. How is that coming? And I can quote it quickly here that we were doing it during pandemic time. We attempted for that. As I said that when we carried out this digital transformation 10 years back, we never had this thing in the mind that some monster is approaching us in the next 5 years or 6 years, and we will be hitting very badly because of that. But we got that advantage because by God's grace, we started attempting for that. And then only thing left with us was to go for the SCM control tower. So control tower ensured the timeline, visibility, consistency, cost optimization, and the, I would say, the efficiency up also. So that was the advantage which we carried out. So control tower will enable you to look at that, the parameter that if you are getting impacted in one of your, say around Maharashtra suppliers because of some XYZ disruption, are you able to sustain your business even without that particular supply chain? So that means in the back end, you are working on a number of factors of reducing reliance on the single sources, you are working on hand holdings, you are working on some other parameters, China plus one strategy, which you are using if you are dependent on the China's way. So that is how there are numerous ways which will help, right?
So I'll just add, and after that we'll close this session. So I'll talk about vendor risk management module. There are multiple modules, multiple tools we can discuss. What VRM tool does today is the moment you start onboarding a vendor in your system, till the time the vendor is sitting in your system, you get full review of that vendor, whatever is happening in their domain. For example, if you are onboarding someone for a very simple thing like a housekeeping service, right? It will automatically tell you if they are meeting the labor compliances or not. What is the GST compliance for this? What is the adverse media for this? After that, if you have onboarded, it can talk to your internal system and tell about the performance of that supplier. If there is a disruption happening in that industry, housekeeping industry, it will actually tell you, okay, you are now at risk and here is the solution that you can actually work on. So multiple modules and with autonomous sourcing and orchestration tools, these are some new technologies which are coming. They are solving a lot of these things, right? Wherein it can pull legal information for you, it can pull the financial due diligence also for you. So we can talk definitely about it. Don't want to kind of, take others' time here, right? But I think it was a good discussion. Thanks everyone for participating, and thanks for all the questions. And we are here for next couple of hours. Definitely can answer anything. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Bristol, for moderating that. Thank you. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ji. Quickly moving ahead, keeping a check on the time. Next discussion, it's on profit meets planet, very much needed, cracking the sustainability equation. To share the views on the same, let's please welcome our panelists. First, Raj K. Mishra, Chief Procurement and Supply Chain Officer, General Stainless. Joining him is Aman Agarwal, Deputy Director, Supply Chain Finance, EMEA Region, PepsiCo. Joining them is Manoj Kumar, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Amber Enterprises India Limited. Joining them is Mahesh Gupta, Head, Supply Chain, DS Group. And this one will be moderated by Lieutenant Colonel Ankur Batra, Director in Defense, Indian Army. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. I have to tell you there are almost 5 panelists on the stage and only 4 of you applauded. Let's try a take 2 and welcome them. उन्हें थोड़ा सा motivation दो कि वो आप कुछ बातें करें आपके साथ. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm Lieutenant Colonel Ankur Batra, and it's a privilege for me to moderate this panel on the topic Profit Meets Planet, cracking the sustainability equation. Let me start with a very uncomfortable admission. Coming from the defense background and an institution which is usually seen as more with a lens of conflict rather than conservation, or the organization which is usually seen as anti-ESG, I thought for myself whether I am the right fit for this, moderating this particular panel. Then I thought, I got a few questions in my mind. Let me ask from the audience itself. Name any 3 or 4 technologies which you consider are the basic technologies because of which we are able to talk about the ESG, especially in supply chain. Any 3 technologies, we can have a shout out. Anybody, any technologies? We had a long discussion on the technologies before this. IoT, okay. AI. Anybody else? Blockchain. More? So let's come to the basics first. GPS. All these technologies are being based upon the GPS. You are talking about the route optimization, fuel efficiency. It is because of GPS. Then, of course, the internet, which allows you to connect all these technologies together, because of which you are having the connectivity, connected supply chains. And of course, the IoT or the sensors, which is tracking your emissions, your efficiencies, and everything. So all these technologies were not developed in a sustainable program or sustainable laboratories. They were developed for the defense forces. They were developed for the military. And because these technologies were designed for resilience under extreme conditions. They were not for optics. They were not for quarterly reporting. They were meant for survival. And that is the insight that basically sits at the heart of ESG now, that ESG is not about moral positioning. It is to build supply chains that can withstand the environmental, social, or the geopolitical shocks. And it is playing every day. Climate events, they are not just weather, they become the logistic disruptions for the supply chains. Social risks, not only the PR issues, they show up as supplier breakdown. And when we come to the governance failures, they don't remain abstract, they shut down the entire supply chain, capitals, and markets. So ESG is no longer an overlay on supply chains, it has become a design factor. And this is exactly we are planning to decode today with the esteemed panel, which we are having over here. So we will discuss about the ESG, not in theory, but as daily operational pressure being handled by this panel. So to start with the context, let me ask all my panel members to give a short introduction of yourself with your role. And secondly, also answer when ESG stopped being a reporting requirement and started influencing your supply chain, your design or how you run the supply chain, what was the one decision that truly changed? So we can start with Mahesh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think, yeah. So I am Mahesh Gupta, heading supply chain with the DS group. I am having a 19 years of experience in supply chain domain itself. I started with the warehousing experience in the 2006, and then after moved to supply chain domain of planning, forecasting, supply planning, all those. And now I am heading the end-to-end supply chain. I especially worked in the FMCG companies. HUL I started with a career, then Hindustan Coca-Cola, and now I'm working with the DS group. And coming on the point that what ESG, if I say fantastically, we always talk about it ESG in the boardrooms. When we comes on the practical, sometimes we always face a challenge. But I say that network optimization, it really helped us to implement ESG initiative. There was two initiatives was there. One was network optimization, second was the EV vehicle introduction in the system. When I talk about the network, it actually directly relates to travel-less. We need to plan our all supplies that our FG product should travel as much as low, so that fuel efficiency that you already talked about fuel. So we wanted to burn fuel less, then also wanted to move the product as much as sought. So we have opened a few factories in a few geographical areas so that our product can be immediately sent to market. And also the second was the EV introduction into the secondary distribution especially. When I talk about the secondary distribution, which is completely for our product, the product circulation into small markets, which is catering around 50 kilometers territory.
So Mahesh, it is EV and the network optimization which you intend to say over here that they made the big changes. Now coming to Manoj, we can have it short so that we can keep the discussion within that time frame.
Good day everyone, my name is Manoj. I am Chief Supply Chain Officer for Amber Enterprises. Amber is a 1.2 billion group company, and I would say we are a supply partner or sustainability partner for our customers and for our suppliers as well. Having 30 years of experience in different organizations, which includes the OEMs like LG, Schneider Electric, and also now working with a tier 1 manufacturing company called Amber Enterprises. I would say the topmost priority for us as a supply chain partner for our customer is how do we reduce supply chain footprint of our customers, and in order to do that, how do we reduce our supply chain footprint. So what we have done in our case is that we have, being the India's #1 manufacturing company for HVAC, we have customers where we are putting specific facilities for them in order to reduce the surface area of their supply chain, and we are partnering with them in enhancing their supply chain drive. So that is one thing which I will say that if I look back in terms of Schneider, where we partnered with our business partners to drive the sustainability of their footprint in terms of what emissions they are having and how they are contributing to the bigger objective of the Schneider. So I would put these 2 points.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ankur. Hi everyone, this side Aman Agarwal. Good noon. I am overall having 17 years of experience in supply chain finance, currently working as a deputy director in PepsiCo and looking after EMEA supply chain finance. Prior to this, I was working for Mondelez International for around 8 years, and prior to that in a couple of steel manufacturing companies in North India. From ESG perspective, I would say for many years, ESG lived into reports only, be it spreadsheets or in presentations, but it really became a change when ESG moved upstream from how we are designing the supply chain finance, rather how we are explaining the supply chain finance. I would say the biggest change happened how we select the suppliers and how we select the locations. Previously, how we used to select the suppliers, we used to see who is the lowest cost provider, right, what is the nearest location, but now we are more looking into who will be more viable in next 5 to 10 years, who will be sharing the accountability as well along with the prices. So I would say the change is not more technical, but more philosophical. Yeah.
Of course, then you have gone for the correct supplier selection who can help you in ESG frameworks.
Yes.
Okay. Raj.
Good afternoon. I'm Raj Mishra. I'm a Chief Procurement Officer for the Jindal Strategic Ventures, which is a strategic arm of Jindal Stainless. Prior to this, I have worked with the automotive, Hero MotoCorp, an OEM Tier 1. So I have a 20 plus years of experience in automotive majorly. Now looking after Jindal Defense, Aerospace, and Jindal Advanced Material. This is a group company which comes under the Jindal Strategic Ventures. And we talk about ESG. See, that's good that we are talking, and I remember we are talking about ESG from last 5-7 years in seminars, in boardrooms, and that ESG should be implemented. There is a team, there is a group of people in each and every company, in every plants, that they are working on ESG. But what I think ESG more is required to be data, only the data which is a particular team is doing this and projecting for the complete business. It should be the part of the business strategy. It should be part of the business team who should be responsible and who can create value to the ESG. Only giving the buzzword that ESG, and what question arises today, if we select any supplier who is ESG compliant, then definitely is not going to be the cost effective. Are we ready for implement that? Are we ready that we are going to give additional advantage for that supplier base and the product which is ESG compliance? So that is more important. We'll be deliberating on that, what I think.
Raj, continuing with the same thought which you have just said, you come from an industry which is more capital intensive and more energy intensive. Now, how do you ensure that ESG initiatives which you mentioned, they move beyond the compliance checklist from the boardrooms and actually become a source of competitive advantage in the procurement and in the supply chain management?
See, compliance majorly focus on the reporting. And when we talk about the advantage, it is more of the value addition. So for that, generally what happens that we need to find out the ways that where the ESG is a part of the, our business strategy. See, we need to find out 5-10 issues or 5-10 points where the ESG will become the part of the business strategy, like what type of revenue growth we are going to get, what the risk is involved, how we are going to attract customer base, how we are going to attract supplier base, where the ESG will be the giving the value, right? Like if we take example, if ESG remains as a, suppose it's a data reporting. If we don't come data into the operational things, like if some data says that my CO2 emission level is at this level, my energy consumption is that level, if we start discussing on that and keep track on that how much at what time, what data was, and there is a target given to the complete business team, how it is going to improve. Like energy consumption was last year this, what measure was taken, after that it has been reduced. Till the time that is not achieved, it will not give the value more towards the business. That's what I think so.
Going along with that, basically when you think that this needs to come out of the reports and become part of the discussion or in the boardrooms, the first thing usually the investors or the company owners think about is the ROI. So since Aman, you come from a financial background, so my question is, how do you balance this cost of green initiatives, what I may call, with long-term ROI, and what makes ESG investments financially credible to the company?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So I think we have to balance the green cost and the ROI from the long-term capex perspective. We have to consider, let's say, ESG as a long-term capex. I mean, investments in, I would say, packaging or water or agriculture from PepsiCo perspective are funded not because they look good on the report, but they really help us in stabilizing long-term operations, reduce the volatility. How it can help the company's growth in longer way? I would say first one is to reduce the structural risk. Let's say regenerative agriculture, because in PepsiCo potato is a big item we were discussing earlier, right?
Yeah.
So regenerative agriculture really help us in reducing the risk of soil degradation, farmer attrition, right? Our water stewardship really help us in ensuring operation in water-stressed regions like Middle East African countries. And our renewable energy really help us in ensuring the inflation or volatility in higher energy prices. Secondly, it also help us from the unit cost economics. In initial year, maybe let's say for renewable energy again, it may be costly in the initial year. You may not have the ROI, but this thing really outperform the asset over their entire life cycle, right? Asset life cycle. So our energy prices may be, over a period of time, our renewable energy really help us in stabilizing the energy prices. And third one, I would say it really help in unlocking the growth, because you really have a brand trust by your ESG ratings in the price sensitive market, because FMCG really cutthroat competition day in, day out with all the competitive companies. customer nowadays really focusing towards the companies who are, ESG linked, or they are more focusing on the ESG linked suppliers and the retailers. And third, I would say if you got good ESG ratings, it also help in accessing the sustainability linked financing as well. So your lenders will be more happy. They will be, financing in better rates. So better ratings will lead to better terms. That's what I would say. So to conclude this, I would say we really have to look into the ESG from the complete life cycle perspective, not as a immediate ROI. Yeah. Thanks.
So we have to look for the long-term investments and make it a investable strategy to avail the benefits of the ESG. Mahesh, you initially discussed about the EVs and route optimization. So how can the ESG move out of the boardroom, and coming specifically to the Indian context, what sustainability interventions, whether you say EVs, route optimization, or packaging reductions, are viable, which can be initially implemented rather than keeping it limited to the ESG metrics?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ankur. When we talk about ESG, every company has a target right now that we need to have some sustainability target in the system. When I talk about the logistics, which is outward especially, outward EV has become a buzzword for nowadays. Everyone is talking about EV, but EV has a challenge right now. EV can be used for the secondary distribution only because there is a specific issue with the EVs that we don't have a charging stations. We don't have a capacity of those EVs to run around 250 kilometers or above the 250 kilometers. So there is a challenge to implement this ESG part into the supply chain outward. So what I think over here, so we need to do importantly that micro clustering. Micro clustering is important to implement this EV, and it also improves the network optimization. That when I talk about India, India is a geographical, completely wide. And when I talk about NCR especially, where every day you have some issue related to pollution, related to something, organizations is having some events over here, and especially for the no entry zones are there. So where we need to do the micro clustering now. So especially we have divided Delhi into especially 6 parts now, where we have a dark stores, where we have a small warehouses there, so that our EV can go around 25 kilometers and can come down to immediately and serve the customer, especially in a small loads. So product here challenge comes to the demand forecasting also. You have a demand and supply, especially should be in a way so that demand forecasting has to be accurate. When we talk about accuracy, forecast accuracy in FMCG, we know that 75% is a higher side. We always talk about that achieving 75% is also nowadays has become a challenge now. So when we talk about accuracy, so we ask, especially our organization team of sales and especially marketing teams, that we need to do a accurate forecasting so that this micro clustering can help to implement our ESG initiative practically on the platform, so that we can get some outcome from there. So if I talk about the second part is the network. In India, we used to have 4 zones initially. We used to say north, east, west, and south. But now we need to divide it north 1, north 2, north 3. And especially we need to set up some especially factories near to market so that our product should travel less nowadays. And especially it will also improve the cost. Because whenever we talk about the ESG challenges, we talk about boardroom that ESG has to be implemented, we should have a matrix of ESG. But as a supply chain guy, I also have a pressure of cost. every year we need to have a issue of 10% cost efficiency, 5% cost efficiency, and also we need to implement ESG. So contradiction into cost saving, contradiction against the ESG implementation. So cost has to be there, efficient cost, and ESG target has to be achieved. So about me, we have done two things. Especially one was the network optimization. Second was the EV implementation into micro clustering, especially in Delhi, in Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Indore.
What Mahesh you have brought out, that is actually a very good point that we should have the micro clusters, and I think a lot of these e-commerce companies are going for the e-bikes. Now there are mining industries which are coming up for the dumpers with e-dumpers to be operated within the mining area. I had an interesting discussion with one of the officers from DMRC. So he was saying that for the local movements or the micro clusters, we will be having the small companies various companies are coming with smaller vehicles, commercial vehicles, which are e-vehicles. And for the longer routes, what we can plan is having the metros and the RRTS which is coming up, which will form the backbone for the movement of the goods during the lean period when metros are not used much. They can be utilized for the luggage, for carriage of these commercial goods, and beyond that, it will be the smaller EV vehicles. So that is a good concept which can easily come up with in the metros.
I want to add one more thing, that the technology intervention, especially you talk about the GPS. So actually nowadays TMS is helping us to route optimization is important, where we need to know the traffic red lights, where our vehicle start and off, obviously emissions goes high. So we need to optimize route accordingly, that there should not be any U-turn in the route. There should be a straight route for the vehicles so that emission can go down. And the second initiative was that in our supply chain was to introduce the railway. So we have started the rail movement now. Around 19% of our stocks are going by the rail now. So it has also reduced the emissions indirectly.
Coming to Manoj, you have got a very deep tier 2, tier 3 supplier network. So my question is, how do you engage your suppliers for achieving the sustainability? And how can you make the ESG viable for the smaller suppliers?
Thank you, Ankur. Again, a great question. Let me take it a two-step. So, when I was with Schneider Electric, what we did a very good project called Top 1000 Suppliers, how we are reducing the carbon footprint for them. The basic purpose that if any organization want to achieve their ESG goals, 80% or 70% of their material is coming from the supply chain, which is tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And we need to have mapping of those supply chain, right? So what we did, we took our top 1,000 suppliers, did a science-based target setting for them, what is the base analysis, and then what we will be improving. And then in that process, what we did is, because Schneider was also a industry, optimization or industry automation company, right? We worked with them to identify where we have the energy losses. And then we worked together, not only, improving that, but also providing solution. So it was a win-win scenario for both. When I come to Amber, right, what we are doing now, we are helping our brands to achieve their ESG goals. In this process, we are partnering them not only on the processes, but on the design to ensure that we have optimization from scope 1 to scope 3 for them. And as we all know, that scope 3 is the major contributor over the overall life cycle of the product. So how do we as a OEM and ODM company work in reducing the energy consumption for the overall life cycle of the product? And third, on the upstream supply chain for me, right? So we worked with our suppliers to enhance their capability, how they can reduce their losses, how they can reduce their energy consumption. So I would say it is always a 360-degree view from customer to you as an entity and your supplier, and everything will not have, the same initiative. You need to identify the current stage and then work on a specific project on how to improve the efficiency of those supply partners in the chain, and then work on them on how to improve. And most importantly, it's important to map the progress to make sure that we have visibility of the effort, and hence we are putting the right resources and right money on where we can get the maximum returns. Thank you.
Manoj, actually that is a very great initiative, especially for the scope 3 emissions, because wherever I have heard, I have seen most of the OEMs, most of the big companies, they try to avoid that particular question of the scope 3 because that contributes to 60 to 70% of their emissions, and they don't have, or I would say they have very limited control over those things. So usually they are avoiding that, but of course your company has taken the initiative, that is very great. So now let's move from the strategic decisions to more towards the technologies. And since you have been in the Schneider Electric and now again you are in Amber, so what digital tools are you basically employing which is helping the organization to measure and reduce these carbon emissions in the supply chain? And where do you still feel that there are gaps which we need to cover?
Thank you. I think just to continue on that, as I said, the different organization and different scale, status of their maturity will use different tools, right? In case of Schneider, we created an end-to-end platform which was developed to map all the sustainability related initiative across the supply chain. So we understand what is year-on-year improvement. We come back to Amber, we have created the digital control towers because Amber is depth of manufacturing. Amber is supply chain. So what we do is that in each of our operations, we have digital control towers which help us in improving the efficiency of the resources. As we said, that anything which is captured can be evaluated, and anything can be evaluated, can be improved. In the earlier panel discussion, it was also discussed that it's basically not only deploying the tool, but also how do you make sure that the people are using these tools consistently, are also helping in improving the efficiency of these tools, but also efficiency of the operations. So we are using different tools on different levels as you asked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aman, now even the investors ask for the data transparency, and with the BRSR reports, the companies have to file the details. So how does supply chain transparency strengthen the brand trust and the investor confidence, and where do you see the biggest value, especially from the financial angle?
Yeah, thanks for asking this. I mean, as a finance, definitely we always have that, tough discussions at the time of busting that where should we spend on, sustainability, which initiative to prioritize, how we can find a balance between ESG initiatives, other OPEX investments, and the CAPEX investments. So I'll come on this topic later. I agree that supply chain transparency really strengthens the brand trust because it turns the ESG from promise into proof, right? Nowadays, customer or our consumers are not really trusting the claims, but they need the traceability. So, and reporting is not really just sharing the metrics, it's more like sharing the operational visibility, that where we spend, where we stand from the ESG perspective. So I'll give a couple of examples. One is again regenerative agriculture. So nowadays one can really look into how the crops are being grown, be it potato or oats or corn. We really track the impact on the environment of by our, let's say, water initiative or packaging initiative, because we have changed the plastic bottles in Europe by 60 to 70% already by recyclable PET bottles, right? And where finance sees value, I'll cover in 3 points. One is risk pricing. So if finance have a greater visibility of the ESG initiatives and the impact of ESG initiative, it really helps us in better forecasting and planning. We can plan our risk for regulatory, social risk in a better way. Second, the cost of capital, because definitely as a finance, we have to decide from where we have to lend some more money and all. So if we got a good ESG metric, that really get us good deal from the market. And third is very close to our heart, is the capital allocation, as I started my conversation from that. If we have a transparency, we can see which initiative is going well, which initiative is paying us off, so that we can double down there. So to conclude, I would say supply chain transparency indeed really build trust with customer and investors, but it truly bring the clarity to the finance.
So, thank you. The worst thing today the organizers have done is they have kept the timer over here. It's like a time bomb ticking on me. We are running short. It's already, we are left with only 4 or 5 minutes. So quick answer from Mahesh. What practical steps are your companies taking to close the loop of this circular economy or circular supply chain? And which is the most difficult part to execute in that portion?
So again, thank you to you. This is a most difficult task that we are doing right now. That especially when I started my discussion also, that was EV introduction and network optimization. And if I talk about both initiatives are completely dependent on the demand forecasting. So our organization has implemented recently demand planning tool, where statistical demand can be generated on the basis of past data trend. And that statistical demand tool is helping us to actually reach at the accuracy of the forecast. So now we are asking with our ASMs, RSMs, GM and all, that you also put your numbers on your intellectual, what you want to sell in the market. And that we are comparing with the statistical forecast, so that any trade fair is coming into their territory, like example of Prayagraj Kumbh. So it should be aware by them, so that the statistical forecast and practice forecast from the ASM, RSM can be integrated with the statistical. So accuracy will go up. Our initiatives of ESG will be in line with that. So we are integrating system from end-to-end supply chain, from the demand to supply to a transparency of all shipments by the TMS, that transport management system, where we are doing route optimization, route scheduling, and also that information is going to vendor management system. That VMS integrated with the demand planning tool and integrated with the TMS. That technology investment is helping us to implement all these ESG targets.
So along with this, I would say we should always focus upon the 3 R's of the ESG, reuse, recycle, and reduce, reuse, and recycle. So Raj, again, what are the latest innovations which have come up in your industry which you feel have brought the most impactful changes towards the ESG, and which of these can be actually scaled to the higher levels? Because keeping them within the industry or within your factory does not actually help much. So what are the latest innovations which you feel are the most impactful?
Yeah. I'll build up what Mahesh was telling, that being in supply chain function, we always have a pressure that cost should reduce and ESG must be implemented, right? That's a way. I remember in one of my assignment, we got the same type of project, that where the cost reduction should happen in the logistics area, and ESG data should be captured. So what we did, there is only one thing where this both can happen, right? from movement of raw material from trucks to rail. If we go in that way, we are definitely reduced, we captured that there was a 10 to 20% reduction in the freight and 10 to 20% reduction in the carbon footprint also. So that was the area where we worked and we found that we got a very good result. That's the one thing. And the second is the last mile delivery, what we are discussing. See, in today's scenario, the scenario is changing every year. Now if you see the EV structure, now the government is pushing very high. The charging structure, charging space, stations are built up very fastly. So the last mile delivery is very high, very much popular. That's already maturing day by day. But the long mile, the long mile delivery, what is going to happen? That is in next 1 or 2 years, we'll see there is a huge changes because the charging structure is increasing, charging infrastructure is taking a very good pace now. Big enterprises are coming into this space. All automobile companies are focusing on that. That is going to give a very good impact. The second one is the route optimization because we are using the AI to optimize the route. That is a very important part of the playing the role in the ESG implementation because the scalability is very high. If we go with the any software that can be upgraded within a very small span, we can get the accuracy of that. What somebody was mentioning that we optimize and then we try to find out there is no U-turn and there is no red light, we cannot find the signal. That's accuracy is increasing to the level of 2 to 3 meters now. So that scalability has high. So wherever we see in such type of project, the scalability plays a very much important. So if we summarize, if we go by the electrification of the vehicle, scalability is very high. If we go with the implementation of software-based route optimization, scalability is very high. And if we go with the optimization of loads from trucks to railways, scalability is very high. Other side, if you go with the hydrogen fuel we using in the ship, and that's a moderate, it's a long-term things, which will still take another 5 to 7 years so that we can have that ESG benefit of that. That's how.
Now they are even planning for the nuclear-based
Yeah.
ships also. Actually we can always speak about having the good control towers, good dashboards, but till the time the innovations actually impact the ground, especially in the supply chain management, it is not going to decipher something on your screens. So it has to come on the ground first, and then it will be reflected on your dashboards. So my time is up, so we will open the house for the questions. Please feel to ask something. Sir.
My name is Harinder. Actually, I'm an entrepreneur and we are giving second life to the batteries in collaboration with Israel. So in the last 8 years, what I have seen, and I was also part of the corporate world for 23 years also, so I was having experience of both the sides of the table. Now the gap what I have seen in the Indian industry, that any new venture, any new startup having good cost saving solutions, proven solutions are available in the market, somehow to the companies, they are not able to approach to the right people. There are many hiccups are there in every organization, right? So my question is that being a SCM, your target is also there to reduce the cost also, right? So how do we reduce that gap by inculcating that new ventures or new solutions which will come directly without any failure or any routing of that one? Do you have any kind of that slot there where anybody can approach in that slot and have some circle or kind of things like that one?
Before I open this question to my panelist, I would recommend that you come to more of these events so that you can directly network with the SCM people who can assist you in directly connecting. So I will open the question for the panelist in case, how can the new ventures directly connect with the companies where they can assist in the reduction of emissions or in the implementation of the ESG measures?
Yeah, I think No specific answer, but each organizations will do it differently. So let us say today there are networking, there are platforms where you have accessibility to the leadership of different organizations. What happen is that normally, like me as a supply chain leader, we will have certain challenges in hand, which we see, which we need to work, which we need to address. Now, what do we do at that time? We try to find out. And we give it a try, we evaluate, and move forward. But many times what happens, you also start getting a lot of inputs, which may not be your priority, and at that time, you may not be addressing them to go in one level depth of that, but they always remain somewhere in the backup, and as and when your priority get resolved on the first hand, you go on the second hand, you approach that. So I think these platforms where you are accessing the decision makers and leadership, sharing your platforms, that goes somewhere in the data bank, and as and when there is a need to solve that problem, people connect and go. The most of the things what happen is that the impatience on the supplier side, because I have been on that side as well, where you say, I have given a solution, I know it is going to create value for this organization, but why these guys are not responding to that? What is stopping that? I know it will improve, right? But as an organization on the other side, we may not be having those things at the first, second, third priority. And hence it may take some time. I don't know whether I have addressed your...
It is only the matter of, I'm asking is the matter of the slot where anybody can approach. Like for example, you have some website, right? So one slot will be there, anybody can click on that one and put their ideas or their own proven solution to them, and you can just watch and you can call according to your requirement.
Good point. I think what you are saying is a good point, where you have those innovation ideas somewhere captured. And then see, I think that's a good point. Appreciate it.
Rather, I would say that it is one of the great point which has come up in this question answer, that we can have a system or the site where all the companies which are having the solutions for the ESG or even for the CSR, they can be made available and companies can connect that. It's a well taken point, sir. Any other questions, sir?
We'll take one.
So I hope both of you are not from the same company.
No, we're not from. Actually, I'm from the consultancy field.
Okay.
So just reflecting on the things that are already spoken about, EVs and route optimization, etc. And of course, we already speak about the renewable energy sources also, like solar, wind energy. Nuclear energy is also there, but of course we have, that is, far-fetched and requires a lot of infrastructure. So where do you think the renewable source of energy would, fit in, and what are the different sort of challenges that would be appearing? Like we speak about hydrogen being the fuel of the future, but then going from the operational perspective, where do you think is the real challenge now, and how soon we can be able to, achieve
challenges he talks of?
Yes.
In renewable sector.
Yeah.
See, in using renewable energy challenges, I don't think now it is that much challenge, because if you see most of the manufacturing units are using this solar energy for the most of the high power consumption area is now solar. That's but still there are availability issue there, but it is increasing. That's what I have seen in every manufacturing units. That's not a challenge now.
So when you say availability, you mean the availability of the solar panels?
Solar
and
panels, because
infrastructure?
dependency on the particular country is more than availability on the Indian manufacturer. Now it is increased because now big business houses are coming into this manufacturing of this panels. So that is going to be addressed very soon.
Because, we understand the renewable energy sources, they have intermittency. That is, they may not be available, throughout the day because of the weather conditions and the climatic condition. So that is the basis of this question. So how reliable can a solar power energy can be, and how you would like to address the challenges along with that, I mean?
So that is...
For this, especially for the solar power, now they are coming up with something called battery hubs, wherein you can store the energy during the daytime or during the lean hours, and in the night, the same energy can be provided to the grid. I think Adani has established a big one somewhere in Gujarat and extending towards Rajasthan now. So that sort of technology is coming, and in future we are going to see that renewable energy is also being available during the night, especially the solar energy. I think
the cost would be, I think, the
I saw, I'm
challenge
very
of-
sorry, I have to interject here. ये एक अलग debate
Sir.
हम आप offline कर सकते हो. I have to be very truthful to all the speakers here.
After 15 minutes, we are having the sumptuous lunch laid outside, so we can discuss over there. I would conclude by saying that till the time ESG remains in the reports, it will remain peripheral. So it has to be brought down in the sourcing decisions, in the capital allocation, technological investments, so that it becomes an operational reality. So what I take out from this particular panel discussion is that it is not about choosing the profit or the planet, but it is recognizing that without the resilience, neither of this will survive. Thank you for the panelists, and thank you for being a good audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Batraji, for moderating that. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you, gentlemen. We will get the stage ready for our next dialogue. This is before lunch. We've heard keynote sessions on Profit Meets Planet, this one on sustainability, the first one from digital going disruptive. We spoke of AI quite in that. The morning began with the CEO's lens, and of course we also heard and saw the Indian Oil's story, the blueprint of their journey for a high growth India. Now it is time for a keynote session on SCM talents. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Radha Mohan Gupta, former SVP Supply Chain, Devyani International Limited. आपकी तालियों के साथ. We are still waiting for you to warm up. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I know the before lunch session and after lunch session, right? But mind you, that's as difficult for me as well. How does it work? Center? Or आगे बढ़ाओ? Thank you. So once again, good afternoon. The topic given to me to talk today is the India's supply chain moment, right? Topic looks quite interesting. But before I start, can I ask you, when I talk about or when I say about, can I get a walking mic, please? When I talk about supply chain management, I'm not going to ask you that what is supply chain management, but what changes are taking place into supply chain management? What changes are taking place in supply chain management? What comes on top of your mind? Just anything which comes into your mind, there is nothing right and wrong. So just say, yes. Digitization, all right. Anybody else? Risk taking, yes. Sustainability, anybody else? Resilience, yes. What else? Come on, some more. Globalization. So guys, you said all the things, almost everything. Gone are the days when we were talking about supply chain as a back-end function. right? We are talking about resilience, bouncing back. We are talking about digitization. Guys, the supply chain from the back-end function, it has become a function which is shaping the competitiveness and reliability of your organization. And not only here, it is even now being used for national positioning. Do you agree with me? Right? So supply chain function has gone beyond strategic. Not only strategic, it has gone beyond strategic. Now, when we are talking about that, this is the moment for supply chain. Why we are saying it? What has changed? And that's what, in this session, we would like to discuss together, that what has changed. So, what has changed? Why this movement is different? We are saying it is a supply chain moment. Why it is different? The traditionally supply chains were focusing on efficiencies, cost per unit, inventory turns, transactional efficiencies. Don't they matter? They still matter, right? But they were the discussion inside the organization. These were not in the part of boardroom discussions. They were not into policy making. And what has changed now is supply chains have moved from back-end function, as we said, they are a strategic function. We all know about it. The supply chains are influencing now, not the goods movement only. They are influencing your investment decisions. The global companies are taking calls where to invest, depending on your supply chain capability, supply chain infrastructure. Your supply chains are influencing trust and credibility. We have seen in COVID. Few companies still performed better than others in COVID. They were similar kind of situation for all of us. All the companies, same platform, same level playing field, but some did better. And then is competitive positioning. And that's what is changing. And the moment is very, very critical for us. The global resetting has been done. What is that resetting? That now world is watching the resilience, the reliability, and also your resilience. And that's where you see that supply chains are now, of course, they were getting re-optimized, now they are getting redesigned to take care of all these challenges which are coming in. They are being redesigned, and that's where you find this is a fortune moment for India. This redesign, global redesign, is giving us an opportunity to get into the main picture. And that's where is the opportunity today we are going to talk. When we are talking about, let's see what was India's earlier narrative. Of course, it was a cost advantage era. Not a bad era, I don't say. That was the focus. It was costs were focus, the low production costs, cheap labor, transactional efficiencies. Nothing wrong in focusing the cost. But there were two limitations of this cost advantage. If they were not very easily, I'll use word easily replicable and easily replaceable. And if your supply chains have the foundation on cost advantage, it was very fragile foundation. It was a good foundation, but a fragile foundation if it was only on cost. It remains still, guys, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying cost is need to be the focus. Of course, it has to be, but there are now something add-on to that which we need to think about. And that's where the limits of the cost advantage are this. We talk about new questions. Of course, I'm still asking where we can produce cheapest, but with that, I'm also asking where it is reliable, whether it is resilient, whether it is transparent and trustworthy, whether I can see a scale without disruption. And these are the new questions which supply chain is being challenged with. Of course, cost remains. Now, if that is the thing, there is a shift happening from cost to strategic advantage. And what is that? What strategic advantage means is predictability, not just price. You need to predict in advance. Somebody talked about digitization. Oh yes, it helps me in predicting it faster. Ecosystem strength, not just capacity. Ecosystem strength, when I say, it is not only you optimize your own assets inside, but it is now influencing your partners. You can't run entire supply chain on your own. Any one of you is running, that your entire supply chain you are running? Anybody here? Anybody? You have the partners. And you have to now talk about the strength of the ecosystem, not only yours. Not only yours. And that's where is long-term credibility and not short-term savings. You need to think, and supply chains are thinking in long-term. Now, having said that, India's emerging position is being seen as not just a low-cost option, but a long-term supply chain partner. I repeat, that's why I call it is India's moment. We are being looked at the long-term supply chain partner, or we are being evaluated as long-term supply chain partner now. Having said that, why India? And why now? Why not earlier? Isn't it? That is a common question will come to your mind. Now, why India is structural enablers. What are those? Market. We not only have a good production base, but we have a very large market, consumption market. Nobody can ignore India. No one, whatever bigger organization it is, nobody can ignore India. We have a good, big market base. And that's our strength. And that's what our PM keeps saying. 140 crore is a strength. A different way to look at. It's a consumption base is huge. And when I'm talking about consumption base, let's look at the e-commerce. Currently, $145 billion market is expected to go by $345 billion Indian market by 2030. Huge consumption market. And that's our strength. That's why India now. Policy and infrastructure alignment, all of us are seeing the changes. I think everyone sitting here will know about the National Logistics Policy which was launched in 2022. First time India saw a logistics policy. First time. And fortunately I was part of it. And how detailing is done over there, I think some of us know it's a public document. You can go and then look into this. Lot of things are to be done. And when I say, in my previous slide, when I say about the India's supply chain was cost focused, guys, give me a break. Our logistics cost were how much? Any guess? Absolutely, sir. 13 to 14% of GDP. And what is the benchmark? Or what is the developed country have? 8 to 10%. So give me a break if we were talking about cost advantage. Give me a break. Maybe our production costs were lower, but the systems cost were diluting this advantage. And that's where we come to that policy. Now there are good policy which are coming in. There is a government support coming in. I see a government which talks about supply chain first time. There is a national logistics policy, there is a PM Gati Shakti plan, there is a Gati Shakti Mahavidyalaya in Baroda. Do you know it? How many of you know it? Please raise your hands. Not many. And we have people from supply chain field. There is a Gati Shakti Mahavidyalaya where you get the very focused information courses designed for logistics and supply chain. So there are policies. My point is that we have policy and infrastructure alignment. And that's how India, that's how now, that's how it is a moment for India. Okay? Now, having said that, other than this policy, we have digital the digital platforms. UPI, all of you know it, isn't it? UPI in a single month, recent month, 20 billion transactions, 27 lakh crore transaction. Now, it does not talk about fintech success. It talks about your transactional infrastructure at national level, which is built over a period of time, which is the strength again. And that's how India now. Then is talent depth. I must say that we have a powerful combination of talent here, which is managerial and technological. We have a very good talent. And that's again a India advantage. Having said that, the few countries only can offer this kind of combination. Very few. I know there are few which are better than us and will always be, but we have a great combination to offer now. And that's what it is, India moment. Having said that, what this demand from leaders? I see many leaders from industry here, from academia as well over here. Professor Rajiv is here from IMB, right? I see many leaders over here. We have a role to play here. How to capture this opportunity? How to build upon this the opportunity, let it not go. And what we demand, what this situation demands from leaders like you, all of you, is number one, optimization to orchestration. Of course, I need optimization, but I need to orchestrate my partners, the service providers, the ecosystem which I talked about. I need to orchestrate. Second thing is efficiency to preparedness. Efficiency, guys, will be always important. I'm not diluting its importance at all, but now it's going to preparedness. How do you prepare? How many disruption you have seen in last 5 years compared to last 20 years? Many, sir? In last 5 years, we have seen so many disruptions which we didn't see in last 20 years. And what does it mean? I can close my eyes and say, oh God, save me from these disruptions. Or I can say that these disruptions are going to stay. Let me prepare myself. Let me prepare my organization. Would that be the better way? I need to prepare for these disruptions. It will take time, not an overtime task. What else we need to prepare is control to collaboration. Gone are the days of controlling. I told you are not controlling all the supply chains, all the facets of supply chain. You can't. And that's where collaboration comes. And collaboration, not a soft language now. It's a hard requirement. Let's accept it. It's not soft language. We need it. Then comes is short-term gains, but then long-term credibility we have talked about. And as it says, reputation travels faster than your shipment. Right? We need long-term strategies. The ESG and all people talking about, the previous channel talking about, is really, they are not now compliance. These are your competitive advantage, these are your assets. How many organizations, I'm asking you again, are having monthly ESG target? Please raise your hands. We have, oh great, which organization it is? Philips, fantastic and congratulations. We have 2070 targets. We have 2050 targets for ESG. But I have next week sales target. Do I have next month ESG target, carbon reduction target? 2045 I'll be 0, but fine, what I'll be next month? I'll be happy to see some of these kind of breakup of those long-term targets. I'll be happy because we are doing it for sales. Right? Now this ESG is not a compliance. Need to become a way to live, way to do business. Now, that's what these leaders are required. There is a shift happening that how do we tackle it? Did you notice the shift which is required in our leadership? And these are the shift I'm talking about. And the real question I had, guys, is the opportunity is clear. The moment is real. We are into a moment pro-supply chain. I pass through it and it bangs. Doesn't want me to come this side, perhaps. So, moment is real. And the real question to all of us, especially the supply chain leaders, is, can India consistently deliver a strategic value to a watching world? Consistently deliver a strategic value. That's the real question to all of us. It's not today, it's not tomorrow, but it's over and over and over again. Can we consistently deliver that value? And we have to answer together this question, or we have to prepare together as business leaders. Now, having said that, a final thought is cost advantage, of course, brings business, but a strategic advantage builds trust. Efficiency wins contracts, important still, but reliability wins partnership. You can rely. And that's again a shift from cost advantage alone to a strategic advantage. And that brings me to the final slide. That moment is here, guys. The world is watching, and world is watching us for not promising, but to deliver. Not only promises, but to deliver, and then is leadership will decide whether this moment becomes a milestone. Each one of us are going to decide whether we are capturing this opportunity or not. I leave you all with a thought-provoking questions. Number one, think yourself, and I don't need your answers. Are we investing in supply chain in the right directions? Think about your organization. My organization need could be demand forecasting, yours could be totally different. Are we investing in supply chain in right direction? Number one. Number two, are we building right talent? Is it an area of choice, or there you have landed up? Is it an area of choice for me today, for the coming talent, Alpha, the Gen Z and Alpha? We need to think about it, and if there are some improvement, if there are something which we can do about it, we all must do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your address. Thank you. It is 1:35. That means from food for thought, it is now time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. We will reconvene at 2:05 sharp with the next address. Please join us, and then we shall take the day ahead. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. 2 more minutes and we shall be starting with our session then. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Now that you are re-energized and recharged, the next one, it's on leaders and audience exchange. Real-world supply chain leaders dialogue, a session highlighting real-world SCM challenges and working out initiatives to deal with them. My humble request to all the speakers, as a reminder again, first to the audience to please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. And the second, to all the speakers gracing the stage, please be mindful of the time. My only humble request to you. That's it. चलिए, For the leaders and audience exchange, the real world supply chain leaders dialogue, please join me in welcoming to the stage we all very fondly look up to, Sarla Menon, a former EVP, end-to-end supply chain, Colgate, Palmolive. With your देखिए लंच के बाद या तो आपका जोश वो स्लीप आवर में जा सकता है या हम वहां जा सकते हैं अभी हम यहां थे एक बार टेक 2 करें वहां जाने के लिए लेट्स वेलकम मैम अगेन थैंक यू सो मच
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So thank you for the introduction. You know, supply chain people are considered to be very serious people, correct? Yeah? Typically in your organizations. So this is not, I'm not trying to make this a very serious conversation post-lunch. More of a kind of an interactive session. And I would like some of y'all, I will share some things, maybe some trivia that I will ask for you people to answer. And maybe I will also share some incidents, okay? But it has to be reciprocal. Y'all are all game for it? Raise your hands if all of you are game for it. Okay, good. And by the way, I've never done a session like this, an extempo session like this. Business World just asked me that I've actually come for the evening session, and since I was going to land here by around this time, they said, can you do this session? And typically post-lunch, I think sessions like this might be of use, but let's see. Okay, so first let me share something about myself. Okay, I was the Executive Vice President, end-to-end supply chain, Colgate, India and South Asia. I spent most of my life, a career in India, but I also spent some time in our global headquarters in New York and a few years in Europe, in Germany, handling for Germany, Switzerland and Austria, and then came back. Okay, came back to India just before COVID. So, I had gone for a visit to a large vendor partner of ours, and they were showing me around the factory. So we came to one place, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't come in here. And they were confused. They asked me, why wouldn't you come here? Any idea why I said that, no, I don't think I can come in here? Okay, I won't ask you to guess, but basically the board over there was man entry. Supply chain being dominated by men, it was put man entry. I said, I'm sorry, I can't come in because, it very clearly states that it's man entry. I then went back a couple of years, and the first thing they told me is, ma'am, let's show you. They had removed that, and they had put just a symbol of a person. So these are the kind of things that we come across in our careers. But let me ask you some trivia, and hopefully some of you all will also share your experiences. Okay? What is CPFR? Anybody from the audience who can talk about it, and when did it primarily start? Collaborative planning, forecasting, replenishment. Okay, it started mainly between P&G and Walmart. Before that, data would not be shared very openly. So thank you for, trying to answer that. So people would not share too much of data, and it started with P&G and Walmart. That's in the early 90s. But does anybody know the story of the green cars? And green as in green color, not green, EVs. Anybody? Okay. Supply chain has some interesting stories. So this was, I think it was General Motors, who had a lot of green cars. It was slob. Okay, they didn't know what to do with it. So they ran a very big promotion, lots of incentives to get rid. I mean, we keep doing that, right? Buy one, get one, stuff like that. And they ran a very big promotion for selling out these green cars. And the cars started selling very fast. So the manufacturing colleagues saw the green cars selling out very fast. What do you think they did? Louder. Exactly, they ramped up production. And now the company was stuck with even more green cars because nobody was talking to each other. And now you realize in the supply chain, we can't be siloed, right? It has to be a collaborative kind of discussion before we do something. So that was one example of how important it is to not work in silos, but to really have this cross-functional interaction. Another story, has somebody heard about how important the customer feedback is? And a story about that, again, from the car industry. Pontiac, one clue I'll give you. Okay. So this is about Pontiac. Okay, they had launched a new car. And they kept getting a complaint from a customer who said that, look, when I drive your car, I've bought this new car. When I drive your car and go buy vanilla ice cream and come back, I have a problem, the car doesn't start. But when I go and buy chocolate ice cream and I come back, the car starts. Everybody thought he was crazy, correct? Yeah, means, ye kahan se aa gaya that he says that vanilla kharidta hoon to the car doesn't start. Chocolate, if I buy, the car starts. But one of the very senior executives in the company took him seriously and asked an engineer to go and just understand what's happening. And the person did that. And you know what was the thing? The thing was that this new car, when the person went and bought vanilla, fast-moving SKUs, where do you keep it? Closer to the consumer, even in the stores, right, where it's easily accessible. So vanilla, fast-moving SKU, he goes to buy vanilla, immediately buys it, comes back. What would happen was the engine was still hot, and there was an issue with the vapor lock, and therefore the engine wouldn't start. But when he went to buy chocolate ice cream was kept somewhere behind. Okay, so by the time the person got the chocolate ice cream, sold it, this guy came back, the vapor was not there and the car started. So another very, very important lesson, I mean, I would keep telling this to my team also, take your consumer feedback very, very seriously. Sometimes we just think that this is stupid, perhaps not correct, but that's another interesting story. Do any of you have some interesting stories like this from your career, something you've heard, anything? Otherwise, I have a few more. And anyway, I also have a time, there is, I think, just 15, 20 minutes. So any stories from your own careers? Come on. There has to be something interesting. Yeah, a little louder. Can the gentleman get a mic, please? Could you stand up if I may ask you?
Hi, good afternoon. So I have something interesting, more interesting because it struck me. I was in the campus interviews with one of the colleges. Allow me not to name it because then it becomes a little breach of confidentiality. And in the Q&A session, I was asked, why do people not enter logistics or supply chain by choice? And my reaction to that was that maybe 20, 25 or 30 years back when this profession started, it was all considered to be a profession of, quote unquote, and pardon me for that, a profession of hamals, laborers, coolies. That's how truck drivers, that's how logistics was interpreted, the entire supply chain space. And today also, if you see, I mean, when we go back to our own home, when we talk to our kids, no father or mother wants his child to become a logistician by choice. I mean, unless you have someone who's got dropped in the campus interview, or some very few of them, I mean, maybe a 0.01 or 0.05% who would want to get into the logistics space. We still have a conventional mindset that let our kids become doctors, engineers, finance professionals, BFSI, etc. And unless this thought process changes, no matter how deep the NLP keeps driving, how larger forums we have, unless we talk about our profession a little more vociferously, okay, we will not be taken seriously. But again, citing it on a very similar note, I hail from a place called Patna, Bihar. A lot of you would be knowing my brother was with ICICI and I joined a company called P&O Nedloyd. Those days, which was world's second largest shipping line, got eventually merged with Maersk. And around my village, I mean, everyone would ask and talk कि बेटा तू तो पढ़ाई में अच्छा था, तो क्यों ऐसी company join कर लिया? क्यों मतलब why did you do that? So the overall awareness about this entire space, ma'am. Still, when you talk of the CPs and the Unilevers, these companies are quote unquote known more because of their products vis-a-vis the supply chain. I mean, that's a general submission I had to all of us. Take pride in what we are doing. We've done something very successfully. Echo the success stories. You gave a few narratives, and let's keep building it up from here. And of course, forums like this, which also tries to spread the word and awareness around. That's all. Thank you.
Absolutely. I couldn't, just a moment, I couldn't agree more with you. But I think that we should all be very, very, very proud because the COVID pandemic, all the geopolitical shifts that we are seeing, the VUCA world has really brought supply chain to the forefront. In fact, there is a British academician who says that now the supply chains are your competitive advantage and will define the companies. Very recently, Ramcharan wrote an article again on the supply chain and how it is a competitive advantage. So I really think that the supply chain, because of the current environment, tariffs, has come to the forefront, and we have to take pride in it, because this is a point where you can really showcase what value the supply chain brings to the table. And I think we have to just be absolutely, advocating for supply chain. Yeah, you had an anecdote.
So my name is Samrat. So ma'am, you were talking about, whether we should take the customer seriously or not. So I would like to bring out a difference between the consumer and customer. So definitely we should take the consumer very seriously, but for companies where we work, or I have been working in the past few years, the customer happens to be the internal customer for us. So I'll give an example without naming the product.
Could you take the mic a little? I'm not sure whether people behind can hear.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. So I was saying that there is a difference between the consumer and customer, and whether we should take the customer seriously or not, I want to bring out a point about that. So in one of my previous organizations, there was a particular product which used to have a certain amount of quality complaint, which used to be, some amount of the product is broken. It would be still possible for the consumer to use the product, but if the rejections or the breakage is higher, then, of course, the consumer satisfaction is not there. So there used to be periods when, market demand is very high. So we would typically find that, there are no issues which are coming. But if the market demand is bad, so all those quality complaints will get highlighted and exaggerated. So particularly for this kind of product, I remember, there used to be a certain broken percentage which used to get accumulated. And in certain periods, at the end of the season of that product, the product will still remain because the demand was bad, and the internal customer would not touch the slightly damaged product. But at the same time, subsequent year, if the season was good, at the beginning of the season itself, they would say, if you tell them, okay, the stock shortage is there, They would say, give me that stock. I'll be able to sell it. So, there are such examples also. Sometimes supply chain has to ignore the customer, what he's saying, and need to really look deeper into what is the issue and, try to address the issue accordingly.
Absolutely, but that brings me to the point that today, the supply chain and supply chain professionals need to be agile, need to be flexible. One size does not fit everything. So if you are going to go with your blinkers on and say, oh, this is what worked in the past, this is how it is, it won't. So you need to be creative also, okay? By the way, there is one company doing exceedingly well where the supply chain professionals are really running the company. Can you name the company?
Apple is being run by a supply chain
Absolutely.
professional.
Tim Cook is an operations person. The new person, Khan, again, is a very seasoned professional and I guess almost number 2. And one of the things that Apple does is designs the supply chain also into, when they make a new product. So we should be very proud. And honestly, I think we should speak up for the function. Yeah? Okay, some more trivia questions. Are you game for it? Till the next session begins? Okay, do you know what is the survivorship bias? Okay. Do you all know the story of the World War II bombers? Anybody? Okay. So what would happen was in the World War II, the American planes would go and the Germans, a lot of planes got destroyed in the war. Yes, yes. Tell the story, why don't you? The mic, please.
So during the World War, the Allies planes used to go, and this is basically Royal British Air Force. They used to go and bomb the German locations. And half of them used to come back. So there was a study which was conducted that let's reinforce these planes. And somebody gave a suggestion that wherever the bullet marks are high, let's reinforce the steel there, so that, this is the place where the bullets are hitting more, so planes will be surviving. But somebody said that, let's analyze why the planes are not coming. So if the planes are coming, that means this part of the aircraft is good enough for them to fly, and the other part, which is not good, so let reinforce the steel to the place where no bullets marks are there. And they did that, and that was the success story, and it turned it around.
Thank you. So why this story? This story is because each one of us needs to look at the broader picture. Not just what is very visible. By the way, the person who said that we need to look at the entire thing was a person called Arthur Wald, who was a statistician, who was a mathematician. And people were actually going to reinforce the planes on, let's say, the tail and, on the wings. But actually, where it really needed to be reinforced was the cockpit. And that's why one of the things is that when you're looking and analyzing a problem, ensure that you're looking at everything, what is on the surface and what is below the surface. Don't just go for what is obvious. Do I have time for one more? Last 2 minutes, okay. So everybody knows Toyota, right? Is very famous for their JIT principles and all. Again, one of the things as supply chain is that we need to revisit what works. So during COVID, one of the things that Toyota did differently and learning from their past experience, does anybody know that story? Okay. So Toyota did very successfully the JIT principle, but when the nuclear disaster of Fukushima happened, they dug deeper to understand that you really need to develop not just your tier 1 suppliers, but your tier 2 and the tier 3 suppliers. And actually during COVID, because of the semiconductor crisis, most of the companies had big issues, they were really able to manage better because they had actually developed tier 2 and tier 3 companies for managing the supply chain. I think I'll just stop here. because y'all are already behind, okay? Anybody wants to ask something? Maybe I can take 1 or 2 questions. Supply chain, you have to talk for the supply chain. If you're going to be quiet, you're not going to be able to go back to your organization and say how important the supply chain is for your organization. Yeah? Yes?
Your experience, was there a difference in supply chain management in European countries vis-a-vis India? What does your experience show? And how were they different? Which was better?
I wouldn't go and say that which is better, okay, because typically supply chains are built to suit the local environments. But I can tell you, you know, I had gone to, when I went to Central Europe West, which is Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, there were some challenges at that point of time. And one of the things that I think as Indians we do very, very well is that because things are not structured over here, maybe there are more chaos, we are able to think when there is ambiguity. We are analytical, I think we are good at that, but we are also able to handle ambiguity. We don't get bogged down because something has not happened. And I thought that that was a great strength that we as Indians have. At least I saw that I was really able to leverage that, because let's say if something went, you're always thinking of what is the alternative? How do you handle it? And I really think that we should be very proud that, now, I don't think that it's a very good thing that there is chaos, because sometimes in India, we do not address the root causes of the chaos. And I'm talking about external also. And it's important that we address those root causes, which is a pity, because sometimes we don't. But what I'm also saying is that the way we have grown up and the way we see things, we are able to handle ambiguity. And I think in a world like this today, where there is so much of complexity, uncertainty, volatility, I think that is something that we should hold and leverage. So, yes, that would be my answer. Yeah?
I'm sorry, I missed to attend. I had an urgent meeting to attend to. But just going by the kind of global setups I work with, do you know of any global setup which has managed to achieve supply chain end-to-end, in a sense, connecting everything end-to-end? Because this is where I see a lot of customers telling that it is broken. They are operating from 100+ years, but still they could not achieve. So do you have any examples? Can you cite some examples where they achieved it and how they went about it? Anything brief you can touch upon, will help.
So you're saying that a lot of people think that the supply chain is broken?
Yeah, it's broken. The end-to-end.
The end-to-end.
Is still broken.
So first of all, I think we also went through a phase in Colgate itself where we had different verticals. Then we combined to make it as an end-to-end supply chain, and which is what I was handling. So, and I think it's very important. I think it's very important to have that, for somebody to have that holistic view of an end-to-end supply chain, because otherwise, what happens is the supply chain tends to be siloed. The manufacturing KPIs are very different from the downstream KPIs, correct? And when you have someone who's looking at it in totality, I think it makes a lot more sense. But I wouldn't agree that the supply chains are broken. Okay, yeah, maybe sometimes we have taken, like, for example, the semiconductor crisis. During COVID, I think a lot of people then realized how important it is that for small parts like that, which are critical to make sure you have inventory. But Apple is one of the fantastic examples of a great supply chain.
When I say broken, ma'am, I meant that connecting digitally. That's what I meant. There are still a lot of companies who are not completely digital when it comes to end-to-end of supply chain. That's what I actually had meant. Maybe I missed to mention that.
Yeah, but I think most companies are going digital. And I also want to make a differentiation. People say digital, but there is digital and there is digitalization. Correct. Digital is when you just change something which is there and make it digital. Okay, digitalization is where you're actually looking at the process and saying, what do you need to do differently, and then making it digital. So I hope that all of us are really doing digitalization, because if you just lift and shift and then make it digital, you're going to carry the same inefficiencies. But I think you really need to become digitalization, and more importantly, I think also, for example, that end-to-end connectedness is needed. It has to be connected so that it is seamless, without noise, and is able to react quickly. So yes, and I think most companies are going that way, correct? So, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and I humbly apologize for the time limit. There's so much that we all want to ask. I'm seeing there's so many questions that you got lined up for ma'am. But yes, ma'am also has an address in the evening. Ma'am was also on the jury of the awards that will happen. She'll also be talking to us then. For now, our next discussion, it is on navigating trade uncertainty, strategies for tariff volatility. For this one, we are being joined by Sumit Chakrabarti, Associate Vice President Adani, by Samrat Sehgal, Global Supply Chain Head, Dabur India Limited. Joining them is Prashant Patel, Global Sourcing Leader, GE Vernova Gas Power Division. Joining them is Mahesh Gupta, Head Supply Chain, DS Group. And this one will be chaired by Ajay Singh, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Hindustan Platinum. We'll give them 10 seconds to get this ready, and then we shall move ahead. A couple of panel discussions lined up. I would request all the moderators to be careful of the time that's it. Also, any picture, as I mentioned before, any opinion, any view that you share online, please also use the hashtag BW Supply Chain. For the evening, we have a different one. If any of your colleagues or friends are watching, they can watch it live on all social media platforms of BW Business World. It's also available on the website, bwcfoworld.com. Surely, let's please welcome our panelists for this one with your applause, everybody. Aye.
Okay, so good afternoon to all of you. I think post-lunch always be difficult to conduct a session. I think we are at that juncture. I think Madam has put up some perspective of it to make us all alive. And I think the topic which we will be discussing is also a current topic which is going across the globe, and I think very relevant to current situation, what is happening across the globe. I think I have with me eminent panelists with me who will be talking about more on the three-part on this navigating trade uncertainties, which when we talk about the trade uncertainties, I think the geopolitical fragmentation, what is happening today, is one of the key factor which is playing a role. We all have seen it, the Russia-Ukraine war is going on, and there are a lot of tariffs being imposed from US to India and Mexico to India and whatnot across the globe. I think that is making a big challenge to all of us, particularly in the supply chain, to manage our sources, whether we, post-COVID, we used to talk about near-shoring, offshoring, and whatnot, going vocal for local, all the aspects. I think that were the rule of mantra. I think everybody has to go with that. The first part of this discussion, we'll be doing it on the base of the reality on this global trade uncertainties. I'll come to Samrat first. Samrat, on your views, how the company are adjusting the sourcing strategy to mitigate this tariff risks, what is having?
So good afternoon, everyone. I think more than conducting the session, I think post-lunch it is difficult to listen to the session, so I think we should empathize with the audience right now. Okay, on that count, I will talk about my perspective in two ways. Dabur happens to be a company which has got its own brands also which we are selling, plus we are also doing manufacturing for some of our customers who are based out of the Europe or Americas. So I will talk about both the perspectives, how the organizations as buyers, how they are adjusting to these tariffs and uncertainties, and how as a seller also, since we are service provider as well, so how we are looking at that. So both the things I would try to address. But to begin with, I think I will start with an Urdu couplet which says, which tells what's the kind of situation. So they say, "Har shaakh pe ullu baitha hai, anjane gulista kya hoga." So there are so many issues around at this point of time in supply chain, whether you are a supplier or a buyer, both ways. So I think the strategy which companies, when they are sourcing products, the strategies which they are applying, first of all, it is of course, as we say, China plus one. Typically they are going for multiple suppliers. Multiple suppliers could be within the same geography, or the supplier, typically they would want to have the supply base in an alternate geography altogether. So we have example of Apple, for example. They were sourcing iPhones from China, but when they saw there was a risk of tariff coming up and the issues between India and China, so they shifted their base, increased their sourcing from within India. So we saw Foxconn, which was already there. They started sourcing from Tatas as well, and they increased the sourcing. And now I think they are also looking at Vietnam for sourcing iPhones, for India. So this is one of the most basic things which the companies have been doing. I think other than this, there are many other things also which they are doing. If I talk about the next big thing which comes to my mind is, redesigning the product itself. So for example, if there is a particular component which is attracting a certain amount of duty, so they would want to redesign their bill of material itself to work out the product in such a way that, a lower duty is attracted by the product which they are sourcing from the country. That is the second strategy, and there are, a lot of products in electronics itself which have already started doing it. I think the third thing which the companies are doing essentially is basically the critical components where they see there is a risk of tariffs going up. In the interim period, they would stock up a little bit. So, the strategic inventory is typically increased so that for that period when there is uncertainty, their sourcing doesn't get impacted because of, all these changes. The companies, we have examples of Indian companies in automobile sector who are actually working very, very closely with the legal experts to rightly define the HSN codes in which they are importing the products. So they are working with legal experts so that they work out the product in the right HSN code where, they can essentially manage the duties in a right way, but actually lower the duties. That's also one strategy which the companies are, adopting. And gone are the days when, they were actually looking at total, the unit cost of manufacturing at source A versus source B. Now they are looking at the total delivered cost. So they will look at the manufacturing cost, they will look at the transit times, they will look at the overall inventory holding costs also, plus the duties, etc. So whatever is the end-to-end total delivered cost, they will be looking at that and then deciding their strategy of sourcing. And I think companies like Toyota, for example, they are entering into very strategic partnerships with their with their vendors, where in certain cases they have to also part with some cost elements, but they want to maintain a long-term relationship with them. So part of the cost will be borne by the supplier, but since they have a strategic partnership, part of the cost is also borne by the organization. So I think these are some of the different steps which the companies are taking so that they are able to ensure continuity, or they can ensure within this period of, uncertainty, they can manage their own supply chain.
Correct, thank you. I think just to continue with the topic, Sumit, I'll come to you. On this trade reality, I think the the word is moving from the VUCA world to Bani world. And I think the way the whole structure is happening, the trade wars and the shocks, the restrictions are there. How you take it this point?
So, two ways to look at it. A, from a transactional perspective, and that is, how do I live on my day-to-day basis? B, on the transformational perspective in terms of how do I position myself for the future? Now, typically what happens on the day-to-day working space is, and kudos to ma'am, she threw some wonderful insights. When we look at supply chain, we are always considered like a cost function. Hey, execute, this is what you are said to do. And that puts you in a serious spot of bother. Then you start looking at something that you can just do to maybe mitigate the problem for today and shove it a little ahead. Now try and understand the dynamics that's happening behind. You did touch base on the Russia-Ukraine bit. There's a rare earth mineral war going on. There's, don't quote me on the room, but Trump uncle waking up every day to his whims and fancies, implementing 25 plus 25. And then there's this entire phobia that builds around, okay? And why I call this a phobia is because when you look at the US tariff impact, we all say, oh, we are hugely impacted. The reality is that close to 40% of Indian exports into US is still exempted when it comes to the teas and coffees and other products around. So the first thing that we need to do is get back into our room, do our maths and see, am I the most hit? Of course, if you are in the textile industry, you are hit. If not in that segment, you are not. That's one fundamental issue. The second way of looking at it is that what are my other opportunities, and that we will sort of speak in larger detail in some time. How am I being impacted? Now we also look at the rupee slide that's continually happening. Some may say it's good for an exporter. Trust me, in the long run it is not, because purchasing power parity of the rupee gets hit. Maybe as an importer we are benefiting. I would only like to sort of elaborate our contention. It's not only, when we look at supply chain, it is not only from the sourcing perspective, sir. It's also from the supply perspective. So as much as we are a importing country, we are also an exporting country, and I'm sure when we look at this house sitting over here, you will have divergent views. Now, when I now look at how are we trying to address it, first thing is we are trying to assess the situation. A, what is the magnitude of damage that we have been hit with, or like Samrat rightly said, in this topsy-turvy world, where am I heading for? First thing that we are doing is consolidation. I mean, as Adani, you know, our businesses in terms of cements, in terms of the renewable energies, in terms of the Adani enterprise business, we are trying to assess the situation where we are and how does that opportunity sort of evolve for us. B, we are also trying to look in at, and that's a submission to the House also, we are also trying to look in at collective bargaining. Now, when I say collective bargaining, the mindset in India for the supply chain professionals, and I'm one amongst them, so do count me in, is that my rate should be the best, I should have the cheapest cost, I don't care what my competition does, so let me go and slide my competition in that. The moment you are looking at this bifurcated, individualistic approach, trust me, you are creating a pit for yourself. So there has to be larger forums wherein we actually get into combined negotiations. In United States, you have a shippers association. They determine the prices. The shipping line cannot midway go, or the airline, I mean both. They cannot midway go and jack up the prices. So the perspective, sir, has to be a bit more holistic. You need to look at your entire gamut of operations. You need to look at what is it that is bare essential to keep my plant and machinery running. And then how do I look at my growth strata hereafter? That's all for this round.
Good, thank you. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one piece which I missed out earlier was, as a supplier, how we are reacting to the whole situation, right? So we are basically doing certain private brands. So for example, we supply to Walmart for their, private brands and some of the other retail chains in Europe as well as in US also. And the tariffs have started hitting us because in US, higher tariffs are getting implemented. So what we have actually done is, these companies typically would have our competition, right? There will be other manufacturers who will be willing to manufacture for them and, do their private labels. However, Dabur, because we have our own brands, so there is a certain amount of strength, right? We are a $1.4 billion company or $1.6 billion company. So what we have actually done is that we have started inviting these customers of ours to visit India, to visit our factories, to see our infrastructure which is there, because the infrastructure which we have for them may be only one unit, but for ourselves we have 13 other units also. So we have started using our strategic strength to basically demonstrate to them that they have a third-party manufacturer who is not having one single plant or very limited quality structure or very limited R&D structure. We have demonstrated our overall quality infrastructure, overall R&D infrastructure to influence them, and we have been able to retain certain customers even at a higher tariff. They are willing to take the higher landed cost from us just because they see us as a strategic partner for themselves. So that's something which we have done over the last 3 months and have been able to retain. There could have been a slide of almost 40% to our business, which was going to US. We have been able to maintain it just about 10-15% slide. So almost 25-30% slide was avoided because of this.
Good. Thank you, Samrat. Prashant, I'll come to you as you oversee the global operations. So when we talk about the global this trade realities, we talk about China plus strategy, right? And when we talk about the global, how the global companies are really rebalancing their supply chain. Plus, to add another question to sub-part of it is that how the near-shoring, offshoring to that aspect, how it will going to work in this.
Sure. So, I mean, this is the life which I'm living day in and day out. Thanks for the question. This is a great question. I'll take 30 minutes to introduce myself. I'm Prashant Patel, and during the lunchtime, somebody was asking that, hey, your surname being Patel, are you living here in Delhi? Delhi NCR? I said yes. So, to introduce our beloved Prime Minister and me, we both born in Gujarat. Now we are living our life here in Delhi NCR. Of course, he lives in this, I vote in the same constituency from where he comes from. So that's how the life is. Okay, and then to introduce on the GE Vernova, and why I want to give this perspective is, it is more relevant, because what I'm going to give an example of China Plus strategy is more important. So GE Vernova is one of the youngest energy portfolio startup company. I would say startup because we are now no longer a part of bigger GE umbrella. We are 12 units of an energy segment. One more anecdote is, like, if you would have invested in 2024 to now, your share price would have been by 6.5 times. And if you put a phone to charge, and if it takes 60 minutes, out of that 20 minutes comes from the machine which is manufactured by GE. So this is the scale at which we operate in the world. Our supply chain is most complex because we operate in 100 plus countries. We have millions of parts which is coming to our factories when we manufacture and assemble a gas turbine, a turbine which is used to produce 60 megawatt to 600 megawatt a machine. So it can help you to run the entire Delhi NCR, or it can also help as a fast power solution which would be available if you decide to put up a power another 6 months to 8 months down the line. So we operate in such a big scale, and such a, like, if you look at the horizon, it's like from a 6 month to 5 years. That's the scale at which we operate.
I mean, I would not say China plus strategy, coming back to the question. Rather, we should be looking at, when I look at the global sourcing strategy, I would not say China plus. I would say, I want to mitigate my supply chain risk from a sole country. If I am having a product which is only and only manufactured, not only in China, but on one of the country in the world, that's my risk. Why it is a risk? We have lived that life for last 5 years, and some of the panelists also talked in the morning that we have lived that life of unresilient, and now we have become so resilient that we want to make our life such and flexible that tomorrow there is a risk, we can switch over. We can turn off the switch, we can turn on the switch on the other side. So that's a risk mitigation which we always think, we always keep it in the mind, and that's how we define our strategy. There are still commodities where we as in India, not playing at a role. If I tell a very specific on the India growth story, we were like a $4 or $5 million spend in India for globe. Today we are $300 million plus. Yeah?
Good. Thank you, Prashant. I think now we'll switch over to the second part of it on the operational financial risk management. A little bit we'll touch base of that topic. I think I'll come back to Samrat, you on this based on the embedded scenario planning with the digital twins, right? How the cross-border risks are getting mitigated into this?
So I think, this digital twin technology is something which at least I have not used in real life, but we wish to basically experiment on it very, very aggressively. And, we are working with our IT partners so that we are able to, get this kind of technology created for ourselves. There are different nodes in supply chain for which a digital twin needs to be created. But while doing this, we actually studied some of the examples which our partners actually presented to us. So I can tell you there are different types of risks which are there. And whenever this cross-border uncertainty is there, these different types of risks, different case studies are there, different examples are there, how companies have actually used this technology to ensure that their supply chain remains, it doesn't break, it remains unbroken. So I think the biggest example which comes to my mind is basically a European EV supplier who was actually sourcing EVs from China, and they, rather than having a static plan, from a static plan, they moved to a dynamic plan where they actually, ahead of time, they identified that in case there is a disruption from China, because if Europe puts in, a 10% or 15% additional duty on China, how our sourcing is going to get impacted. The result was that ahead of time, at least 3 weeks ahead of, when actual duty was implemented, they were able to identify a supplier based out of Poland. The supplier had, a 15% additional cost. However, with the digital twin, they were able to identify that the lead time is going to drop because Poland is just next door. From China, it was taking more than 3 weeks to reach for the material to reach. From Poland, they were able to get it only in 1 week's time. So reduction of the lead time by almost 2 weeks. And 5% additional cost because Polish supplier was 15% costlier, but in case there was a 10% additional duty from China, then there was a 5% impact. But they were able to identify ahead of time, and the potential disruption was avoided because they worked with the Polish supplier and they actually created a supply framework with them where the supply started immediately when the duties were initiated onto China. The second example which comes to my mind is about financial disruption. So one Indian pharma company has used digital twin. So they were having an API supplier based out of China. So through digital twin, they evaluated what is going to be the impact in case my supply chain gets disrupted by a month. So they identified that the total amount of business which they were doing with the Chinese supplier was approximately 50 million. And a 1 month delay would have cost them almost a 10 million erosion in their bottom line. and they identified and they developed a source within India itself, because they did the cost benefit analysis with the Chinese vendor, and they identified that the total impact is going to be so much, and we need to go for an alternate source. What also comes to my mind is that, you know, these digital twins will be able to help organizations to stress test if there is multimodal shipment, right? If there is shipment, for example, there is a US retailer who was sourcing material from China into their west coast, and there was a disruption expected in the LA area, and you know, they were able to identify with an increase of 2 weeks, they brought the material into the east coast, but the Chinese tariffs, they were, you know, before the tariffs were implemented, they were able to actually get the shipment cleared and, you know, move it inside. So all these things the companies have been doing over the last, you know, maybe at least last 12 months. A lot of case studies are there which come into the media, and we have been studying about them. Definitely this technology is very, very useful, and there is way to go.
So if I'll just add into what Samrat is saying, that we also in our organization, because we deal with precious metal, we deal with platinum group of metals, and we source the material from Russia, Australia, and South Africa. And the hedging is one of the important factor for us, because when we see it, the metal, we don't know what the price of gold tomorrow and silver tomorrow. So how to hedge the material? So we do this scenario planning, and we do digital twins planning on all across. And we are testing since last couple of, almost 1.5 years, the digital twins on the planning perspective on the pure metal. I think because it goes into billions of dollars of risk if we miss any opportunities. Just to add on the topic, Prashant, I'll come to you on this, that how the supply chain officers and the CFO aligning on this financials on the risk, on this operational risk.
Yeah, very valid question. I mean, somebody has also touched base in the beginning that we are no longer a cost center, right? We are no longer the one who is writing a checks for the organization. We, as a supply chain professional, has got our chair into the boardroom. How do we, and if I talk about the GE Vernova, our CPO for the group has clear mandate and an actions coming from the board where we commit to the investors. We commit to the investor that how much cash we are going to generate. What is the profitability we are going to drive for an organization? All that comes from the people sitting here in the room, right? We as a supply chain professional, we are no longer just a procurement executives, but we are the board members who are leading the strategy. We are hitting directly onto the bottom line of a balance sheet. That's where we contribute, and that's what a global organization has recognized the value of it, and we would and we should continue to make that difference.
Thank you, Prashant. I think now we'll move it to the third part of this discussion on the technology, partnership, and the policies. I think that is a very vital points to be covered in that. And Sumit, I'll come to you on this. When we talk about a lot of FTAs being signed by different governments, in India we have recently UK FTA being signed, and then before that we have a UAE, and we had old ages like IGSEPA, and ASEANs are there, right? How this FTAs are really helping the supply chain domain itself we talk about, and what to look into in going ahead on the time?
Very, very appropriate, sir. Before we get on to the space of FTAs, again, we need to see how the dynamics are changing. Earlier, all of you, if you may consider, we were driven by organizations, by global organizations, you know, World Trade Organization, and business would typically happen between these forums. You would be a supplier, sub-supplier, sourcer, sub-sourcer, depending on how your country and the cost parameters fix in. Fundamentally, what's happening in the global scenario today with the geopolitics turning around, and I'll not elaborate on that, it's known to all, is that all these agreements, sir, are becoming bilateral agreements. They are becoming bilateral between countries, A, B, C, D, E, F, you named a few. Of course, the most watched around and my personal favorite happens to be the Indo-US trade deal, followed by the EU trade deal that we are talking. But and then we hear different facets that EU trade deal had some 20, it had about 31 points in which we've closed about 13, and then the others we are nudging ahead. With US we've done 6 rounds of negotiation, and it's now only Modi and Trump waking up at a particular time and signing the deal, so on and so forth. But the reality is we do not know. We hope that this comes tomorrow, but we do not know where we stand today. I'll not get, and it's also because I'm also one of the service providers to the industry, and I'm also one of the largest importers and one of the largest exporters in the country. So we fortunately, we are able to have a broader view about both the dimensions. Today, the reality is that there are people, textile producers, solar panelists, etc., who are holding thousands and thousands of containers worth inventory all over, if at all scale is a measure over value, and they're just waiting when do they get the green signal. With the Europe trade deal also, what's going to happen is after we sign it, those 27 EU countries will have to ratify it, and then the opportunities will kick in. Now this is on the reality check where we stand. But what it means for us is if we go back 20, 25, 30 years back into our careers from where we started with, some basic school work will again have to start. You will have to get out of your complacent suppliers and sources, the markets that you've been heavily dependent upon. It's good that we are diversifying. It's good that our deficit of trade has come down from 47 billion to 24 billion over the last 1 month, but nothing to take too much of an excessive pride in it. You never know when it swings back. What we have to do, and you rightly said now, since we continue to drive some of these boardroom discussions, Prashant, we'll have to tell our marketing folks, we'll have to tell our business owners that, guys, start looking for alternative markets. Look into these, visit those import promotion councils, try to see where lies an opportunity, because definitely there'll be much larger opportunities that will open up. Of course, it will not open to the scale and it'll not open to the scale of Target, IKEA, Tesco, Walmart like US, but maybe 5-6 countries put together, Australia, UAE, Oman. I think Modi, Prime Minister, is supposed to be in Oman today, or yesterday if I get the dates right. Okay, and of course the Indo-Russia deal. Mind you, India, China, we've been doing this flip-flop with China. You know, at some time the entire sentiment is, oh, we don't buy Chinese crackers, but India, China, our exports to China over the last 1 month has gone up by 32%. The imports continue to remain where they are. So the long story short, the entire schematics of markets from where we source vis-a-vis where we supply, that you will have to go back to your drawing room and begin maybe from stage 1. The second part of it, and I'll just take a couple of minutes over here. Second part of it, linked with these policies, is also observe what is happening on the Indian infra space. And why I say the Indian infra space is because there are new infrastructural capabilities that are being added by the government. The NLP policy is catching up. The dedicated freight corridor is expanding, which will run the freight trains on a separate note altogether. More and more inland container depots are coming up. So do look at your supply chain from a different lens. Now one simple case study I'll tell. When I sort of stepped into the supply chain function, I was earlier from the ports and terminal side within the group. When I stepped into the supply chain function, I spoke to one of my SCM managers, and he was very happy. Sir, we do an e-bidding, we invite 18 candidates, and then we give L1, L2, L3. I said, and what if your L1 doesn't pick up? Then he says, sir, I give it to L4. Now these are some of the very cynical things that we've been doing in terms of being driven extremely only by one lens, and that's the cost lens, that'll not work. Sustainability, new markets, imbibing technology, looking at the larger schematics of infra play. Now I'm not gonna canvas or sell anything in terms of what we do, but these are some of the larger perspectives that the supply chain community so needs to be cognizant about and take it forward.
Thank you, Sumit. Quickly, Samrat, I'll come to you. Just quick answer on the again back to the technological part of it. We hear a lot about the AI, blockchains, and all the technological movement happening in a supply chain domain, right? With your experience, how you see that, whether it will be de-risk the supply chain whole function as it?
For sure, I think technology is one piece. AI and ML, as I see that, AI, ML, blockchain, I think 5 to 7 years down the line, it is going to be the kind of technology, as we consider Excel today, I think these technologies will be like that 7 years down the line. So people who will be able to use it will be the ones who will be able to survive otherwise. And there will be some technology, by the way, which will be on the horizon. Like today we are talking about AI and ML. 7 years down the line, there could be completely different quantum computing or some other technology which will be on the horizon, and people will be vouching for it, whether how good it is going to be. And we see that there are, a lot of real life examples also of how AI and ML can help organizations. Today, AI and with help of machine learning, a lot of data which is available on the internet itself, the system, these machine language algorithms are able to read that information. We have an example of one of the chemical companies in Europe. It actually deployed AI and ML to read the data which was available on the internet. So it was able to read the data on how and on what issues their parliament was talking, on the issues of how their local population was reacting to the carbon footprint of the products which they are consuming. They were also looking at the import data itself into their country, and a lot of other data which they were able to look at, and they were able to predict at least 6 months in advance that that particular country was about to come out with a carbon duty for imports from China. And they were able to predict it, and they were able to import that material ahead of time to avoid some amount of disruption and the duty impact. So this is a real life example of a European chemical company which was able to basically overcome the issues which could have come to them. Apart from that, there are technologies like blockchain, for example. Now, how does US know how much oil India is importing from Russia? It is through blockchain that US is able to identify the source of the oil, which by the way, some of the oil is actually getting converted into petrol and diesel and is being exported back to those countries. So through blockchain, they are able to identify, and through blockchain, it is also possible for the companies to ensure and to prove to the buyer, the adherence to the FTA, right? So for example, if they do not want any oil to be imported into India from Russia, so through blockchain technology, we'll be able to prove the origin of the oil, and if there is anything which in between has got mixed with it, that also through blockchain it will be possible to know. I was talking to a supply chain head of one of the pharma companies who happened to be my boss in my previous organization. So he told me about blockchain, how it is being used in pharma. So they were actually studying the data of temperature logs which are maintained, because in pharma it is very important to maintain temperature during the transit of the goods. So the log was studied, and the data which was there available with them was actually exceptionally close to the norm. So they analyzed the data and they found out it is not possible to have such accurate data. And then they found out that probably some of the temperature logs were not working properly. And they were able to identify and check it, and they were able to then avoid certain quality disruptions which could have come to them. So I think in various ways, AI and ML today is available and it can be used by companies, and there are use cases which are available.
Thank you, Samrat. I think our discussion will not end if we'll not talk about the ecosystem. I think quickly, Prashant, I'll come to you. How the whole ecosystem, whether it is the 3PLs we're talking about, federal system or suppliers, sub-suppliers, how this will be aligned in this whole tariff war situations?
Yeah. So when we look at the ecosystem, right, maybe 10 years back, nobody was talking about ecosystem at all. Nobody was talking about supplier partnership. Today, the whole narrative is changed. We are not in the world where we are just looking at the vendor or a supplier who just give us a part component as per our technical or quality requirement or as per the spec or whatever we want, right? Now we are talking of a partnership. That's the whole narrative which has changed. Now, what is a true partnership? Partnership is not just placing an order and getting the material delivered as per your requirement, meeting your quality, delivery, or lead time. It's going hand in hand with the supplier, looking at their operation, helping them to improve their efficiency, their productivity, and ensuring, building up their capacity to meet your own capacity demand. And I think somebody shared that how, the customer or the end product user is sharing the information to the tier 1 or tier 2 supplier or a manufacturer. That's when you build that entire ecosystem, that's the true partnership which comes. You put on that, and that's what we are living in the world today at GE Vernova, where we are helping the supplier to debottlenecking the waste from their own system. We are helping them to bring up to an operation excellence what we look at it. As an GE, as a global organization, we put our own lean resources to help them out to solve their issues and their challenges. So it's a true partnership. If somebody has gotten any issue in starting from the raw material to shipping the part or a component to our warehouse, it's our problem, and that's where the partnership has been changed now.
Thank you, Prashant, and thank you, panelists. I think we had a good discussion on this when we are talking about the navigating the risk associated with the whole scenarios, when talking about how we can realign the whole geopolitical situation, how the strategic autonomy has to be there, and then the focus on the sustainability. I think one of the topic we have not covered, but I think it will be covered in other discussion. I think with that, I think to summarize this fruitful discussion we had, if you have any time for question, otherwise we'll close it.
You can take one if you want.
If anyone has any questions, one question, we can take it up.
Can you have a mic for him, please? I'll give you this. I gave this one.
Hi, we are supply chain management consultants. So I think we spoke a lot about China plus one policy, and you rightly said that it should actually be not China. It is not about China. It is that we should not be having one supplier. But still, China names does appear whenever we talk about the supply chain or any procurement or any sort of products. So what would you like to just reflect upon what China is doing different, which maybe a country like us would like to copy, would like to copy with pride? I mean, anything you would like to share?
Sure. So when you look at what is the edge China has got, and what is the edge other country or rest of the best cost country has got, right? Particularly India, if we are talking, because we are all Indians sitting here. China has got material productivity. The cost of material which is being made available is that cheap than what you get it here in India. There are a number of reasons. I'm not going to talk on that. What we as an India has got an advantage is a labor productivity. Labor arbitrage is something which we have an edge. Say-do ratio we have. The language barrier which China has got, we don't have. There are some pluses, there are some minuses, right? And I think government is also helping in improving our logistic cost. Like somebody talked about 13%, 14% to 6 to 7%. That's also going to help us. Labor productivity continue to be more and more better. Debottlenecking the waste into the system at a manufacturer's location is going to drive the labor productivity further better. Because material, it's some Raj is being controlling that entire cost of the raw material available in India today. Can you control? No. So what is controllable? Let's focus and control that.
Sir, and just to add on to Prashantji, there are two other driving factors. A, China went ahead and mobilized their infrastructure much ahead of India. Now we are thinking about the Vadvans and the new age ports and the airports. That's one. The second thing is that when you look at the entire Chinese DNA, it's very confidential and still landlocked. And that is where, I mean, being an Indian, I believe China will continue to have an edge, because as we move towards globalization, we will open more technology, we'll make it more permeable. I mean, in the trade deal, of course, a lot of discussion is hovering around the digitization and the digital space. We will not touch it over here. But that'll become more porous for us. So it may become an advantageous situation, it may not. But China, yes, they'll continue to have their USPs. Their ports, infrastructure, labor, Prashantji rightly said. But let's watch on the game. I mean, we are very much there. So we are definitely a lot better than where we were 8-10 years back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. For them, please. There's vast knowledge to be shared, to be imparted, but we have to keep a check on the timer because हम दूसरे panels के time में नहीं interfere करना चाहते. But thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for moderating that. Thank you. Chaliye, from navigating trade uncertainty, we now move on to resilient by design. Connected risk management for global supply chain. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Up first, Prem Chaurasia, Director and Regional Head, Global Procurement Services, HCL Technologies. Joining him is Ashish Gupta, Chief Procurement and Supply Chain Officer, Compass Group India. Joining them is Anil Kumar Mishra, National Logistics Head, Pladis India, Brian McVitie's, Godiva and Alka. Joining them is Dr. Chandan Shirbhai, Vice President, Head of Supply Chain and Operational Excellence, Aerogen Life Sciences Limited. Joining them is Shibashish Pramanik, Director, Nutrition Supply Chain, Abbott India. And this one will be chaired by Vijendra Rao, Head, Procurement, Supply Chain and Operations, Magafari, India. Let's please welcome them. आपके तालियों के साथ.
We are supply chain, so we are all used to these kinds of contingencies, so perfectly okay, so we'll manage and move forward. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, be seated. Great, thank you. Resilient supply chain. The past decade has witnessed the supply chain evolution, and that's which we have seen, which we have been going to the rest of the panel members as well. In fact, where the supply chain has not been only just a function anymore. This has become an organization by itself, and an organization within an organization. So that is the reason many CPOs and the chief supply chain officers are moving towards becoming CEOs as well. And this has been actually by the external forces. Those forces have chiseled the supply chain into the shape that which we are into. The supply chain which can withstand all this, the VUCA world, that which we talked about in the previous the sessions as well. So we have a wide spectrum of the industry experts. And let me go to the panelists, maybe before that. Before I get into any questions, maybe a quick introduction as well. To introduce myself, first I'm Vijendra Rao, and I have 30 plus years of experience in managing end-to-end procurement, supply chain operations, and now managing an industry which is part of a company which is part of infrastructure industry, which is into the environmental solutions, building the tunnels and the bridges, dams, and also the rockfall mitigation and even defense solutions, etc. However, the spectrum what we have here is ranging from IT, ITES, and also the food and the pharma. So I think definitely we are going to have a great, I would say, the perspective of supply chain, how this is going to become resilient. But Prem, just to start with your introduction, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vision. So hi everyone, I am Prem Chaurasia. I work with SCL Technology. So I come from, of course, I mean before joining SCL and Genpact, so I was part of the manufacturing industry. I mean, so I have experience from both manufacturing and IT, ITS sectors. And total experience in supply chain is around 25 years, and overall experience is around 3 decades, 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Prem. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashish Gupta. I lead the procurement and supply chain for Compass Group. We are a food service and facility management company. We are a global leader in this industry and as well as in India. I've over 25 years of experience in procurement supply chain across largely food and FMCG businesses, but across even automotive as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be part of such an esteemed forum with so many panelists, industry leaders in the audience as well. So looking forward for an interactive session. My name is Dr. Chandan Shirvaiye. I am representing Aragen, which is a leading CRDMO organization in India. So CRDMO may be a new word for some of you. So it stands for Contract Research and Development and Manufacturing Organization. Basically, we do it for the global innovator company. So under the umbrella of pharmaceutical, we are the innovation services which exist. Overall, I have around 25 years of experience, but now I have spent around 11 years with this organization, so good amount of it in the pharma sector. And resilience, the topic which is there today, is very much relevant for us, for every industry for that matter. But like pharma, we say we try to save lives. So every delay, every risk is an opportunity lost to save somebody's life. So we will look forward for that insightful discussion, and I will try to share on what good practices we have adapted and the way forward plans. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chandan, and thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks to the BWN Supply Chain for giving the opportunity to share our thoughts. And I'm representing the Pladis Global. They are having the global snacking company and some global iconic brand like a Macotis, Godiva, chocolate, and the Ulker under that umbrella. We have a single production plant in the country in Himachal Pradesh. From there, we are servicing to the domestics as well as the international market, about the 35 countries across the world. And then as a company, we have the logo that happiness with the every bites because of the food items, and the Makoti is known globally for their digestive brand. And I have 25 years of experience in the industry. And then prior to that, I have exposure of the service industry as well as the manufacturing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiv Pramanik. I am the Director of Supply Chain for Abbott Nutrition. I don't know how many of you know about Abbott, just a bit of a background. Abbott is a 140-year-old company. We operate across pharma, nutrition, devices, and diagnostics. Our top line is about $40 billion plus. Our net valuation comes to about $240 billion, approximately 10 times the size of Starbucks. And we have existed in this country pre-independence. And nutrition is one of the smaller divisions within Abbott in India. But we do live up to our motto, live life to the fullest, and we try to serve all customer segments. Thank you.
spectrum of the industry perspective for sure. That's something which you can get. Prem, going to you go for the basics. When we talk about this, resiliency, okay, how are you building the supply chain, maybe in your organization? What do you say that your team is now resilient? When do you say that?
Okay, very good and very relevant question actually in today's world. So first, let's understand, what is resilience. So of course, everybody knows that, in earlier, like, in historical, the challenge with the supply chain was used to be that visibility, right? I mean, earlier, the companies used to have only the visibility up to the, like, tier 1 suppliers, right? So, once we think for the resilience supply chain, then definitely, there are couple of features I would say that, we need to look for. So first is like, visibility. So, and then second is, I would say diversified, okay? So if you talk about the visibility, then, when we are trying to build or design the supply chain, so it should have the end-to-end visibility, right? I mean, you can map your product, your services, or your industry, and try to see that, we have end-to-end visibility, whether, for, if it is like manufacturing, then from raw material to finished goods to up to the, customer end. Second feature, I would say, diversified, okay? So when we talk about the resilient supply chain, definitely it should be diversified. Okay, so I think as everybody understand that, we should not have like concentrated supply, supplier base. It should be always diversified in context of supplier base, also the geographical locations and everything, especially for the critical material and services, right? Third, I would say it should be flexible, right? Means, once we talk about the resilient supply chain, then definitely flexibility or agility is must. Then, then you can react to the situation and you can address, whatever the challenges are coming. And the fourth one is, which is, in today's context, very, very important that, it should be digital enabled, right? I mean, your supply chain cannot be resilient till the time you are not digitally enabled, right? So digital everywhere, I mean, digital is like, hot things. So it should be digital enabled. And the last thing, of course, whenever, I mean, we have all these kind of features, then definitely it should be supported by strong governance, right? I mean, then only if your supply chain and you are having the super or the strong governance system, then definitely I would say then, I mean, you can sustain all kind of shocks. Right?
Great perspective.
Thank you.
Great. Ashish, I mean, if I move to your industry as a food industry, people have been talking about agility and resilience. Eh? How do you see the difference, or do you see, is there something which is different when you say not a resilient supply chain team, but even agile supply chain team as well? So how do you build your team and when do you declare as, okay, so now today we are not only resilient, but also agile as well?
Yeah. No, I think this is a ever-changing scenario. I don't think there is one point in time where you can say that now we are agile and resilient. I mean, in today's world, I think VUCA is actually probably old now. Yeah. Now we're in a Barney world, right? Brittle, it's like non-linear. I mean, in this kind of a scenario, we really can't predict. I mean, of course, we can use data to basically understand the different variables coming together. But I think more than, the success depends not so much on how well we are able to predict the future, but then more so on how well we are able to prepare ourselves for different kinds of futures, because it's changing every day. So it's not that, okay, we have reached a state and now we are ready. I think, like I think Prem talked about agility and resilience. How do we build that? How do we become more aware? How do we use, different data points? Like if I talk about Compass, I mean, we serve more than 12 lakh meals every single day across more than 600 locations. And all this data is captured, individual transactions are getting captured in a system, and there's so much of data. Like, now how do we use that data in our day-to-day decision making? How do we plan our meals? Still today, a lot of companies are working in a hybrid mode. There are people working from home. How do we predict when people are expected, which days of the week people are expected to come more? How do we plan our menus more smartly to optimize, reduce the food wastage, for example? How do we design the menus in a way that we can control the food waste? I mean, have flexibility, build in flexibility. I think that's another point which Prem talked about. How do we build in flexibility and agility in our supply chain? How do we use data points to really kind of get those signals, those early detection points to be able to plan better and act better? Most of the times the risks do not come from awareness about the risk, but it's just that we have chosen to actually ignore those risks. We haven't really planned for them. And I think every organization, whether it's a food service organization or it's a infra organization or a pharma, I think it's very important for us to work towards preparing ourselves for those scenarios, preparing a team which can come into action quickly in case of any kind of risks coming. We are becoming more data-driven in our decision-making, not just gut-based. And supply diversification, again, is an important piece to that overall planning, so that we are able to have a backup plan in place. We are able to not land all our eggs in one basket, but really able to activate alternate suppliers whenever there is a need for that.
You brought an interesting point, which is like an awareness of the self as a function, and also having to deal with the several data points. But Chandan, if I move on to your industry as pharma, as we heard in the previous panel as well, pharma industry has to deal with a lot of data points. But if I see from the agility or a resilient supply chain perspective, and having to be dealing with several data points, and at the same time being aware of the self as a supply chain organization. So how's your industry dealing with these kinds of visibility and the data analytics?
Thanks, Vijendra. I think it's a very relevant observation. Just to give you an insight, the kind of data points Aragen deals, or it would be true for any large-scale CRDMO of Aragen size or bigger. Our value proposition is higher, not the volume. So we don't deal in bulk volumes. We do almost 3,000 projects, that is 3,000 kind of projects in a month. We deal with 1,400 plus suppliers, order 10,000 line items, do costing for 30,000 line items in a month. And most of it is non-repeatable. The repeatability is hardly 20%. And when I say 1,400 plus supply partners, this is only the direct touch point. Then this goes further deeper. And the biggest complexity around here is all this is in exploratory business. So when I order something, at least in 50% cases, none of my supply partner has ever made it in the way I want it. Either they would have done the same chemistry, or they would not have done it at the same scale. Over and about this, we have the regulatory compliance. We come from pharma setup, so we have to have regulatory compliance. Then there has to be scalability. So today, supply partner is able to deliver a 10 kg material for my R&D. Can he deliver me 200 kg? If answer is no, all the journey of 10 kg is going to be futile. So with all this risk, definitely it's important that we have real-time data visibility on not only what is on the paper, but what is actually on the ground, and that's where the transparency element comes into picture. Without this, we may be solving the problem in a short term, but in a long-term scenario, we may end up creating another problem which will need a solution going backwards. And all the millions of dollars invested till that stage and the time invested will be lost. Another good example over there I can give you is when we buy a chemical, there is, I heard a lot of earlier panelists speaking about China plus one. Same is the scenario in pharma industry also. Everybody expects us to have at least China plus one strategy. So I go to a partner to buy a chemical. Chemical, most of us would understand, is a synthesis process, 10 stage, 12 stage. And then he says, okay, sir, I will make it here and give it to you. I very boldly claim in my management review saying, I have there is China, one supplier. Then I understand he's buying the chemical from China. Or maybe he's buying from another Indian source who is buying from China. So again, a deeper visibility. So real-time data visibility, not only at your level, but at the multiple levels of your supply partner, multiple geographies, multiple logistics networks, is very, very crucial. Secondly is, somebody spoke about data logger. Again, we ship a lot of temperature-controlled shipments. Imagine the shipment traveling all the way for 6 weeks, and then you open the shipment and read the data logger conditions, and then it says there was an excursion. All the efforts are wasted. So how we can have a more IoT-enabled, more transparent data transmission over there. In Aragen, what we have done is, we have first digitalized our internal process. I can confidently tell you our 90% of P2P process in Aragen is digitalized, right from supplier evaluation, onboarding, RFQ, quotation comparison, ordering, receipt, consumption. So that helps me to at least connect the dots within the organization. Recently, we have implemented AI-enabled sourcing platform because we buy a lot of chemicals which we have not bought earlier. Moment I plug in the chemicals, it gives me ranking of supply partners basis my existing purchase history and the history available on the internet, telling this can be your potential partner, this can be your second potential partner with a risk rating. So this helps me, things still go wrong. Let me be very open, we do fail, but we fail lesser than what we were failing earlier. I think we have made a progress, and that's the importance of having real-time data visibility. Third is inventory obsolescence. Because again, we buy a lot of chemicals, it may not be needed, it's lying with me, maybe another person needs it which can help them do the research, or my supply partner may need it. So again, a real-time data, if you have visible, then it can help you not only reduce your cost burden, but also expedite your own supply chain activities. So there are not many such examples, but I would definitely emphasize visibility is the most critical enabler if you want to handle a VUCA situation or a BANI situation. Yeah. I think the first and foremost should come visibility. How much we can achieve it depends on the circumstances, and case-to-case basis it can be handled.
That's interesting. So if when we are talking about visibility and what you talked about analyzing or managing this data, that huge size of the data, maybe even Shib, I would like to go to you being the same as a pharma industry. There must be use of technology as well, right? Otherwise, we as supply chain, we would not be the same unless we take the strength of technology and then move forward to become more agile and resilient supply chain. So what is the use of technology in your domain? How you are using technology to do the risk mitigation?
So first let's talk risk mitigation. I think, you see, in our context, we can have too many sources of too much data. What we don't need is an endless array of data, and end of the day, technology being just an enabler for us to gather, assimilate, assess, and then give us decision-making points. So going back to where I started, we don't need endless array of data. What we need is enough data so that we can make integrated decisions. What we do drive for is lowering the reaction time. We want to lower the reaction time to disruption because having a disruption-free supply chain is a myth. That does not exist. What exists and what we create as leaders is, or are organizations that can react to those disruptions, and that is exactly where technology comes into play, and of course, the decision sense comes into play. So if you look at, and it can be plain basic technology. It can be technologies as simple as Power BI, okay, right? Because it's homemade. I don't need a rocket scientist to create a dashboard for myself. What I do need is the right information that comes in, and secondly, what I do need is all the information that I'm getting through my tech tools, whether it is integrating through SAP to the supplier and to my manufacturing site, is integrating that into the planning process. Because if I'm not integrating any of this information into my SNOP or IBP, then the entire gathering of data and the use of technology becomes advisory only. It is not a part of my core DNA. So, long answer to your question, when you talk technology, it is, yes, there are many technology tools. So I'm not going to dive into tools, otherwise it will sound like I'm endorsing one's versus the other. The point being, am I collecting the right data in the right amount? The second more important point being, am I integrating it into the decision-making process? And the third point being, I would definitely take that information and plug it into my planning process, because that is what is going to make me more risk resilient. Going back to your first question where we started.
Brilliant points. Thank you so much, Shiv. But if I extend this technology, and normally we see, Prem, normally as we see is IT, IT-enabled services, of course, is an industry which is dealing with the technology in a much bigger way. Within this industry, if we take supply chain, and in parlance of supply chain, what is the technology that you are using in your organization? And the deep learning that which we are talking about, how is that which you are utilizing for the benefits of supply chain?
Okay, so let me start from the basics of supply chain. Of course, everybody is like earlier we used to work from the reactive mode, and now like proactive or the predictive mode, right? So of course all these technology, whether AI or machine learning or whatever technology we talk, definitely this is not going to eliminate all the disruption, is like Sebi mentioned, of course, but it is going to help to reduce, right, lot of disruption, and of course, I mean, then it helps in terms of the decision making, right? Once, I mean, you will come to know that, this is going to disrupt my, supplies, then definitely you can take some other decision, or you are prepared for that. Okay, so since you asked a specific question that, what are the technologies we are going to adopt, so let me tell you very frankly that, now it is a beginning that, now we are trying to use generative AI for price discovery, and also to use the historical data of the price, for a particular service or supply items. And also we can compare, like, not only for the one location, but across, the different geographies, different countries, different locations. So that's how, it is going to help, because, earlier, like, we are having the data, but, to get the data immediate on the finger tips, I mean, it is now easy because of using this Gen AI. Of course, like, as my colleagues has talked in terms of the different technology. So now all these tools and platforms are also offering to integrate the technology for the procurement, whether it is like SAP, Ariba, or Coupa, or whatever. I mean, all these tools. So now, of course, I mean, we need to embrace generative AI, and then definitely going to make a lot of improvement, not only in terms of the time efficiency, but also the cost.
Then if I again would like to move to, say, either the food industry, and maybe even Anil, my question can be to you, or Ashish, you can try to answer this. How this technology and the generative AI is in use in your industry, in the food industry? Maybe Anil, you would like to pick up, or Ashish, you would like to pick up either way.
So, yeah, I think it's evolving. There are some areas where we have started taking steps towards that. Giving one example, the food supply chain in India is very unstructured. It's not very standardized quality. Like, I mean, if you're, for example, buying your rice and pulses and different grains, it's very difficult to not have any foreign objects in that. You'll end up having some stones, you'll, have some twigs, sometimes maybe some worms, right? How do you tackle that? I mean, at home, okay, you can do that sorting, you can eliminate that, but imagine that operation run at scale. So for every food service business, this is a problem statement, and in most cases, it's all through manual sorting, because whatever you get from commercially sorted plants will always end up having something. It's not 100% accurate. So we have actually, with one of our partners, developed a technology to basically detect the defects in real time and being able to sort them out. So it's a kitchen scale sorting machine which uses high-speed cameras and machine learning to be able to teach what is good, what's not, and being able to detect that out. So that's one example of how we are using machine learning and tech to solve business problems. But I think some of the other examples, like what Chandan said about vendor onboarding process, or even across the supply chain, we have actually brought in a lot of automation in our processes, which has helped us to reduce the dependence and simplifying the approval workflows and bringing in more visibility on where the things are stuck and stuff. I'll share one example, not a good one, but we were working with one partner, and we had to give some advance to that partner because we were wanting to secure some quantities for the year, and we gave the advance, and after a few months the supplier went bankrupt, and we had to go through a long legal exercise with the vendor to recover our money. What we could have done better, and which we have taken actions post that, is to actually conduct that. So normally you would do the due diligence at the time of onboarding, but normally we, post that, we kind of forget that, right? I mean, okay, we have done the diligence, everything is okay, but maybe during the life cycle, the things change. And I think if we had that information, how's the supplier's books, what are they speaking, is he in a healthy state or not, we could have actually taken action more proactively, and with that knowledge, we could have actually decided whether we want to give the advance or not. So, yeah, I think with that kind of knowledge, with automating, bringing digitization in different processes, and trying to understand what business problem, is dependent on manual intervention or trying to read through loads of information, which is humanly not possible to assess. I think those are the best use cases where technology, AI, all these things will bring the maximum output.
That's brilliant. And using this technology and moving towards maybe, I think, even the strategies or a decision-making process, maybe then, Shiva, I would like to move to you. Is that the same kind of, is the technology that you use, or do you bring any innovation into your processes when you are devising your strategies for the supply chain?
So look, let's build on that thought that Ashish just mentioned. We have about, and I have Dr. Naveen there, who's our Abbott veterinarian. We have about 100,000 cows from where we get our milk for our product. Talk about technology, I mean, we evaluate samples, milk samples, and our wish is to get to a stage where we are able to predict pregnancies, where we are able to predict mastitis infection, Right? So that's where we want to go. We are not yet there. We are in the data collection process. Now let's talk innovation. When we talk innovation, one is pure play, the way we understand R&D based innovation, or what we could do differently. How do we bring technology into dairy, to cows, so that we are monitoring better, we are developing cow health, animal health, farmer welfare, all of that. The other way to look at innovation is, do I have innovative strategies in my supply chain? Can I look at differentiated BOM for hedging my risk? Can I look at differentiated channels? If I were to cross a particular... I think I landed it perfectly with all that bang music behind. So innovation are both sides, right? The more we collect data, and I think as leaders, again, I go back to my first comment, as leaders, our job is to make sure that we are enabling our organizations in a way that they are able to innovatively think. At what time do I engage my second supplier? Now, a supplier that I have not used for 2 years is not my backup supplier. In fact, it's a very big red flag for me. So at what point, what sporadicity do I use my second supplier? How frequently? I think those are all the innovations that I would like to think about or bring into the organization.
I would say very interesting, definitely the perspective that which you talked about, and in which the technology can be put to that level of advanced usage to predict something. Of course, definitely supply chain is going to be, I would say, in the forefront as far as the driving organization is concerned. So Anil, I would like to touch base again, as a food, as the industry. How are you using these kinds of technologies, and what you talked about as a generative AI? Is this specific to maybe one organization in food industry, or is it widely used across all industry, all companies in the food industry? And if you are using, so how you are utilizing this to devise or develop your sourcing strategies in terms of depending on single supplier or a multiple supplier, and if you would like to decide this, how are you taking help of technology for this?
Thank you. In regard to the technology for the developing single and the multiple supplier, right now we are using in the India that our local resources, and our focus, as in the UCA world, that everyone knows that the supply continuity and the cost factor are the very important part for the any supply chain person and leaders. So we always focus on that, what are our, due to the different geopolitical and the pandemic and the currency fluctuations, as well as your regulation changes and some climatic changes. So there are a lot of factors, because as a company we are having the food item, and we use the wheat flour and your palm oil, and as well as your sugars and some mini ingredients and the flavors, which always have the local sourcing as well as the overseas sourcing that impact through the different your impacts globally. So we focus on that and do the prioritization, what are our priorities, and what are the elements are impacting to the procuring the cost, because they are the historical data, and the historical basis on the data we can select the supplier also. And in place of the single sourcing, we always focus on the multi-sourcing, because always we have the focus on the continuity part. Supply continuity is one of the more KPI for us, as well as the cost. So we ensure that it should be the prioritized basis on the different factors, as well as we also focus on the develop the your suppliers local as well as overseas also. And then we focus on use the dual and the multi-sourcing factor, like your 70-30 for the primary and secondary suppliers, as well as go for then further go later on your 50, 30 and 20. So different category we are using in the main focus that we, as a global company, we have a global footprint, but in India we are using mainly on the local sourcing, which impact reduce the transit time, reduce the cost also, and reduce your carbon footprint also, so that it can support to the entire business objectives.
Yes, we have come to the conclusion, but yes, no discussion is complete unless we touch base as far as sustainability is concerned, which has been really very hot topic for supply chain as well in managing maybe entire on a supplier front and also having the carbon footprint. But I would like to understand how in pharma that you are able to manage this specific aspect.
I think Mr. Gupta, when he was speaking, he told about sustainability. We all have targets for 2030, 2050. We don't have monthly targets. And one of our board members, very senior member, always tells, our future is always bright, I am worried about present. So maybe it is something to correlate with that. Sustainability is now no more compliance. He did say that. According to me, it's a business metric. So now it's a force, I can tell you. Many customers evaluate us on our sustainability journey. And unless you are there, they don't even consider you for because these are long-term associations. This is not a buy and sell association. Once you get approved in a pharma setup as an approved partner, it goes on for 10 years and 12 years, and any change takes a lot of efforts. That's one. Second is in pharma, sustainability is more crucial for multiple reasons. One, we use a lot of chemicals, so which brings a lot of burden on the ecosystem. So sustainability from that per se also as a responsible supply chain and organization, it's important you focus on it. Second is we do a lot of energy intensive operation, cold storage, a lot of exothermic reactions, a lot of cryogenic reactions. So exothermic, cryogenic are high temperature, low temperature reactions. Then you do high pressure reactions. So this is a lot of high energy intensive. So in pharma, what we have done in Aragen, so happy to and proud to share, Aragen is the first organization in India to have EcoVadis Platinum rating. And when we started this journey 3 years back, it was only 30 score, which was we were bronze. And in 3 years, we moved from bronze to platinum, and we are in top 1% globally. So multiple things what we have done is definitely on the energy conservation. We have moved to more renewable. We are now having around 30% renewable energy. Our scope 1, scope 2 emissions we optimized by putting some energy efficient utilities like boilers we migrated to biobriquettes, PNGs. And then we are the first organization in India in the CRDMO setup to have a green procurement framework. So we have a green procurement framework not only for chemicals but for other things also. A lot of supply partner training. So we have 100% our supply partners trained on sustainability initiatives. We have a scorecard where we rate them on sustainability, and if they don't clear it, they are not eligible for many high value orders. So there is an incentivizing policy. And then thirdly, we have taken some scope 3 emission reduction targets. To start with, we have set 10% this year, but then we will maximize it 20% onwards. So a lot of, we publish our annual sustainability report, and almost 3 pages are dedicated only for supply chain. So that's the kind of expectation also people have from supply chains, but also the efforts which we are putting. Maybe if I go on, maybe we need another panel session. So in the interest of time, I will pause here, but we'll be happy to answer any questions post this panel on what more we are doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It can be outside the
In regard to the
conference room as well.
sustainability, I can just highlight some companies also. As a globally, we have ensured that 90% of the total production of the packaging material is sustainable. So it was the target it was the 100% by 2025, but we have achieved the 90% because in the food item, we normally use the plastics and the laminates in the, we ensured, as well as a company, we have already started tracking all the data of the scope 1, scope 2, and we have a global partner like your Carbon Trust, UK-based company. They are doing for across the globe, as well as we are using the palm oil, which is also the company has ensured that we ensure that the procurement should be the proper. So they started taking and traceability with the outside agency like Earthworm has started tracking and traceability of our this palm oil. So there are already many agencies tie up with the company to ensure the sustainability aspect should be go on. As a company, we have a logo that happy planet and happy people.
Brilliant, great. Thank you so much. Thanks for this inputs. Also in the interest of time, because supply chain is known to be 100% on time in full, so we need to be on time. Still, just to conclude or to summarize, what is that which I am tended to move towards bringing psychology into the supply chain, because after listening to you all, what is that I understand is knowing the self, the awareness of the self as a supply chain, as a function, basis all the data point that which we are going to capture, generate, monitor, and also use a technology to be aware of maybe the social awareness or the awareness of the external parameters to the supply chain, and then make supply chain resilient. To make us immune to kind of all this VUCA, BANI, and maybe few more such acronyms are going to come in the subsequent years for sure. So having this emotional quotient in supply chain is going to be the supply chain quotient in the business. So that's how I think we as a supply chain, we are going to be really very doing justice to as far as the resilient supply chain as a objective is concerned. Thank you so much, and thanks to you all for listening to us patiently. But yes, we have few more minutes, and a sharp 8 minutes. We are open for any questions if there are any.
They're running well with you. They're all with you, I guess. We'll stick to too clear. We'll stick to too clear.
Great. Maybe I think we are more than 100% as far as on time in full is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. And thank you, Vijender sir, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving ahead to our last discussion for today. This is on the human edge in digital supply chains, learning, mentorship, and also agility. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Up first, Sachin Apte, Chief Procurement Officer, Pipe and Steel Vertical, Welspun Group. Joining him is Rajiv Kumar Roy, Chief Procurement Officer, HPCL, Mittal Energy Limited. Joining them is Rashmi Chawla, Chief Procurement and Supply Chain Officer, Ujala Cygnus Healthcare Services. Joining them is Jaideep Mukherjee, Vice President, Supply Chain, JK Tyre and Industries Limited. And this one will be chaired by Sojwal Vora, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Manipal Hospitals. Let's please welcome them with the
Good afternoon, everyone. Most of us are supply chain leaders in this conference, in this room over here. So, if I say a few good things about supply chain, I'm pretty sure nobody's going to come back and say, "What are you saying? Why are you patting yourself on the back?" So that's the comfort I have about being in this room. And of course, as supply chain leaders, we are. I think we are used to listening. As we have progressed, we are used to listening a lot more than we have been talking. Talking with suppliers, but also listening internally. And I think that art of listening is something that we have become experts in. We listen to demand signals. We listen to disruptions that are happening in the global markets. We listen to quiet warnings in the data that we have. We listen to a lot of things, right? And then when we listen to all of those things, we kind of try to see how can we improve those. We could make them simpler, process-oriented, and that's where the process, the need for digitalization of supply chain starts coming into play. As part of that listening process and as part of continuous improvement, we try to make sure that we start bringing in processes that are repeatable into a digital journey, right? And all of us know over the last decade or so, a lot of digitization has happened within supply chain. Many companies have created, SaaS platforms to support exclusively supply chain and procurement. So the journey has been tremendous. And in this whole journey, somewhere people start asking questions. Is this now going to start replacing humans? Are we really a contributor? Are we a bane to the whole supply chain process? And that's really what we are going to start discussing today. An important element that we also forget while doing that is when we listen, we also actually listen to humans. We listen to our stakeholders internally. We listen to our suppliers. We listen to our peers. We try to read the room. These are elements that a human continues to bring in. We do negotiations. We understand the empathy part. So I think that's where we will, we see how the human edge continues to be relevant. We might adapt, as humans, as we start bringing in these technologies and digitalization. And therefore, I think, I don't see we as humans going away, honestly speaking. With that, I would then like to move on into the conversation right away. I do have a very eclectic panel with me. I think I'm fortunate to have a diversity on the panel, and diversity not just in terms of gender that you see over here, but also diversity in terms of industries. If I just have to read through the combined experience that we all have, it covers steel, FMCG, lubricants, textiles, automotive, med tech, consumer electronics, healthcare services, petroleum, piping and infrastructure. I mean, there's really a lot of experience that I think we bring in. There's also a lot of experience, not just from industry or diversity from industry, we also bring in diversity from the roles that we have played. We have played roles across direct materials, indirect materials, processes, governance, supply chain planning, logistics. We've also had projects, and we also happen to have experience from where we have worked, private industries, government PSUs. So I think I'm fortunate that I'm leading this panel. So what we will try and do is try and get into the digitalization aspect and the human element that covers all of these diverse experiences that we have had. We might bring in elements from what we have learned, but we'll try and focus on really supply chain and what it brings, to have the human continue to manage it, right? So that's with that. I think I will start off with the first question that I will. So we'll start off with understanding, the leadership buy-in towards digitalization. We'll quickly cover that. Then we'll look at how we continue to have how we have a digital-first culture, and then we'll move into the human element. So that's how we'll move ahead. So the first question I would ask Jaideep, there on the far left. Jaideep, leadership buy-in, how important it is, in your view, to not just embrace, but also sustain digital adoption, within supply chain?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So it's a very important and imperative question. If I say this is one of the most critical thing for for digitization, as well as any specific, you could talk about any big change management in an organization, the leadership buy-in, and it applies to digitization too. Most importantly, if you see, the first thing is that anything which happens, any change, any massive change which takes place in an organization, there is a why behind it, and most of the cases people are illusioned behind this why. People are asking that it has been told, so we need to do. Somebody will have a good idea about it, somebody half idea, somebody no idea. So the proper communication from the leadership with an ownership, it gives you a very clear why you want to do this. And when you are convinced on why you want to do this, then you will be following the steps, because a big project, a big thing, digitalization is not a project, it's a process, it's continuous now, right? And so you have to break it into short-term and long-term goals. So they understand why they are doing this, there's a clear why behind it, what are the benefits will be coming out of it, and with the leadership clearly stating them, the adherence to this is very clear, it happens actually, okay. Second point, in terms of leadership buy-in, a lot of investment in people, infrastructure and technology is required as we progress into digitization at different stages, sometimes you plan something new comes up, you have to adapt to it. But a commitment from the top, ensures that these are backed by, the leadership will back it when it is required. I mean, you cannot do a specific piece of this, when you require 3 people, you cannot manage it with 1. You need a certain amount of funding. You guys cannot say it's not there. No, those commitments need to be very firmly given by the leadership. Third, as it progresses, of course, completely transforming slowly and steadily into this journey, which we're all discovering about digitization, the change management, the resistance, basically. Resistance, that is very common. It is going to happen at every level, different levels, ground levels to the top levels. Now, this change management finally, it needs to be handled by that top leadership. And I will say it's not very sensitive, but a very clear way in terms of you define what is the benefit out of it, why you want to do this, why we are doing this. And secondly, discuss very openly, because one thing which, I have personally noticed at times, problems are not discussed very openly as it moves up towards, because of people, human ego, other things, personalities and everything. So they're sometimes discussed like, halfway through, expected things will flow and some sort of a discussion. This needs to be very, very clean in these sort of cases, very, very clear. So it's to be open and honest. Now, if you break those barriers, a lot of things will move through. And fourthly, our leadership, buying in this sort of a thing, one of the most important messages which goes out to the stakeholders inside the organization as well as outside, when you talk about customers, suppliers and investors today, they get that reassurance from the top management that, that complete focus and commitment is there for the digital journey, and the organization is ready, for this sort of a journey and continue to maintain its competitive edge, because the landscape is changing very rapidly. We used to talk about landscapes changing in years. Today we are talking about landscapes changing in days and months. So I think these are the very, very key points for a leadership buy-in in terms of this entire digital transformation. It applies to any big sort of a transformation, but digital for sure. And that's how it gets driven. And then you keep on monitoring the progress, your KPIs, your small time goals, big time goals, your processes through the data-driven, and I'll say the informations which you keep on getting them. So you have to monitor it as per the timeline. That's where the leadership buy-in comes in.
Thank you, Jaideep. I think I just picked up a small thing from you. You mentioned, how do we overcome resistance across, levels in the organization if there's a change that's happening in that sense, right? And kind of my next question goes into that, and I'd ask Rajiv this question. If really have to make that change, somewhere it's not just the infrastructure, the processes that you bring in, which we are calling digital. It's also the mindset of the people across levels that needs to change. That they have to think digital first. What does that mean? Can we actually? How do we make sure that people change their thought process? I can easily get and sit and do an Excel file and work for 2 hours, but if I don't think, can I do this in a faster way within 30 minutes? That change will not happen. So do you have some thoughts and views around how we could make that?
Yeah, thank you, Sajal. Thank you, Jaideep. Yeah, it's in continuity to whatever our Jaideep has already deliberated. So as you all, we have experience as a leader. So any success, mission, vision statement, whatever we have, it is the leader who are the torch bearers or the backbone of that mission, whatever we take. No doubt it's a teamwork, but the leader has to lead. In this particular case, for a digital first culture, a leader has to lead digitally from the top. So this transformation, digital transformation, is more of a behavioral than the technology. Technology is there, but the behavioral tendency of the team, the motivation, the accountability, everything has to be fixed to that. So if you see broadly, like what would be the aspect a leader can attribute it to the success of the mission, I would summarize it into 3 aspects. Basically, it has to champion the vision. He has to be champion of the vision. He has to drive deeply into the end business goal, which has to be deliberated amongst the team members. Then he has to be accountable for the resources, the time, the talent, the finance, so everything. So here it's a big role of the leader. And lastly, to conclude and to sustain it, it has to be the accountability. So it has to go with the performance of the employees, the team, so that they get aligned, and it's an accountability in terms of the KPIs, their annual performances, so which makes it successful. See, the leader's role here would be also, if you see the resistance which comes in any new technology, now, there he has a big role, so that across various stakeholders, across the global, where different global supply chains are involved, different statutory things are involved, different technologies are there. So here leader has to collaborate. So at the end, if you see, even you can refer the success stories of the two of the best global giants, like I would tell like Microsoft or Google. See, all the success they have is that they have very focused way, imbibe the KPIs into digital behaviors. So that digital behaviors is being monitored. Even the leaders have the coaching behaviors on the digital. So this is something which really leads to sustaining of any mission. Here, I would also like to share my experience being in the oil and gas sector, and we are also equal partner of the government, a PSU, and also a private corporate. So here, I'm seeing a real competition even in the government sector also. Somewhere we feel, maybe see, I am a part from the ArcelorMittal side and from the Hindustan Petroleum. But nowhere the PSUs are lagging behind. And they have also implemented AI, generative AI, e-procurement tool very aggressively. So it's a culture which is so fast picking up. So it's a transformational thing for all leaders in the supply chain. And like what we can tell here, who embraces it fast and who leads are in the race. So it's a mindset which has to change, and leaders here has to really relook into their working style and take along the team with this new technology and do it as fast and as aggressively as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. I think that kind of leads us to get into really the next part, which is how do we start getting humans involved into all of this digitalization, and where do they really play a role? I would like to then move on and ask my next question to Sachin. Sachin, what are the ways in which we can get this done? Is gamification, for example, a good way to begin? Are there upskilling programs that we need to do? Should we engage more? What type of people? Frontline people, back-end people? What do you have your views on this, please?
Very nice questions. The Jaideep and Rajiv has explained nicely about the things. Now I am taking forward the same discussion at the next level. Like for example, gamification. Gamification is nothing but people in the down the line should feel that the process they are working like a game. Like for example, the answer is not a digital bag. The true engagement is steel plant or spiral mill point, from connecting or learning to clear purpose of peer collaboration. Like for example, steel and pipe mills, frontline deals with MES screen, quality data, SAP transaction, predictive maintenance dashboard, and safety systems. The mistake many companies make in generating e-learning instead, a macro gamification, aligned with daily work is so far more effective. Like in ELSA plant, I can give the example of a steel plant. We introduced a digital shift champion, like operator earn points, like correct SAP confirmation, first time right quality entry, using digital checklist instead of paper, or leaderboards were visible at shift change. The monthly reward were practical, skill allowances, preferred shift rotation, because instead of night shift, prefer what a particular shift. So our shift in charge preferred that particular shift, so that they can save their leaves. Then certification sponsorship, not just cash, but the entire sponsorship. So the impact, if we see, the SAP transaction accuracy improved significantly. Resistance to MES system dropped drastically. Supervisor begins coaching digitally instead of firefighting. Then when the blended with real-time performance data, this method has been dropped to cut onboarding times by 40% and boost the productivity of our day-to-day production by 12%. So gamification must reinforce discipline, data quality, productivity, not just a participation. But gamification drives adoption, certification, build depth and scalability.
But last but not least, I can tell in a short, digital transformation succeed not when the system go live, but when the people trust, use and improve them every day.
Thank you. I think you briefly talked of digital learning as well as part of your response. And let me now move on to Rashmi. Rashmi, learning, of course, right? In humans, if you want to really be good in technology, you start getting into the learning aspects of it. There are mentorship programs. There is potentially peer-to-peer learning. The learning can be in various forms, right? There could be also role rotations that we could do. How do we basically move from, one is that, the other is, how do you keep learning on the job? So how do you essentially move from a one-time learning to a continuous learning, more, and this is not just the standard learning, but, more focused on what you're talking of digitalization, and how do we make sure humans remain relevant in a digitized world? So your views on that, and Rashmi, once you're done, if, because this is such a wide aspect and wide role, it's also open for any one of you to give your remarks on this topic as well.
Sure. So thanks, Sujal. This is a good question, and learning as a concept, if we talk about any industry, it can move from a basic one-day training to a continuous learning, and it becomes real only when it is integrated with how work is getting done on the ground. It is integrated with the strategy of the organization. It is supported by the digital platforms which all my co-panelists spoke about. It is reinforced by the leadership, and then it is measured as per the business outcomes, not through the training hours. Right now, if we talk about training, it is basically being measured in terms of how many training hours have been consumed. However, if we have to make it continuous, it should be part of the start of the year planning where we integrate it with the strategy of the organization. And we say that, okay, this is a training that will help us to reach to the business growth and outcomes. I belong to healthcare, and I have a very live example to share when we actually got the experience of continuous learning. You all are aware of COVID, right? COVID was a time when the entire, healthcare supply chain became a platform of real-time learning. Procurement people, clinicians, operations people, they all came together. They were working day and night in control rooms on real-time data and focusing towards managing shortages of supplies and ensuring patient care is taken care of. That is what a real-time learning is. We were there on the floor day in, day out, managing emergencies and ensuring that patient who is there should get care. Patient should get oxygen. So this is how real-time learning works. Now to move forward, how we actually integrate it in today's system. So one, as he shared, leadership, it should flow from top to bottom. Mentorship is very important, irrespective of industry. If I am a leader, it becomes my responsibility that I mentor people in a way where they are able to integrate what they are learning on their job. It is important that at the start of the year, they understand that these are the skills that I have to develop over the period of time, over next 12 months, and then reach to a goal. And then that integrated plan should be implemented on ground. That is very important. Second thing is digital platforms, AI, which we talked about. So more digitization in supply chain, it will take us to more collaborative way of learning and growing forward in the world. And last but not least, peer-to-peer learning, fungibility. So for example, if I talk about supply chain as a concept, and I have been blessed to working in different industries in my entire career, what I feel is the fungibility is the most important factor. What is procurement? Procurement is basically if you have a little bit of common sense and you have a good integrity. I personally feel after 22 years, I can buy a needle and I can buy an aeroplane as well. So creating fungibility through training is very important. If in healthcare, there are different portfolios, one is drugs, one is consumables, one is CapEx investments, then is indirect procurement, then it becomes my responsibility that all my team members learn each portfolio over a period of time. They grow, their functional skill set grows. And that is being implemented also into day-to-day working, that is integrated in the outcomes of the organization, and it is measured in the KPIs of every individual. So that is how I feel that collaborative way of working through top to bottom and ensuring that all the people learn and grow is very important. And training is not restricted only in the rooms. Training is integrated with the strategy of the organization, and the employee to the last level in the organization should understand that how he or she is contributing to the overall organization goals. So that's how I would define it. I would request if anyone wants to add something to this, it will be great.
While you add, I just wanted to make a remark here. It's a good point you brought about COVID being a very good learning platform for everybody in healthcare, whether it's doctors, whether it's patients, whether it's clinicians, whether it is administrators, whether it's the purchasing supply chain colleagues there. Everything was new. Everything was being understood what's happening. You know, I also come from healthcare, so I've lived it and I've experienced it. But what I also felt is COVID was also a learning for everybody, specifically, also the larger, people over here. You know, we started looking at hygiene, personal hygiene more seriously. We started, looking at how we could, manage, remote management of business. That became a new learning. Within procurement supply chain, we had a lot of learnings as well. We realized that suppliers whom we have been treating all along as preferred suppliers, strategic suppliers, you suddenly need somebody whom you've never dealt with for a few years, but then you need that person now to be your supplier. So that person becomes your strategic supplier. So it kind of goes away from the standard, risk mitigation exercise that we normally do in procurement. But those are things that actually, came up very strongly. That this is, so then you learn, you adapt, and you move on, incorporating that as part of your larger supply chain and procurement strategy. So that's the other comment I just had in addition to what you had to say. And over to you, Jaideep.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just touch upon the thing which Rashmi has said in terms of training piece and the peer-to-peer learning and that thing. So in digitization, if you see, there's a thought process that you need to get resources from outside the market, some very specific, very skilled, I'll say functionally very strong and different people. It is not always true. When we talk about very skilled, very specific, functionally strong, we talk about the data scientists on role, which is fine. But when you drive the function, finally, when you work in procurement, when you work in distribution, when your digitization slowly takes place, these people, the data scientists and all, they are continuously working along with you. It's like a project. You have got a functional team. You have got a team who develops the programs. There's a functional team which tells you what to do. The business out. That's the way you achieve a business outcome. So one way is role changes, which is very common today. Also we speak that there should be a role change among people to learn more and grow more. So when you peer-to-peer learning, also in digitization, your roles should change after a point of time. You cannot get every resource from outside. A logistics specialist guy with an excellent digitization exposure and all, which we keep on. We see all sorts of ads, we require these sort of people. But the whole point is these people get produced in the organization itself, while managing that change with the journey of the digitization. And then they start becoming those experts. With those experiences, they come across, I'll say, different types of scenarios and keep on growing themselves, So these people has to come inside from the functions and go across the functions. And get exposed to them to learn. That's what you can say peer-to-peer. You can also say role changes, but this is very, very important. Typical key resources which I mentioned, like data scientists is just an example. Of course, you might have to take it from outside, which is not readily available. But other places, your internal people, you have to relook to make the right talent by one, exclusively external training. In few cases, it is required. Rest is you will have to go through the on the job role changes and everything. That's how you grow. You make a strong workforce, and everybody is capable to drive that piece. In terms of it's not a very big demand, the digital part of it. But when the change is embraced, people can drive it. But you need to make people move around to get an exposure across the system. It integrates your system. People doesn't work in silos, and they start believing the system. This is very, very important. So that's a key point I thought probably I should be talking about.
entrepreneurship in technical education is also very important. For pipe industry, we can turn the operator, we cannot turn our operator into data scientists, but we must make them digitally fluent. A mill worker cannot practice operating at new CNC plasma machine, but in a risk-free environment before touching the actual machine. Then for pipe plant, we partner with the EDTech platform to offer modular certification in SAP MM or SAP PP model. Basic data analytics for quality and maintenance team. The digital maintenance and condition monitoring for mechanical staff. Courses there different for the pipe industry. We can track the pipe tracking, heat wave, yield loss, pipe defect analysis. For pipe fitter, digital batch is robotic welding operation from industry recognized partner is portable, trusted and credentialed that validate the new hybrid skill set.
Yeah, I think I'm also seeing the timer, we've come to the close of our timing. I'd like to make a few notes I've made as we've been talking and you've been sharing your, your thoughts here. We did talk about digital adoption, when it is top down from a leadership standpoint, what's important is communication. Why are we doing it? What is the benefit to the organization? We talked of commitment not just from the top in this fashion, but also, and this is not necessarily funding related commitment, it's also about intent related communication. But we also need to overcome resistance from the bottom in terms of change. And there are a lot of internal and external stakeholders that we need to make sure we involve ourselves with. And this is important because the landscape is constantly changing. I think that's what we were talking about, and that was important and necessary. When we talked of digital first thought process, we said it is not just behavior, it's also a motivation that's required, it's also an accountability that needs to be there from every person involved. We probably need to make sure it becomes a part of the performance measurement of the metrics, not necessarily in terms of KPIs written down in the document, but KPI type of approach to making it work. I think that's what Rajiv, you were mentioning. It's about imbibing that behavior in yourself as you deal with day-to-day operations. And thirdly, it was, I think you also talked about how transformation is important. And everybody in your own mind should become a leader of transformation. You need not really do it just because someone is asking you to do it. It need not be a herd mentality. It has to be coming in from within, and when you do the transformation from within, that's when the change happens, the digital first thought process. That's what we talked about. When we looked at how can we start getting it into the, leveraging the human empathy, the human ethos, we said we could potentially get into gamification, we could get into digital learning, we could make sure we have things like digital shift champions that you mentioned about Sachin. And I think those are the things that can help us start getting that in. And finally, when we looked at how can we make sure this is a continuous learning and not necessarily a one-off that's limited to the training room. We talked of, I think COVID was a really good example that you gave. But in addition to that, we said there could be a fungibility of roles. So there's no really one dependency on a person. It all runs process-wise. If someone is not there, someone else gets and does it. The other person also gets a chance to get into that, learn into it. We talked of job rotations, short-term, longer-term job rotations, so that everyone goes into it. There are no silos that are created. And we also talked about, hybrid ways of working. We talked of digital fluency being incorporated. So these are elements, I think, that I have summarized. I hope I've covered everything that you people did talk about. In my view, as we come to the close, and before we open up for thoughts or questions from anyone, I think this is more, when we look at digitalization of supply chain, this is not really something that we need to run just because the algorithm is asking you to do it. So in that sense, this is not automation at all. This is more like an augmentation. You really add on to what your tools are giving you. Your tools are making you faster, they are making you better on repetitive jobs, they are making you more agile. But can you use that speed and agility to give an additional insight that only a human can bring in. That's something, so that's the augmentation part, and we will keep on evolving to augment the machines better as they learn from us. And therefore, in my view, or in our view, collective view, I would say, the human edge will always be a differentiator in everything that we do, and we will make the machines work the way they are required to be worked. So it's not necessarily a nice to have from that standpoint. I think it is a must have. So that's really what we have for you today. With that, if there are any questions, comments, we are happy to answer. Yes, sir. Yeah, you can have this.
It's general, I think anyone can answer. So hi, good afternoon, my name is Surajit Sarkar. So the question, when you're talking about the human age, the biggest involvement of the human age, if you look at today in the supply chain, they are the truck drivers. Okay, now, how do we incline them to the supply chain, when you're talking about so many things? Because they still feel that they are driven in the supply chain, they are not the contributor.
Okay, okay, I'm putting the digitization part of it apart because this is a different question. How, if I understand your question correctly, you are saying that truck drivers today still feel they are left out of the system. They are being exploited to the extent possible, and how do they feel a part of the supply chain where they are also being looked into in a partner proper manner, right? So, see, I'll tell you, this exists across organizations in India in terms of it, which you are right in saying that, and I'll say that there has been a very slow and gradual change. I can give you a couple of examples. It's very slow and gradual, and it will be gradual. It will be gradual. This is a paradigm shift for organizations to take. It's a mindset shift for the organization firstly. But if you see things like inside the factories, the things like proper, I'd say driver restrooms, the sanitations, and in terms of facilities, proper food canteen facilities for drivers, like Tata Motors, if you talk about, they have done these things. People are following suit. Organizations like ours is also, we have not implemented as we are right, but we definitely would be following suit. We have been discussing very strongly about this because this is a sector neglected, or I will say taken for granted, right? So I think this is the things that the organizations are doing. It will be a slow change. But if you also see the government who is now, as per the logistics policy and all, that's again, of course, will be a slow change. We all know it was the most unorganized sector. But the logistics parks and whichever are coming up now, if anybody have seen, they are coming up with a lot of facilities, even sleeping facilities for the drivers, right? They are coming up today. Okay. So with these changes, I mean, taken up by the government and the organizations realizing it, but we are definitely late to act upon it. But the intent is there and people are acting upon it. This will be slow and gradual process to change because we are used to that way. And that is the way we run our businesses. And that has been the way. I will not say it's a very right way, but there is a hope for change because the organization as well as the government has been realizing this fact. Some of the truck companies I know, I have been working with a couple of them who works for me rather, a couple of good initiatives they have taken in terms of putting on the ADAS systems and all in the trucks, in all of their trucks, so, and educating them in terms of the accidents and the dangerous drivings. If they are, drooling in the evening because of tiredness, the alerts come in and they're asked to stop all those for their, so they have understood this is for, not for monitoring them, this is for monitoring them, but this is basically for, they have understood later on for their safety, these sort of things. Even the transporters have started taking up. So that's all my answer is. It's going to be very, very gradual in India, but we have seen people, I mean organizations and governments at least realizing this issue and taking steps towards it. Anybody who wants to answer?
Does that answer your question, sir? Okay, it's flashing times up for us, and they also eventually gave us a buzzer. But if there's one last question, if there's any comment, otherwise we can move on. Yeah. All right, thank you very much to my co-panelists for having spent this time and your thoughts around this topic. And thank you everyone for being a patient audience.
Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you, sir. A picture, please. Thank you so much. Akash, can you call the staff too? Surely, while the stage is getting ready for the celebrations of the evening, my name is Aditya Malik, and once again, a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th Annual BWSCM Leadership Awards 2025. We'll celebrate the trailblazers like yourselves in the supply chain space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards championing the supply chain strategy in India. A big thank you to our partners as well, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, and also Beanley Coffee. While they do that, the awards ceremony, this will be streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels, and also on www.businessworld.in. Any picture that you take, any opinion that you share online, please also use the hashtag BW Supply Chain. All the winners, once you receive your trophy and you step down from the stage, please proceed to stage left and audience right for an individual picture. And also please stay back for a group picture, both which will be used for editorial purposes. Saath hi mein, for the ones who are traveling to some other city, we have boxes as well for your trophies. Please do take them once the awards ceremony is over. And also please stay back for the high tea, which we will be having together right after the awards ceremony, which will also act as your networking. And before we start with the awards ceremony, exactly कैसे आपकी nomination का process रहा? How did we arrive at the winners list, which I have just got a minute back? What was the nomination process like? For that, we have a jury AV. Can you please play the jury AV now?
honored to be jury member of Business World Supply Chain Awards. Dear colleagues and award winners, heartiest congratulations for winning this prestigious Business World Supply Chain Awards. Well done, keep it up. I would also like to cheer up all the nominations for this award. It was very challenging for the jury members to decide the best out of all the nominations. Personally, I gained a lot of business insights through discussion, deliberations, and the case studies. With this, I would like to thank Business World for giving me this opportunity and also wish all my industry colleagues a great, successful, and prosperous 2026.
I had the privilege to participate as a jury member in the Business World Supply Chain Awards. First of all, I would like to congratulate the winners who have actually made it till now. But I also want to call out the fact that the quality of participants who really demonstrated the level of creativity and innovations in their respective areas was amazing. I've never really seen this quality of work. I think they have really broken barriers. It was really hard for us as jury members to really identify the final winners. So congratulations to everybody who really made it so far, and congratulations to the winners. I do want to thank Business World very specifically for giving me this opportunity to participate in the same. All the best.
I would like to extend my compliments to all the participants who have sent their entries for the BW SCM Leadership Awards. It was heartening to notice entries cutting across the entire supply chain of all kinds of industries. A great learning experience for me as a jury member. My heartfelt congratulations to the winners and all the very best to them. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be part of this distinguished jury and to be participating in an extremely fair and transparent process. The entries had outstanding quality and promise, be it in the area of entrepreneurship, innovation, risk evaluation, digitalization, or even sustainability, and which all led up to some outstanding and fantastic outcomes. The evaluation is indeed extremely difficult and challenging. A very big thank you to all the participants for their wholeheartedness in their participation, interest, and enthusiasm. And a special congratulations to all the winners on various categories. Good luck.
It was truly wonderful to be the part of jury for Business World Supply Chain Leadership Awards. The nominations this year reflected the strong supply chain momentum which this country is seeing under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, for logistics excellence and also to make India a supply chain powerhouse. While all the participants, including winners, have done outstanding work, I will encourage all of you to further stretch, innovate, experiment, and raise the bar, because the future of supply chain will be shaped only how ambitiously we decide to move forward from here. My hearty congratulations to all the winners and all the very best to other participants to do better next year. Thank you.
Stepping in to chair the jury for the Business World Supply Chain Leadership Awards 2025 was a very meaningful experience. The strength of the process was the breadth and depth of expertise of the jury members. Each and every member brought to the table diverse industry perspectives, a very strong functional knowledge, and above all, a commitment to making the process fair and transparent. The nominations showcased how the supply chains have moved beyond operational excellence to truly becoming strategic partners and delivering business results. Through flexibility, agility, resilience, sustainability, efficiency, digital transformation, and above all, end-to-end supply chain orchestration. To the winners, my warmest congratulations. Your achievements are helping set new benchmarks to ensure that the Indian supply chains are truly becoming world-class. Thank you.
It was a great honor and a privilege yet to be for the third time as a jury member for the 4th edition of Business World Supply Chain Leadership Summit, which is happening on 17th of December 2025 at Delhi. There were around 60 plus shortlisted nominations who had pitched for individual category, for the team category and for the organization category, which was very, very exemplary, very, very learning for us, and it was a hard time selecting people from them. For me, I would like to best wishes to each of the 60 participants, and congratulations for the winner for each of these categories.
I take this opportunity to thank for having me as a part of the jury member in the Business World Supply Chain Enclave for deciding on and shortlisting the awardees. This entire exercise was very enriching and also I would say learning experience while evaluating all the contestants in this function. And I must say that each one had something or the other to really show as an outcome or an achievement, and it was a difficult process choosing amongst all of them in different categories. I take this opportunity to wish all the very best for all the participants, and at the same time also congratulate people who have won in this contest. Thank you very much.
It was a great experience being part of the BW Supply Chain Leadership Awards. What struck me was the sheer diversity of the sectors that were represented, from consumer brands, retailers, heavy industry, logistics, manufacturing, pharma, a lot of people who are redefining the fundamentals. The process was fair and extremely rigorous, with each entry being evaluated on merit and a very clear focus on impact, innovation and scalability. Right? Given the level of objectivity that has gone in, the recognition is very special to the winners. A big congratulations to all the winners, and as far as the other entrants are concerned, right, I'm sure there's great work that's happening, right? Please continue driving the kind of work that you're driving. Winners, one thing I want to tell you is these projects that you've submitted are not just about the awards, but what you're doing is actually building the foundation for the next big leap as far as India's supply chain maturity is concerned. Whether it's digital transformation, sustainability, network design, or smarter last mile, there's real momentum that you're creating in the industry. Given the quality of thinking that we've seen in the entries, I think the industry is in great hands for the next decade and beyond.
Thank you, Business World, for having me as a member of the jury for the SCM Awards. First of all, let me tell that it has been an exhilarating experience participating along with my colleague members of the jury, and also hearing the wonderful presentations from the participants who wanted to be considered for the awards. It has been a great learning experience. One, whether it was ever possible to see such a country's growth in flesh and blood. And the presentations left no one in doubt about the growth this country is presently witnessing. It's all due to the wonderful efforts of our friends in the industry. And the most interesting aspect has been that supply chain is making not just an impact on how businesses are profitable, but also making businesses happen. And that has been a revelation for me hearing these presentations. I must tell you that it has been pretty difficult evaluating the wonderful presentations, and if at all it had to be judged, it was because there's a limitation on the number of awards which can be given. But yes, everybody was deserving, and the competition was indeed tight. I must say watertight. But the persons who actually won the awards must have been really good. And who they are, I think I will allow the suspense to remain, and let's rejoice on the day of the event when these awards are announced.
Let's please give our jury members a huge round of applause. It's not easy when stalwarts like you apply to eventually come down to finalists. And now we also have a video message from the chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World, because sir couldn't be present here physically today, from Dr. Anurag Batra. Can you please play that?
Good evening.
Welcome to the BW Business World Supply Chain Management Summit and Awards. Today, during the day, you had a full day of deliberations, knowledge, connectivity, getting to know each other. But it's time for the awards. The BW Business World Supply Chain Management Awards have been decided through a jury process. The jury is in front of you. You've seen the process that we've used to arrive to the winners. The supply chain domain is a very important domain. Today, technology and imprint in every domain is making the domain more competitive, efficient, and really helping the Indian economy. Supply chain is the heart of everything we do. The cost of supply chain management in India are 14%. They're coming down progressively. In the world, they're 7%. If we can make our supply chain and logistics competitive, India becomes more competitive. Indian companies become more competitive. That's what all of you are doing. So kudos to all of you. Hats off to all of you for building enterprises of the future that are helping Indian entrepreneurs build more profitable companies, more impactful companies. Sustainability and supply chain management also go together. And adapting sustainable practices in the supply chain management domain is equally important. Today's winners have been selected through a jury process, very good quality of winners, competitive presentations. In fact, there were some ties. The competition was too close. 36 winners being awarded and being felicitated today. Some of them were really, really close. So as I said, the quality of entries was fantastic. I'm sure next year will be even bigger and better for all of you and for us. So I wish you congratulations. Keep doing the great work. And we at BW Business World will chronicle your stories and the kind of work that you're doing. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Now for the opening address of the awards ceremony. To deliver that, please join me in welcoming to the stage Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO of BW Engage. Please.
So it says time's up. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, after so many videos being played, I really don't have anything to say. Everything's been kind of taken away. But for those of you who heard me in the morning, we are a platform. Okay, we consider ourselves a platform. We work across 24, 27 verticals. I should have checked it earlier in the day. Morning also, I didn't know. And, we provide content and enable business ecosystems to work, grow, thrive in whichever way. That kind of helps them. Awards is a part of something that we do to specially recognize good work in the industry. I said we are a platform. This is the third or fourth time I'm saying it today. As far as the awards are concerned, Anurag, who you just heard, Dr. Batra, he says we are custodians of the jury. I say we are guardians, custodians of the awards process. I say we are guardians of the award process. We bring in the entries, we filter them out of all the entries that came in. We handed over 60 nominations to the jury and then left it to them. You saw it was a very rich jury. Several people with former, doesn't mean that people who are working are not important, but we had several veterans who lived a lifetime, working either with the supply chain or being beneficiaries of the supply chain. And we also had practitioners who are right now undergoing transformation due to the, whether it's the geopolitical changes, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's the technology changes. And then we had the business world team. I must tell you, and the jury will kind of also tell you the same thing, that if any one of us from business world is on the jury, we try and keep as quiet as possible. We even if we're on the jury, we provide information. And the only time we come in is when we believe that the jury is not fully informed on a particular awardee, potential awardee or something. That's the only time we kind of come in. We hand over the whole process to a veteran kind of jury, a very experienced kind of jury. He's again doing times up, so I need to kind of get out of stage. But it's independent. You know, I didn't say it. Another jury member said it's transparent. On the supply chain vertical, I spoke in the morning and I said, you know, from being a back-end function, and several speakers said it, and you know, I think one summed it up very well by saying, it is supply chain that's driving the business and not the other way around. So from being a back-end function, which should have never been recognized, which should have never got importance, today, you know, we are very happy that we are already in the 4th year. Supply chain actually became very large in the COVID year, 2021. So we are already in our 4th year, you know, recognizing this. Thank you for being here. Congratulations in advance to all the winners. I'm not going to stand between you and the traffic that most of you have to encounter after this, including me. I'm not staying on the hotel. Even I need to get home. So Aditya, I will hand over to you if you're in the room. Yes, you are. And let's start the award celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And to begin with the awards ceremony, we first will have our co-jury chairs address. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Sarla Menon, a former EVP end-to-end supply chain, Colgate Palmolive. Please.
So thank you. Hello. Before I start with, you know, the jury, being the co-chair of the jury, whatever is expected from me to talk, just a few reflections of the few sessions that happened today, okay? One was somebody asked about AI, is it here to stay, and things like that. And I think you all know that Albania, as a country, has got its first AI minister. Name is Delia. She is really being used to help in the public procurement project so that, you know, you cut out the subjectivity and make it more objective so that you can reduce corruption. So that's one example of how AI is going to be used. So just thought I would say that. The second was, there was a lot of discussion about China Plus One. And actually when China Plus, you know, an alternate source for China started during COVID, we made some progress, but I think as a country, as supply chain, as organization, there is a lot more to do, and I think there is an opportunity there. We really haven't, I mean, we may pat ourselves on the back and say that we are doing a great job. I think there's a lot of opportunity over there. Then we are talking, if we talk about India as an ecosystem, a very good example is the global capability centers, okay? Today we are almost, I think, 64 billion, employ 1.9 million people. And we say that we are going to be at something like 100 billion by 2030 and employing more than 3 million people or whatever. But just think about it. The GCCs, or the capability centers, can only showcase what we as Indians can bring to the table is when we move from the transactional to really value added, okay, where we are going to be able to help people make those decisions with all the analytics that we bring to the table. We move up the value chain. If we continue to do transaction basis things, we are not going to succeed. The other point was, there was this discussion on digital transformation. And before, you know, one of my last assignments for the organization was, for Colgate, was to lead a digital transformation for the entire organization. And I can tell you that when we first started, we were kind of boiling the ocean. A lot of us love jargons. We want to do everything, you know. But then we decided to step back and we looked at what are the key questions that will drive the top line and the bottom line of the company, and how do we answer those? And when you started thinking along those lines, the kind of use cases that we were going to work on completely shifted and really was stuff that was going to do things that was going to help the company, okay? So I just want people to remember that when we talk of digital transformation. You know, sometimes we just fall in love with technology, jargon and everything, but ask yourself, how are you adding value? And the last session, which was on leadership, I really think that leadership, and that's why actually now I do a lot of executive coaching, is also because in the supply chain, we're very good at what we do. But we are not able to articulate what we do. We are not able to carry people with what we do, okay? And really think beyond the supply chain to say, how do I add value both to the top line and bottom line? And when you start thinking and talking and, really talking in that sense, it will become a game changer. So for me, leadership has always also been about leaving an organization much better than when I started out, okay, with that organization. So now let me come to the formal piece of the jury address. First of all, thank you, Business World, because this is a platform for people to really showcase what's happening in the supply chain. And the awards are really not looking at operational excellence, but going beyond to see how the supply chain can become a strategic partner. You saw the jury members. It was my honor to step in and chair the jury because such a vast breadth, depth of expertise across various organizations, across industries. And most important, what they brought to the table was a commitment to transparency and ensuring that the best people won the awards, okay? It's a real pleasure to actually see how the supply chain is evolving in India. We are really going from, like I said, operational excellence, and perhaps some of it has also been thrust on us because of the way things are changing, because of the pandemic, because, like I said, the geopolitical shift. And this is our moment to seize this opportunity, okay? Where we can really start showcasing how India can become. We have a lot of captive demand, but how do we make sure that we are really able to showcase that we are the best in everything we do? And I think this awards really tried to select and award, at all nominations were really noteworthy. Not because they were noteworthy, but because they really made impact to the business. These were people who were trying to look at tomorrow, not today, and understand how they can make a strategic impact. So once again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Business World, and thank you to all the people who sent in their nominations and made some great elevator pitches, because it was just 2 minutes, so that was another thing. So thank you, and over for the award ceremony.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Applause for her, please. Also, co-jury chair. Reminder, you receive your award. Please step down from the stage. Proceed to stage left, audience right, individual picture, group picture in the end. You wish to collect boxes for your trophies. They are available right here with the team member Nivedita and Haiti, which we'll all celebrate and enjoy together after the awards. Chaliye, to present and to reveal the winners of the 4th Annual BW SCM Leadership Awards 2025. Let's welcome our first presenters on the stage. Ma'am's already here. May I please request Oshi Gaswala, the CEO of BW Engage, along with Sojwal Vora, Chief Supply Chain Officer of Manipal Hospitals, to please also join us on the stage. Sir, aye. The categories are individual and organizational, जिसके अंदर सब category भी हैं. At various awards, we also have joint winners of gold or silvers, which we'll of course keep checking here and there. But first, for individuals, the subcategory is entrepreneurial supply chain leadership. And the winner, please. Dr. Vinod Kumar Prajapati, the founder of Biomed Spedition Private Limited. For Dr. Vinod, everybody. Congratulations. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए next in the individual category, the subcategory is excellence in supply chain mentorship. We have joint gold winners. The first one. Anirban Sanyal, Head Supply Chain and National Logistics, Century Ply. Anirban, everybody. The music is to add to your applause, not substitute it. Thank you. Congratulations. Actually, we have joint gold winners, and the gold winner in excellence in supply chain mentorship. Rajiv R. Tripathi, Assistant Professor and Chairperson, Supply Chain Management Center, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Thank you. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए next the subcategory is supply chain change management pioneer, and the silver goes to Rohan Rai, Business Planning Lead, Blackberries Menswear. I'm also waiting कि क्या आप बढ़िया, get together. I'm sorry, but as an artist, I'm very besharam when it comes to getting applause for somebody. आपका ये वक्त आएगा, you'll also be here eventually. So please join in the celebration. Thank you. आगे बढ़ते हुए next, it is supply chain digitalization champion. Ma'am was talking of digital and digitalization as she spoke of in a session. This is supply chain digitalization champion, and the winner. Khalid H. Khan, Vice President, Bulk Commodities, ITC Agribusiness Division. Chaliye, next, it's Supply Chain Emerging Leader of the Year, and the winner, please. Mr. Ranjeev Mohanty, Senior Vice President, Supply Chain. Delicious, delightful gourmet. Ranjeev, everybody. Winners, don't forget, individual picture, group picture in the end, high tea after that. इसी के साथ next, it is Supply Chain Evangelist of the Year, and the gold goes to Pranjal Jain, Head of Manufacturing and Supply Chain, Boat Lifestyle. Pranjal, everybody. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए, next it is Supply Chain Innovator of the Year. And the silver in that goes to Ayush Agarwal, Deputy General Manager, Compass India. Ayush, congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Vora. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I please request Rajiv Kumar Roy, Chief Procurement Officer, HMEL, HBCL Mittal Energy Limited, to please join us on the stage and help us present the next set of awards with them. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए, our next it is the gold in supply chain innovator of the year, and that goes to Gulshan Madhur SE, Strides Pharma Science Limited. Gulshan, everybody. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए, next it is Supply Chain Sustainability Leader of the Year. And the winner, please. Surjit Sarkar, Chief Operating Officer, Inlog Network. Congratulations. Next, Collaborative Supplier Partnership Award 2025, and the silver goes to Tata Hitachi Construction Machinery, we have with us the Senior Division Manager, Manish Kumar, to receive the award. We've now moved to organizational awards from individuals. This table's consistent with me. You understood. I do this and you start. Thank you. Sherry, that was a silver. Now for the gold in Collaborative Supplier Partnership Award 2025, and that goes to No Broker Technologies. We have with us Akshi Khurana and Amarjeet Singh, HRPB and Key Accounts Manager, to receive the award. Congratulations. Next, it is digital transformation and excellence in supply chain. And the silver goes to ITC Agribusiness Division. We have with us a General Manager, Rajiv Saha, to receive the award. Congratulations. And the gold in digital transformation and excellence in supply chain. That goes to in the bank. We have with us a supply chain team member, Rushali Kotarkar, to receive the award along with the team. Congratulations. Thank you, Oshi sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rajiv sir, for helping us with the awards. Thank you, gentlemen. May I please request Harbindan Arula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World, of BW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Pharmacy World, along with our jury member, Dr. Radha Mohan Gupta, Supply Chain Strategist and former SVP, Devyani International, to please join us on the stage and help us present the next set of awards. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए नेक्स्ट है एक्सेलेंस इन कस्टमर सेंट्रिक सप्लाई चेन एंड द सिल्वर गोस टू delicious, delightful gourmet. We have with us the head of supply chain, Chiranjeev Mohanty, to receive the award. Congratulations. Now for the gold in excellence in customer-centric supply chain, that goes to Indian Oil. We have with us the DGM contracts, Manoj Kumar Majokra, along with Sir, to receive the award. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next, it is excellence in logistics operations, and the bronze goes to In-Log Network. We have with us the Chief Operating Officer, Surjit Sarkar, to receive the award with his team. And I have to tell you that the team members and him, they have constantly been cheering for all the winners, so I think they also deserve it back now. Congratulations. Excellence in logistics operations, that was the bronze. Now it is time for silver. Central Warehousing Corporation, we have with us the Senior General Manager, Vishnu Vardhan, to receive the award. Congratulations. Reminder winners, we've covered 2-3 of the list. A few more to go. Individual picture, group picture in the end, followed by high tea. इसी के साथ the gold in excellence in logistics operations goes to Cipla Limited. We have with us the manager and the director, Radhika Posse and Sanjay Chavan, to receive the award. For Cipla. Congratulations. Going to our next subcategory, it is excellence in supply chain innovation and creativity, and the goal goes to ITC Agri-Business Division. We have with us the General Manager, Rajiv Saha, to receive the award. The presenters clapping. क्या कर रहे हो? Thank you. Congratulations. Next, excellence in supply chain resilience and risk management. First, the silver that goes to Cipla Limited. We have with us the manager and the director, Radhika Pasi and Sanjay Chavan, to receive the award. Cipla, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Now the gold in excellence in supply chain resilience and risk management that goes to Uflex. We have with us the Executive Vice President of Supply Chain Management, Sharad Kapoor, to receive the award. Congratulations. Our last category before the Hallmark Awards. It is Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership. We have joint silver winners. The first winner in the category, please. Again, it is Cipla Limited, the manager and the director, Radhika Pasi and Sanjay Chavan, to receive the award. That was silver. I told you we have joint silver winners, and the silver in sustainable supply chain leadership goes to Okay, Dave. The Golden Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership goes to Abbott India. We have with us a General Manager and also the Director of Nutrition Supply Chain, Anirban Basu, and Shivashish Pramanik to receive the award. Congratulations. And now we will do the silver again in sustainable supply chain leadership. Hydrogen Life Sciences, we have with us the Deputy General Manager, Suman Purohit, along with Dr. Chandan Shirbahi, Vice President, Head of Supply Chain and Operational Excellence, to receive the award. award, guys. हाँ, वो बॉक्स में ज़्यादा व्यस्त हो गए. Mr. Malik. Yeah, you've got more stage time, sir. Ample. Congratulations. And now we are down to our last 4. These are the Hallmark Awards. And to present them, I also please request Hoshi Gasala, the CEO of BW Engage, to please join our presenters on the stage. These are the Hallmark winners of BW SCM Leadership Awards 2025. And the Hallmark winner for End-to-End Supply Chain Excellence Award 2025 goes to Campus Group India. We have with us the Chief Procurement and Supply Chain Officer, Ashish Gupta, along with the entire office that has come. Also, they are the other table that has consistently been clapping for everybody. So when they come up, please also give them the due. End-to-End Supply Chain Excellence Award 2025 gold winners. We'll also have you say a few words. पहले decide कर लें कि कौन होगा वो. अरे सब चले गए. Sir, eventually it was you only. They don't even know. हो गया. अच्छा लगा आप आए.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, BW team, all the jury members, and the entire supply chain community present here. I think it's always great to, get recognized for all the good work which you guys, we all kind of trying to elevate the role of supply chain in the organization, bring it to the front. I think, normally supply chain is like engine, it keeps working silently till the time no one recognizes it. I think only when it starts to fail publicly. So I think now that recognition of supply chain being a very key, part of the wheel of the organization, I think that recognition gives a lot of satisfaction and, of course, this award is definitely something which gives, it's a win for the entire team who are consistently driving these initiatives, making a more, creating an example for supply chain in the industry. Thank you, team. Thanks for it.
Congratulations. Next, we have a joint gold winner in the next category, which is a supply chain leader of the year. And the gold goes to Manoj Kumar Majoka, Deputy General Manager, Contracts, Mathura Refinery, Indian Oil.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, I should say. First of all, this is my first, our Mathura Refinery Context Department first participation in such kind of event, which we had never heard before. We were involved in our day-to-day activities in Mathura Refinery Indian Oil Corporation Limited at Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. We were involved in so many supply chain activities, but today we came to know that this field itself is a big challenge for entire economy of the country, and we can do much better. And I'm sure we are doing in our domain, wherever our sectors, we are doing excellent. And we are also trying to contribute little bit in our oil sector. Thank you, jury member. Thank you, all the supply chain community present here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir, and all the very best to many more. I hope every year we have you. And now the supply chain leader of the year, the goal again. This one goes to Amrendra Pratap Singh Deva, Group Head, Supply Chain Management, CK Birla Hospitals. Supply Chain Leader of the Year, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening. This has really been a humbling experience, sharing the same stage as some of the thought leaders in supply chain management. As a leader, we propagate ideas, but it is the team that executes on the ground. And this is a testament to the team that I have in CK Birla Hospitals. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And the next Hallmark winner of the Supply Chain Management Lifetime Achievement Award 2025 is Supply Chain Management Lifetime Achievement Awardee of the Year, Sachin Apte, Chief Procurement Officer, Pipe and Steel Vertical, Wellspun World. And I have to tell you, the Lifetime Achievement Award winner has been clapping for all of us since the beginning. जब उनकी बारी आएगी, then do give him. थोड़ा feel तो कराओ, Lifetime Achievement Award है. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this Lifetime Achievement Award from the one of the best platform of business world. Thank you very much, the jury who has done the very transparent evaluation of all the members. And thank you very much for the entire fraternity of supply chain management and procurement. This award, this is not the individual award, this is my entire effort I put for last 35 years with my present team and the past team. the entire name belongs to them also. I dedicated this award to my present and past team members. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony for this year. The process that we're going to follow is we're going to have two pictures, one with the winners and our presenters, jury chairs on the stage. Jiske baad we'll only do a group picture of the winners. You want to collect boxes, you can collect them from that table. Nivedita from the team will be there. High tea after that. Also, जिन भी winners ने अपने video interviews bites नहीं दिए हैं, all the winners who've not given their video interview bites yet, please do so. The setup's right outside the middle door, if I'm not wrong. All the winners with your trophies, please, on the stage. Aye. And congratulations, Akash, Supriya, Tanvi, and everybody from the team who's been here from the Business World team. Yes, sir. Or bhi kuch? Nivedita. Yes. Aye, please. All the winners with your trophies on the stage, please. Aye. All the winners, please, with your trophies. Mr. Vora, are you here, sir, somewhere? आइए sir, please. आप देखो अंदर आया and we called you. Yeah, we'll get a chair. Can we get another chair, please? Okay, we'll quickly do your mobile phones individually. You've got 10 seconds for that. जहाँ भी आपका phone है आप देख लीजिए. Done? Mobile phones done?